What's up? What's up, everyone? How's it going? Hopefully, weekend's doing you good so far. Happy Saturday, all that good stuff. I'll wait for a few more people to come in and, you know, really get down to talking a lot more about, whatever it is I feel like talking about before we get into the topics. Jim Pachi should be here soon, hopefully. So I sent them a link, so running a little late, but it's all good. So what you guys been up to? What you guys been playing? Playing anything? Watching anything? Reading anything new or old? What's up, Spirit? Spirit of Paradox. How's it going, man? Hey, what's up, Neozoic? How's it going? Well, uh, hmm, let's see. Actually, I've been watching what's that one called? The Batman, the one that came out after the animated series, which is by the same people that did Jackie Chan Adventures. So I don't know if any of you guys ever seen that show. I would assume as a kid, just like me. So yeah, so I actually like it. I seen a little bit of it, but I never saw like from beginning to end. So that's where I'm at right now, where actually watching it in order. So it's pretty good. I like it. Um, I don't know if you heard some noise outside. You know how I don't know if you know how New York is. So anyway, what's up, the man on the mountain? Good to see you again. So hope you're doing well. Let's see. Spear said, been playing Metal Gear Solid 1, AC2, Alien, uh, Fire, what? Firestorm? Oh, I'm sorry, Firestorm. Fire Team Elite. What am I thinking of? Some other game was called Firestorm. I know I was thinking about that. Fire Team Elite, been reading Ultimate Universe and some Dark Horse Alien. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, Neil Zelk. Yeah, I saw the Batman 2004 animated series, animated show. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's good. I like it. I like it a lot. I actually think the guy voicing Batman in that show would do good even now. I guess like you know as a replacement for Kevin Conroy, since unfortunately he's no longer here to reprise the role. I think he would be better than some of the other people that they used in a couple of other animated movies. I forgot some of the names in them, like the Long Halloween. There was some other one too. It was like some steampunk one. I think it was Hush or something. Anyway, hey, what's up, Melina Chan? How you doing? Hope all is well. Where we're at here. Man, the Mountain been playing Mad Max again. This game is so fucking good. Yeah, I actually had played it a few years ago. I don't know what the hell happened to it. I know I stopped playing it. I guess I found it kind of a little repetitive, so I moved on to something else. Sometimes I'll do that. Like if it feels a little like too repetitive, I'll take a break from it for maybe a few weeks. It really does depend though. Whatever it is, I'm uh swapping whatever game to play or finish over the other. So maybe like a few months, maybe even a year. So, but that's definitely something a game I want to go back to. The only problem is on PS5. I would have any game that I did not finish, or even if a game that I completed, like you can actually like continue playing, or maybe you can carry over any progress over. I have to do it all over again because my PS4 had broke down around 2022 ish, if I'm not mistaken, and so I couldn't I can't transfer any of my data, unfortunately. So Yeah, that's definitely a bummer, but it is what it is. So, but either way, I mean, sometimes if you stop playing a game for a while, it's always in a way. I wouldn't say always, but I guess depending on the person, it's good to also go back and play it from beginning again to really be refreshed and uh understand how everything is because if you haven't played a game in a while, you go back, you kind of like thrust into a situation like, all right, last time I left off, I was fighting a boss, and it's like, all right, now I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Kind of like you kind of like get a little caught off guard. So, Spear said, I watched Into the Red Hood and Crime Syndicate DC animated films recently. I'm sorry, what am I saying? DC animated films. Recently love them. Yeah, I never seen the Crime Syndicate. Red Hood. I don't remember if I seen that one. I seen some of them because they had a lot of them on Max. So I've seen those. Luna-chan, I'm okay. I got sick from work. How are you, Rev? I'm pretty good. Thankfully, I'm not feeling sick, at least not right now. Sometimes the weather, one day it's sunny, the next day it's raining, and then, who knows. So, but hope you're doing all right. I'm assuming you're still sick a little bit. So, but hopefully you're doing good or getting better. So, let's see what else. Rolls Royce, what's up? Everything work. Everything work. Everything woke turns to poop. Yeah, definitely does. Wokeness is a mental disease. Yes, it really is. What else we got? Man, the mountain. Same here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, damn, people getting sick. Yeah, that's not good. So, hopefully you guys are doing all right. Getting better. Um, I don't know if the podcast is gonna make you feel any better. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it puts you in good spirits. No pun intended. Um, Royce, older video games are better than woke crap. Definitely, yeah. Because back in the day, usually you would have to worry if like, all right, is the game broken, or even if the game is like good overall. Sometimes they may not have great controls. Maybe the story is lacking, or maybe really barely even has a story to begin with. The gameplay may not be that good. Shit like that. You know, it's understandable you would be worried about. But now it's like you got that, but now you got the woke shit where the writing is being destroyed pretty much. You know, the characters are usually they're pretty fucking boring and bland. The designs are terrible. They talk about all this like we got all this technology. We don't have these limitations like we used to and whatnot with old hardware. And it's like, but now the characters look like ass. Yes, some of the older games are blocky, pixelated, blurry, whatever you want to say about them. But at least they look like they gave a shit and tried to be creative with the designs. Where now it's like it's just again, it's like boring. I don't know if any of you guys seen there was screenshots going around of comparison pictures actually of Morrigan from the Dragon Age games, where in the new one in Veilguard, it's like boring. She in a way she looks almost unrecognizable. Uh, but that's how they are now. Like it's like no passion really behind it. It's all about sending a message, and that's why these games are failing. But we're definitely going to get into that because it does relate to the other topic. I forgot the guy's name. The first time I ever heard of him was the shit clip floating around of him talking about people not giving games a chance and new games, and they're saying it's terrible and all that. And so I think he's some Call of Duty streamer or was a streamer of Call of Duty. I don't know what he does now. So yeah, but we'll get into that more. Neil's out. I don't know if you have seen the fun. Oh, let me see. Fun question. Let me see. All right. Neil's out. Oh, here we go. Fun question. Which two iconic superheroes, Batman and Spider-Man, are I'm sorry, arch nemesis did you prefer or like more? The Joker or Green Goblin? Um I would say I liked Joker more because I just found him more interesting, and he was like, he would always like. I mean, obviously, arch-nemeses, they're always coming back. I like the ways that it's implemented, that it was implemented. Nowadays, it's kind of like, I don't know, too much. I understand, it's the arch-nemesis. I think more so is the portrayal of the character now, where it doesn't really hit the same as it used to. I think that's another issue with a lot of reoccurring characters where they keep trying to do something that will keep it relevant or maybe like freshen it up or modernize it, and then it's not as good in my opinion. So, but I would say Joker. I mean, they're both good. So, but I guess I would prefer Joker. He's a really cool character. He has an interesting backstory. I mean, damn, because Green Goblin is also good too. He has an interesting backstory as well. So it's kind of hard to say. I guess like if I had to choose, yeah, it would be Joker. Ubisoft. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, they're getting layoffs, or Ubisoft are expecting layoffs. And I don't feel bad for them. You know what? Actually, you know what? Next thing, no, I feel bad for the people who are competent workers there, who are just doing their jobs, who don't agree with a lot of the decisions that are going on, and I simply just want to make good games, but they're tied down to the job, the contract, what they're doing, so they don't really have much of a say so as the higher ups or anyone else there. Because I'm pretty sure, unless you're like some outspoken activist within these studios, if you're not that, then you're not gonna really have much of a say so of like what goes on. So you kind of like gotta ride it out as much as you can, because a lot of these people, they gotta feed themselves, feed their families, pay rent and all that, and all the bills, and just try to survive. But at the same time, it sucks for them because they're just trying to survive. But it's like they're don't have much of a say so they got to make these like woke shitty ass games that are coming out that are not really producing much of a profit, such as Alan Wake 2. But we'll get into that as well. Oh, here he is, Jinpachi. Jinpachi's in the house. Well, he's coming in the house. The podcast house, that is. What's up?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Everybody in the chat, how's it going? Revenant, what's up, bro? How's it going, man?
Doing good, doing good.
Nice, nice. So, yeah, I came in a bit late. What were you talking about?
I was just answering questions at the moment. Where is it at? Um, well, actually, New Zolk had asked a question about who is the better arch nemesis between Joker or Green Goblin.
Uh,
I said
it's
Joker,
hard.
but
I mean,
it was kind of hard because either one, they're both
Joker
really good.
is more long last. I mean, Joker's been around longer, so he's done a lot of bad things. But Green Goblin is like right up there because if you consider all the damage he's done to like Spider-Man in the comics over the years, like Norman, Harry, Gwen
Hmm.
Stacy, numerous other things. I would say it's pretty close, but Joker is like on another level, man.
Yeah,
He
yeah, he
paralyzed
is.
Barbara Gordon. He he's just been like torturing like Batman for years, so it's kind of like hard to put anybody above Joker as an arch villain.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. So
Let me see who's in the chat, because
yeah,
Man on the Mountain,
a
yo,
few
Rolls
people
Royce,
showed
what's
up.
up? Rolls Royce,
Lena Chan was on
Neozoic,
there.
Neozoic, the main
Who else
man.
was there?
Oh yeah, Melina Chan, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So, what you been up to? Been playing anything? Watching anything? I was just telling people
uh,
I was watching the Batman, the one that came after the animated series.
yeah, it's called The Batman
I'm
since
sure you remember that.
2004.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
of
Batman.
course, it's great. I
Yeah.
love that show. It's entertaining.
Hmm.
Me personally, I've been playing Titanfall 2 because I had the
Mm.
game for a while and I never bothered like actually playing through the story. So I was like, oh, let me
Hmm.
just actually play it. It's surprisingly pretty fun. Um,
I heard it was good
there
too.
doesn't there seems to be no like agenda bullshit, obviously, and it's a fun game. Giant mechs, futuristic weapons and whatnot, running on walls, like pretty fun game. And aside from that, I don't think I've been playing anything else. I've been like just working on commissions and whatnot. Um,
Okay,
I
sounds
was
good.
watching I was watching jiu This is kind of like not gaming related, but I was watching Craig Jones Invitational yesterday, so that was pretty cool. I mean, I really love watching like jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu,
Oh, nice, nice.
professional jiu-jitsu, whatever. It's really fun, entertaining. So yeah, that's about it.
All right, cool, cool. I was actually playing Bully. That's a good game.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, the combat in that game is underrated.
it really is. Yeah, pretty
It's
fun.
underrated
It
because
kind of
like
reminds me like GTA and Shenmue, like a
yeah,
mixture of the two in a way.
yeah. I mean, well, it's way better than
Somewhat.
GTA. It's way
Yeah,
better than
yeah,
GTA. It has way more depth to it. But like, yeah,
yeah.
it's really fun and like that's an underrated game, man. I don't think anything like that would ever come out for quite a
No,
while.
yeah, that's probably why they're not making a sequel. I think they
Yeah,
canceled it, like a planned sequel, but would have been great if they did. But you know how it is nowadays. So I don't think a sequel would really fly.
yeah. It won't fly with their today's BS.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be people who will pretend like, oh, I love the first game or whatever, and then they'll start all of a sudden make up reasons why it's offensive, or at least with the sequel, why it's offensive, why they gotta make all these changes and whatnot. So
I'm considered with games like that, they find them offensive because it hits home for them. Because if it's just a joke, as long as it doesn't hit a home, like I don't get how people can be offended by jokes like that because like the ones in Bully and whatnot. Because unless it's true, why are you letting it bother you so much? You know,
yeah, exactly.
it's like I just think people like they're projecting like their own like it's true for them, like their own
Yeah, yeah,
like they relate to like these goofy characters or whatever. Or maybe
yeah.
they I don't know, something like
E-
that.
e-
Something along those
Even
lines.
though a lot of them are like, it's like so over the top and satirical, where it's like, how can you really feel like you're in that character when it's
Yeah.
so like it's like everything is like so exaggerated because it's kind of like a parody on like that type of like subject as far as like the kid in high school or like this preppy school, but then you got the one rebellious kid who was expelled, and then you got all these other like kids trying to be rebellious themselves. Then you got the nerds and all that. It's kind
Yep.
of like, in a way, it's probably just a bad analogy or an example. I don't know if you've seen the movie Mean Girls,
Yeah. I mean, but
where
that's true.
you
There's
kind of had your like,
stereotypes.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
But
It
we
just
all
plays
look.
off the stereotypes.
We all went to high school, man, and unfortunately, no matter how you twist it, they are the jocks, they are the nerds, they are like the geeks, the outside. I mean, that's a real thing. Like it's
Yeah.
observably true. So I just think people get butt hurt because they resonate with like it resonates with them in a weird way, right? Like imagine I
Mhm.
can imagine like some feminist who was like a hoe in high school would take would take umbrance or whatever like
Mhm.
with with how those some of the females are portrayed or whatever.
Yeah, right. Oh, Neo Zoe had a question. On Black Myth Wukong and situation behind it, such as getting review bombs, articles such as Screen Rant criticized the game for lacking inclusive and diverse, etc. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's very similar to what was happening with Stellar Blade and Hogwarts Legacy, and I would also even like put Atomic Heart in that category as well,
Yeah.
where a game comes out and it doesn't have what these journalists and activists, I mean, they're the same thing, the activist journalists. It doesn't have what aligns with their views, so they got to go after the game.
Yeah.
And
Try because
don't make it out to seem like there's no shortage of games out there that are catering to their illusions. So with Black Myth, it's like, what the fuck? It's the fucking Monkey King. Well, what diversity are you talking about?
well, that's a slippery slope, right?
It's so retarded. It's
Is
like, don't,
isn't it
yeah,
though?
it's like,
it's a slippery
Yeah, like
slope because if you think about it, do you really want to do like DI inclusion shit in a game about a man who's part monkey? That seems like
right?
dubious territory
Yeah, and
to
fucking
enter with like,
Chinese mythology,
you know,
and like
yeah,
just like folklore, and it's like it would make no sense.
yeah,
That's like, oh, let's have this game set in Africa. And let's just populate it with a bunch of like white people and Hispanics and Asians, and it's like it wouldn't make sense.
yeah. I mean, unless it's like South Africa, then I can understand
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
more like white people.
yeah.
But again,
If it
like
was that, but
that's kind of like that's like playing like semantics with that because like in the end of
yeah,
the day, like I kind of wish they made more games in Africa. Actually, I would love to like explore that like those regions more. Like they should
yeah,
actually like
yeah.
put more
A lot
games
of
there.
games in different regions like that haven't been explored would be good.
Yeah, like even Korea. Like how many games really
Hmm.
take place in Korea? Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
could be interesting, right?
Or even China,
But
set in China. Like a lot of them are not really like set in like in China like that. At least not like in modern day China. Like the last time we had that was like what, like Sleeping Dogs, maybe.
Resident
I'm
Evil
trying to think.
6 and Sleeping Dogs. Resident Evil 6, you were in China.
Yeah, I wish we had a Saints Row prequel.
Did you hear me, Revenant?
What was that? I'm kind of having trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's your
I,
mic or something.
I said that Resident Evil 6 was also in China.
Okay, I hear you good. Oh yeah. With Chris, yeah, when you went there
Yeah,
with
they're in
Chris,
China.
I remember.
So
Yeah, you're right.
and maybe
So
what's it called? I would say China's probably represented the most, and then Japan, but like not for sure, not
yeah, that's
Korea.
fair. Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure,
yeah.
not Korea. Because like the other game was I think actually doesn't Canon Lynch 2 take place in Korea or China? I
God
feel like it
damn.
was in Korea.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, I know that game took place in like Asia somewhere.
It's
That game
it's
was
been a while, so
yeah. I like that game. I wish they
it
had
is
a
good.
third game
Yeah,
to close it out.
yeah,
I get some of the criticisms, but yeah. What's up, Reborn?
yeah. What's up, Reborn? How's it going? Neozoic Remnant and Jinpachi off topic. What are your thoughts on the whole Borderlands movie being a flop and the creators of Borderlands having meltdown over film's box office failure?
Well, considering they went to a nursing home to cast the actresses for that film, I mean, are they really surprised?
Right?
Like these
Yeah,
people,
like
they gotta be tone deaf to their fan base. Like think about the
for
people
real.
playing. Like I wouldn't necessarily associate like Borderlands with woke shit. Like you gotta know your fan base, right? Like I mean, again, it was always gonna fail, right? You saw the casting, but
Yeah, yeah.
like it
I
was
don't
always
even
gonna be
think
asked
it
out.
would even work in like movie form. Like the way the game is, like the art style and everything, and
Well,
what
well,
goes on. I don't know if that would really translate well when you're trying to like. Because from what I saw, it looks like it's kind of going for like a realistic look in a way,
yeah. I mean, like,
somewhat.
look,
Like
it looks like a
maybe
Marvel
if it was like
movie,
an
bro.
animated movie.
It
What
looks
was
like
that?
a MC. It looks like an MCU movie visually.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
And like I guess like all right, think about the people who played that game. You have your characters you can pick from, and then people get super attached to these characters, right? So I forgot her name. I think it's Lilith, right, with the red hair. I don't remember, but
Yeah, I
like
think that's her. Yeah,
yeah. So you cast her, and people are like simping for this character. They're doing like how fan bases
yeah,
are, and
yeah.
then like you finally see her live action, and you cast like and granted she's a great actress, but you cast the old ass woman to play her.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
what do you don't think that's gonna like make people rub people the wrong way? Like, and then like the tone is like over the top, and like again, I think the third game wasn't the third game where they started doing like woke shit or whatever.
I
The
was
second,
actually gonna say that the third one, I heard people say that it has like woke shit in it.
yeah, but like
I mean,
the first two,
on top of that, the third one launched in a pretty poor state, so
yeah,
that also didn't do him any favors. So
yeah, and like when you play those games, especially the early ones, they were like raunchy humor,
hmm
like almost like a what it kind of reminds me of, like a Guardians of the Galaxy kind of feel, like that
yeah,
James Gunn kind of style of comedy, whatever.
hmm
So I don't know, man. That movie was destined to fail, and like I think it's good that it did fail. Fuck them.
yeah. No, I agree. They had it coming to them.
Yeah, it's
What's
like you
up,
play
King? What's up, King Turk? Thanks for stopping by. You have yourself a good night.
play goofy games and win goofy prizes. Oh, King Turk, have a good night, man. Thanks for tuning in.
Appreciate it
So
always. But yeah. I'm having a meltdown. It's like, are like, you know, how the like you said, how would they not see this coming? So it's like, you're self sabotaging your own movie by the casting alone, and then I'm sure like the writing was awful. Just overall, not a good movie from what I heard. So
yeah,
it is what it is. So another Hollywood flop. Go figure.
yeah, and also like you got to think about it. Like that story doesn't really lend itself to a movie format anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Yeah.
like what could they have really done given that format?
Yeah.
But yeah, it failed, man. It failed, and it deserved it.
So, well,
Well,
speaking of
King Turk,
yeah,
you
yeah.
said good night, so you gotta be like somewhere like if it's nighttime over there,
Yeah,
it has.
he's not in America, I don't believe. So
Okay, I would figure, yeah.
yeah, time zone is kind of like,
Yeah, he's
pretty different. So, but
across the
yeah,
pond.
yeah. So, no, he's a cool dude. So he's been there for since the Saints Row videos.
Yeah,
Wasn't that long ago, but when you think about it, but
from the
yeah,
beginning,
from the beginning.
from the jump, from day one. Good morning.
Yeah, Turkish.
You
So
remember? Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, Turkish. But you remember the Tekken arcades? You turned them on, and the announcer would say, "Good morning."
I actually don't.
It's so stupid. Like yeah, the arcade machines it had a function where you would turn them on, and when the arcade machine would go on, the Tekken announcer he'll like tell you good morning. It's like really cool. I wish they put that in the console game somehow.
I never played the Tekken arcade. I played
I remember.
Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom, like other what was it, Alien versus Predator? Wasn't that a fighting game? Or was that like some 2D like
No, it was a
beat 'em
side
up, right?
scrolling like beat
That's
'em
what it
up
was.
arcade
Okay,
game.
yes. So I played other like side scrollers on there.
That game was hot, man. They had bootleg
Yeah,
Arnold
right. Yeah,
Schwarzenegger. They
yeah,
had
oh
some
yeah, I
woman you
remember
could
that.
play as. Like that game was sick.
It was pretty cool. So waste a lot of quarters on that. Actually, on a lot of them
Yeah.
too. So what was it? There was some other ones where it was like I don't remember the exact way it's called, but have like the guns you pull out and like you move
Yeah.
to the screen, press the buttons, and all that.
Yeah.
What is it called?
The gun, like a gun con
I think you
game.
know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Is that
like a
what it
gun
is?
con.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. So
where you have the gun and
yeah,
you know which one I used to play a lot? Area 51. I remember like
I
I
think
was
that's the
little.
one I'm thinking of.
Well, there's a lot of games like that. There's like Time Crisis, I believe, which is like one of my other favorites. I love the animations
I
in that
remember
game.
that one. Yeah, I remember
And
that.
I remember I used to play them a lot. So I would go to like this like whenever me and my mom would go to do laundry, right? Like we'd go to like a
Hmm.
laundromat, and they would have the arcades there. So I would play that,
Oh,
and I remember
nice.
like I would like always constantly just I would just go with her just because I wanted to play the arcade machines.
Yeah, she thinking you
And
gotta help her with laundry, but you in the arcades.
nah, 'cause I would help her, but then after I'm helping her, it's like, all right, we're gonna be waiting for forever. And
Yeah,
my
right.
mom's like one of those people. She's not gonna leave the laundry there and then come back later because it's kind of far
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
house. So I was like, all right, so we're gonna sit here for hours. All right, I might as well shoot up some
Hmm.
fucking aliens or something.
The whole weekend at the laundromat.
It's funnily enough, I was dating this girl. And we went to the laundromat, and I remember there was a Tekken, Tekken Tag, the first one. There was an arcade machine. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
told I told him like, yo, like we had just started dating, like Tekken's my shit or whatever. So I went to the arcade machine. Other people were playing. I started like whooping their asses consecutively. I was like,
Wow.
feels
There was
fun.
actually an arcade place right near where I lived. It was like right like across the street from the bodega. And yeah, that's where I used to go. Shit. So, but they closed that down, and then I think it was like a hair salon place, and then that got shut down. Then it was like some fucking like rinky dink looking like game and movies store where I remember had gotten Sonic Heroes on PS2 and Jack 2 on PS2. Um and I think it was like a birthday gift or something. My uncle took me to. It was like, oh, get you whatever. So I got that, and they gave me like a free thing of popcorn. The popcorn you put in the microwave. So I'm like, oh, okay. So,
Let me read
but
this
they
comment.
didn't last that long. I don't think so.
The Man on the Mountain says, Borderlands 3 is a constant eye rolling bull crap, and these female writers' idea of bro jokes, but trying to be empowering because the women saying balls, ha ha ha, is absolutely pathetic. Yeah, I agree, man. It's very cringy. It's
Yeah.
usually very poorly executed. It's
I,
like
I,
it.
this might sound sexist. I mean, take it as you will. This is certain like games or movies. I don't think women should be writing for.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Like
I mean, that's
Borderlands, uh, GTA, Saints Row, um, games like that. It's like
yeah.
I
It's
would
like
not. I would not want a woman to even like even a tomboy. I wouldn't even bother. I'd rather have like men who aren't like pussies or finding everything offensive like male feminists or soy jacks. I'm not
well,
having you. I
well,
wouldn't
like
want you writing for
you'll
something
be
like that.
surprised, man. A lot of tomboys, they have a little bit of that feminism in them because,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you
That's why I
know,
said that.
and it is what it is. I mean, like, look, I wouldn't like want a man writing like a show like Wolf, like a Winx Club or something for like a little girl anyway, right? Like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
probably want to
yeah.
have something girls can relate to, right? Obviously,
Hmm.
as long as they don't put like garbage agendas like the Barbie movie did,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but
That too.
my whole thing with it is that, like, just it's a different perspective, right? That's why, like, I see some of the shit that comes out for women, and I understand it. I think it's awful because for but I know it's not for me, right? Like, I think we had a conversation. Remember, I told you that, like, when you put on, like, when you turn on like a Samsung TV, it has like the default movies playing, like it has like it's like built-in movies, and
Hmm.
for some reason, like the channels, like they fucking automatically go to like chick flicks and whatever. And I'm like whatever. It's not the point. The point is like I saw like 5 seconds of it, like while like right before I turn on the console. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? But then I remember, like, hey, this is for like middle-aged cat ladies. It's not for me.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
understand that. It's like the
yeah.
woman's like some average girl, like she's like some average looking like 35-year-old woman,
Hmm.
40-year-old woman, and then this like fucking corporate elite pretty boy like jack dude just
Yeah, right.
happens to take notice of them, and then like it's just hilarious, and then like it's funny. But again, like, I get that it's not for me. I'm not the demographic, and I think that, like, Kathleen Kennedy and all these people writing Star Wars and like doing all this stuff, they have to understand that the shit that they're making modern versions of aren't for them. It was not made.
Exactly.
They're not the audience. So when they write these things, it's like you like it, but 90% of people that are watching it aren't. And let's be real, most of the audience for this stuff is male anyway.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
why
So it's like,
you writing
why
it this
alienate
way?
your audience like that?
Yeah, it's like, don't look. Majority of women don't give a shit about Star Wars. They might
Yeah, they
casually
don't.
like it because like they saw it with their father or their boyfriend or whatever. But
They're
like,
into the stuff now because a lot of it's like heavily female based.
but
So
but
that
even then, it's obviously not enough to keep these movies alive.
yeah,
So
because then they're still
so
not making the bulk
well,
of the
they're
audience
doing really
anyway.
bad. They're doing really bad. So it's kind of like, it's always gonna
Hmm.
be
Yeah,
niche. It's always gonna be niche. So I don't get what the whole point is behind it. They're gonna make these movies. They're gonna try to get these women to watch it and get these women into it. But again, women are more casual. Male and female psychology is different,
yeah,
and I don't understand what the problem with that is. It's
it is.
okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. It's
fine.
like
It's fine.
there's like yeah, there's no like debating it. It's like so different. It's not even the
Yeah, it's
same.
like there's a
But when they
reason why
try to
most
treat
men
it as such,
look at 50 Shades of Grey and look at fucking and look at Twilight. There's a reason why most guys don't could give a rat's ass and they make fun of them, but women, they were all over that. So it's different psychology, different things. The
hmm.
audience doesn't always cross over. Most of the time, it doesn't.
Yep. What's up, Octo Commander? He actually made a good comment. Modern women are trained to put themselves in every situation. That's a fact. You see it all the time now.
Well, look at it this way: if you have an all women's gym, everyone's okay with it. Yeah, girl power, all women's gym. If you make an all men's gym, women lose their shit. They can't handle it. It's sexist. It's whatever. It's like I don't expect I don't expect these people to not be hypocrites. Get what I mean? Women
Mhm.
love invading men's spaces, but they don't like men entering their spaces. Even though a lot of times, why would you want to as a man? But still, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, an all male gym, they'll be crying because it's sexist, but then they'll make excuses for all female gyms. You know,
That's the fact.
men are
Man,
perverts, men are this, men are perverts. Okay, so go to an all female gym.
yeah, exactly. Just playing them anyway. So,
Well, yeah.
the Man on the
And
Mountain,
to
he wrote. But I think it's a matter of the current mindset because most of the Married with Children writers were women, and the show is funny as fuck. And even Amanda Bierce was the director. Oh, okay, so there probably are exceptions to the rule, but
you should check out, but well, I'll recommend like so. Yeah, I like Married with Children is a great example of how it could be done, especially back then. But I would
yeah,
keep in mind that remember that Amanda Bierce became a vapid feminist, and a lot of she tried to interject a lot of crap into the show, and Ed O'Neill gave a lot of pushback. They actually had a very heated relationship. So even though what
oh,
you're
I didn't
saying is
know that.
true, I would look into it. Man on the Mountain because again, like apparently she came out as a lesbian and became she basically became Marcy Darcy in real
Ah,
life. So it is what it is. But yeah, like the show was also created by two men that worked in a gas station. So you can imagine the kind of jokes they told each other, and that's
oh
kind of like
yeah,
the humor of the show. Because I'm guarantee you, if the writers were doing dumb shit, especially back then with those two guys as like the creators, they would have been booted as writers. So it might have
oh
been a
yeah.
thing where like they just knew better than to like compromise their survival and their paycheck.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. So should I send out the links now? Since we'll
Yeah, send out the links, man. Send them out.
all right, I'll do that now. I'll put the link in the chat first.
And for the record, there are all female gyms, man. They exist. They're real. They just women don't go to them. They want to go to men's gyms. So it's kind of funny. It's like, you know, like again, man, it's like it's so silly. Like you can call these things out from different angles. A lot of women go to the gym just because they want fucking attention. A lot of women go to the gym for attention. Then the women that really want to work out, they don't want to be in women's gyms. They go to men's gyms. So again, like they do exist. They do exist, bro. But they just don't go. There's actually one not too far from where I live, and I never see a damn person go in there. I see like the occasional one-off person, one-off female. I actually kind of wish that a men's gym was that empty because then you'll have a lot of machines to yourself. Like I kind of wish there were like some men's gyms people refuse to go to just for that reason, like for the convenience. But whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, Octo Commander. It does seem like modern women are trained to enter into and try to enter into all spaces that they can, regardless of logic behind it. Put themselves in every yeah, like you said, in every situation. So Neozoic asked Remnant and Jinpachi off topic. What are your thoughts on Deadpool and Wolverine and the film being a box office success? So I think that's a great thing, man. It kind of showed that like, hey, these movies can do well. It's not superhero fatigue. It's not any term that they try to throw out. The real reason why these movies are failing is because they're not giving audiences what they want. So Deadpool and Wolverine is a great example. It kind of reminds me of when Top Gun came out, the last one, where they were like saying like
Top Gun Maverick, right?
Yeah, they're like, oh, movies aren't doing well, blah blah blah, because of this, because of that. But guess what? People jumped in droves to see it because they made a movie for the actual audience. So I think Deadpool and
Yeah,
Wolverine
yeah,
is great in that regard. Um,
I
you
agree.
know, and the funny thing is, they did some powerful female characters. Like they had Cassandra Nova Xavier, and they had Electra return, and like it didn't feel like vapid feminism because remember, people used to love those characters. Like they used to love those. Female badass characters like in the 90s and 80s, and they didn't mind them kicking men's ass in fiction because they weren't being preached to, and everybody knew, hey, it's like it's fiction, it's hyperized. It's not like real life where they'll have like they'll do a movie now, and then they'll try to force you to suspend your disbelief to unbelievable levels. Like they'll have like with Prey, like with
True.
Prey. With Prey, they had an 105-pound woman fighting a tribal warrior. I'm not talking about the predator. I mean like an actual just male warrior from her tribe, and she gets the upper hand on him. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? Like, this is like totally like unbelievable. It's different from
Mm.
somebody like Ripley in Alien, where she was really struggling against the aliens. Or like Samus from Metroid, where she has like the power suit, and it's fiction. She's a super soldier. She's like elite. Or
Yeah.
very like Dead or Alive, where the females are like ninjas. It's so clear that it's fiction and over the top that you can forgive Kazumi killing 300 like grown men soldiers or whatever. But I
Hmm.
think that the problem with nowadays is that they want you to believe like your average like butch lesbian is gonna beat like legitimate like real life like 300-pound like survivalist, kind of like
Like The
Last of Us
Last of
2.
Us 2. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just going to say that. Yeah.
So it's like no, no, no. People don't have problems with female characters. People don't even have problem with women kicking male characters' asses in movies. They have a problem with the way you're doing it, the direction you're going, how you're portraying these women, trying to make it seem like it's grounded. I'm like, dude, if you ever
Hmm.
trained with a woman in your life, you will understand that there are weight classes and there are separate divisions for a reason. There's a reason why there's separate divisions and separate you know things like that. Because again, like when a lot of times like with wrestling, right, like amateur wrestling, you'll have women train with they'll go against boys, but it's like a woman who's like 16 going against a boy that's like 13, right, or like 12 or whatever. It's like once you reach like collegiate level and like high level, that goes out the window, because now like the strength of a man versus the strength of a woman is apparent. They're not kids anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. What's
Right.
up, Guardian? What's up? How's it going, man? And yeah, what's up, Octo Commander? How you
Okay,
doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. And don't mind the bad weather. You're gonna hear some thunder and whatever. And if the my stream gets cut off, it's most likely probably might be an outage. But aside from that, when it comes to fiction and depiction of
Um, hold on,
that
hold
was
on 1 second, Octo Commander. Let me just say something real quick. Um, yeah, Guardian. Thanks for tuning in, man. What's up? How's it going? And yeah, I just want to give a little shout out to him. Cool dude. Anyway, continue, Octo.
right, right. So the thing is about the depiction of violence in fiction. The problem is that um it's like the scale of it. So let's say, oh, hey, what's up? Okay, so the scale of it is like this. So you compare the Predator and compare to Dead or Alive. Now with Dead or Alive, it's bordering on Tekken. You know how ridiculous it is. You got humans fighting robots. Those Jack Jack fives.
Yeah, Jax. Yep.
Right, right. So those Jack fives are supposed to kill any human, doesn't matter who it is. But the thing is, these things are supposed to be killing machines. But you got martial artists with their bare hands fighting these machines. They don't have any special equipment that would cause an electrical shock to the robot system.
It's
So
anime, bro. That's
right,
that's the
right. It's anime.
it's anime
Right.
action. It's over the top. It's not supposed to be taken as realism.
Right, right. And you can tell because they gave you the setup, they gave you the theme, they gave you certain clues to tell you, okay, this is going to be something ridiculous. You're not supposed to be able to look at this at a, practical sense and say, okay, this is logical. But when it comes to something like the Predator, even though the idea of a alien intergalactic hunter is ridiculous, but at the same time, the like the first Predator movie, you know, when that commando unit went into the jungle, they based things grounded in reality. The characters bled, you know, like Jesse Ventura's line, you know, I got no time to bleed, you know. And so when he says that, he is, you know, that scene is also letting you know it's supposed to be grounded. But you were talking about the other Predator movie about this little tribal woman taking on this big tribal guy. And the other problem is with that is the fact that one of the things that I was kind of thinking about is the idea, like, for example, this is maybe a little off, but you know, you can't really tell certain women are pregnant, right? So a lot of customs, pretty much all of them have this thing where if a woman is pregnant, they are considered like protected, right? You don't bother
Oh,
them,
of
you know,
course,
right?
man.
Right. So a lot of the times, a lot of people didn't really want women to be fighting because, you know, you're not sure if they're pregnant or not, and you don't want to hit a pregnant woman, right? You know,
But not just
let,
that, man, bro.
yeah,
Not just that. It's the fact of like the simple reality of it, man. Like women do not generate as much power as men do. I
mm,
know women that like again, like there are women that I train with. Like I don't want to throw her name out there, but because she's kind of known now. But she's a beast, and she's one of the she's a animal of a fucking grappler. But when I grapple with her, when I'm in the gym, I have to if you know I do a round, I have to use that round as a pure technique round, as like a pure like learning thing, kind of like give her enough resistance where she can fight back and use technique. But if like but again, it's like I have to like hold back a lot of strength and power because of the differences between men and women. And she wasn't a small girl. She's like 150, 160 is you know she's
right,
athletic, but that's pretty hefty for a girl, right?
right,
And
right,
and it's like, dude, if that amount of force that you have to hold back, that's reality, right? Like if it was like a life for death fight and I had no choice but to defend myself, there's really nothing she can do. There would be nothing she could do. It's like a trained grown man versus a trained grown woman. It's night or day. So when you have like a tribal warrior, a member of this tribe that's like a killer, he's a soldier fighting this 100-pound woman in hand-to-hand combat, and she gets the upper hand on him. I have to say that's like BS, man. Total BS.
right, right, right. And exactly like that point you're saying, you weren't showing your this isn't my final form. You That was the literal sense that this is not my final form. And the thing is, it's just like you have, like you said, the setup with Predator, the whole series is borderline more on grounded. It's not like extreme level of Dragon Ball Z level. So if you have something that's supposed to be still grounded in reality, where the fear of a intergalactic predator is going to hunt down and kill you. That's the other thing that makes horror movies so scary. That's supposed to be a action horror movie series. When it's a horror movie, that means you're supposed to step out the theater, look at every single dark corner, jump in at every single, weird sound, because it's supposed to
Yep.
mimic reality. And then, of course, like you were saying, it shot that close quarters fight scene between a little lady and a average man is ridiculous. And I remember this guy that used to work at the CIA. He has like really curly hair. You've seen some of his videos.
Yeah, I
Like
know. I
I'm,
know who you're talking about. Yeah.
right, right. I'm not sure if he's Middle Eastern or
Well,
Hispanic,
I
but
think he might have been like Jewish or something like that. I know the guy you're talking about. He was talking about disguises in the CIA and whatnot, right?
right, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was talking about this idea of the pattern of life, where, and also believe Sean Rhines as well, that SEAL that became the like CIA contractor. So he all was also talking about the whole pattern of life thing too, where you pay attention to like what's the daily activity of the average person, because a spy needs to be the gray man, the average person. That's the best kind of disguise. So they pay attention to the pattern of life of people. You get up, you get ready for work or whatever, and you do work, you go home and whatever, all that stuff. So what's her profile? What's her pattern of life? Her pattern of life record would be most likely might be some hunting down small game like like birds or whatever, probably some fishing, not something where it is people,
Gathering berries,
yeah,
sugar
gathering
sweets.
berries and attending to domestic duties. And she's not going to have, they didn't have gyms. So the only way that people can have adequate physical development if they travel, picked up things, trained in fighting, those are the muscle groups that are going to be developed. But that guy's pattern of life that she quote unquote beat up, he's going to be hunting down large game. He's probably going to have to deal with predators like jaguars and rival tribal warriors. And he's out there traveling the distance, all that kind of stuff. I'm probably repairing, their living place, living quarters, and moving all that kind of stuff. So
Fighting
his
off
like
bears and shit too, because bears were like rampant in that they like we live in luxury now with these where we have like all these defenses against bears, but early humans were like a bear was like a serious threat, man. Like a
right,
real
right,
a real serious threat. A bear could wipe out an entire tribes. It could wipe out an entire village under the right circumstances. So people
right,
underestimate like this guy was probably like literally hunting bears, not just for food and fur, but also to protect his village.
right.
Think about like a
Uh,
600 to 1,000 pound bear.
Yeah.
real
So
quick,
that. Mhm.
to the man in the mountain. Thanks for checking out the stream. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good dinner and a good weekend. So appreciate it.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna end this point that the idea like this,
See you later, man. See you later, bro.
right. So I'm gonna end it off this point.
Well,
Oh,
bad.
all right. I'm gonna make it quick. So, oh,
But I'm walking away from you. Yeah.
oh, okay. So the pattern of life is, like I said, the two profiles are going to be, one is doing minimum amount of effort and the other one is going to be pushing the limit, because of course, I can imagine they had training to fight off animals and other tribesmen, and of course they don't have rules like modern day people. They like there was this story about this young guy, this seal that died in training, in Bud's training after Hell Week. But those tribal people, they're not going to give a flip about those rules. So his pattern of life, is profile is different, so different from hers. The idea that she beat him, the only way that probably might have been practical if he let her do it to build confidence, because animals actually, parents, animals, sometimes you see those videos of the parent just jump like, oh my gosh, that's so scary, when their kids pounce on them. They're building courage into the children to let them know that they got this. This is what they're supposed to do, and that's how your prey is supposed to react.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, that's
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 true. It
the
makes
only
sense.
way that scene could have made sense. If I were to make that scene, I would have just said, just let her win so she can feel confident in her skills, not this whole agenda push thing. Aside from that, let me get Ryan to state his case or whatever.
Yeah, I'm right here, guys. What's up?
What's
What's
up,
up,
Hey,
Rose? How's
boys?
it going?
hey,
Hey, I just want to let you know my point is, I'm really upset that they don't have no Rockstar GTA Grand Theft Auto Tokyo. That would have been lit a long time ago. Shh, it's
Yeah, it would have
ridiculous.
been. I think the only one they had was the one on PSP, right?
No, it was on the one of the leak of the files that I just saw. One of the
Oh
leaks.
wait,
It was like,
I'm thinking of Chinatown Story. Is that's what it was?
yeah, Chinatown
Yeah, yeah,
Wars, not Tokyo.
that's what it was. Yeah. So yeah, completely different
it'll be
from
real cool if
Tokyo,
they
Japan.
actually
So
had Japan, Seoul, and Shanghai.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But here's the thing: when I saw the leaks, they were like Bully 2, Midnight Club 5, and 8 story DLC of GTA 5. That was insane.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
It was
I remember that. Yeah.
Chinatown Wars was in Liberty City. You just played as a Chinese guy, from what I remember.
Yeah, you were.
So, but yeah, they canceled all that. You know, eight eight story DLCs. You know, which would have been great. I mean, just single player DLC for GTA 5 would have been great. There's really no excuse why they even canceled like any one of them. They still could have supported online. They have enough people within the studio, well, actually multiple studios that can still have worked on online. But
Yup.
they should never canceled Bully 2 because
Yup.
you know a lot of people wanted it. They still want it now.
Exactly.
So,
Bullet 2, right there, you just mentioned. I saw the pictures of that leak. I'm like, holy shit. We would have got that game right now, but nope. Rockstar dumbass want to cancel that. Like, what the hell, Rockstar?
right, we're just being served the same shit. It's either GTA or Red Dead. What else have they
Red
really
Dead.
been putting out?
They're making Red Dead 3, from what I heard. They're starting to make it
Well,
Red Dead.
what they
Red Dead
should be
3.
doing is making a Manhunt 3 with current physics,
Mm-hmm.
engine graphics or whatever.
Oh
Because
my god.
imagine
That
the
would be
kind of
great.
like insane gore you would get. Because
Yeah.
The Last of Us 2 has like
Yeah.
but imagine what they were able to do with their graphics and gore. Imagine what that could have been like in Manhunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Rockstar
Manhunt 3 would have
could actually
been.
pull it off.
Yeah, I agree, Remit. What Jabachi said, if Manhunt 3 would have been out in the game right now, people will go crazy for that. But nope, they didn't.
Yep. We know
I'm just saying.
the issue is, people got to find something to be offended by. They're gonna try to cancel the game. So, if you think people give Rockstar trouble when it comes to GTA or any of their other games, definitely got to do that with a Manhunt 3 because they were even having trouble with Manhunt 2. And I also believe even 1. I know for sure they had to delay and try to work around ways to get Manhunt 2 out, which I believe also did affect the sales for the game too. So
Yeah.
It affected it really badly actually because
Mhm.
that game came out around 2007 or something.
yeah, it
And
was supposed to come out like what 05, 06 or something.
yeah, exactly. And then by the time it came out, it was outdated graphically and
Yeah,
mechanically,
because by then
which is
PS3 and 360 were already out. So on top of
Yeah.
it, and the Wii.
Yeah. You're
So-
right.
And
Like I said,
Manhunt 2 is actually really underrated, man.
Mhm.
It actually
know.
is very underrated.
I agree. Yeah, I wish they make Bully 2. How the game would be fantastic and the graphics will be amazing right now.
Yeah, and the physics with the fighting, like if they kept it very like similar to the first game, but just enhanced it, it would be
It'll be perfect.
crazy.
Right.
Like the
And
ground and pound and everything. Like when you grab
Yeah.
them and like all the different possibilities you can do. That's like money on the table.
well,
Exactly.
yeah, but everybody nowadays, I know we're gonna be talking about this other subject later, but one of the things that's gonna be a problem for a game like Manhunt is the fact that a lot of quote unquote modernities and journals and all these people that want to make certain type of games, they have this issue where they have to change and censor stuff. So Manhunt and something like that is the a lot of these big investors and companies, they are very scared when and skittish about making something like that now. So yeah, that's why I believe.
Well, you know what it is? It's not that they're cautious about it. They're selective because they're hypocrites, right? Because they'll praise a game like The Last of Us 2 or Baldur's Gate for like nudity, Last of Us 2 for its violence and gore, but then but if it's part of their agenda, it feels it promotes their feminist agenda with The Last of Us 2 and all kinds of shit. And then with Baldur's Gate, it has all like the LGBT like gay weirdo shit in it. So they're gonna be
Degenerate
biased and
shit.
hypocritical. Yeah, there's
'Cause,
gonna be biased and hypocritical.
A Manhunt 3
Yeah.
or a Bully 2 is not gonna have any of that. So they'll definitely go
Oh my
after it.
god. Oh my god. If they
Solo,
do that,
I could have sworn unless they were former Rockstar developers, but Sleeping Dogs made by a different studio. Well, was made by a different studio. But
Oh
I
my
mean,
god,
if anything, they probably mimicked a lot of shit from Bully, which would make
man.
sense because it is similar because you can like grab the enemy and walk around with them, shove them into places, sweep their legs, ground and pound. So there is actually a lot of similarities with both games when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Manhunt 2 was very close to being like a really good like balance between like realistic and like cinematic action. It was really good in
Mhm.
that regard because I mean a lot of like the trips he would use were like straight up like judo trips, judo throws. There was a lot of MMA animations. The combat made sense with what you were doing, like breaking
Mhm.
strikers guards with grappling and using tie clinches, leg kicks, like it was really really cool how like they implemented MMA into the game, but it didn't feel like boring. It felt like it still felt like kind of like you're watching a martial arts film.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
sure.
yeah. I wish
Robo,
they
yeah,
would
that actually does make sense now. So considering the similarities between both games, so
yeah.
yeah,
With all due respect, Remnant, I wish they made Sleeping Dogs 2 right now. That would have been lit.
that would have been great too. But Square Enix ended up canceling it.
yeah,
They made some fucking, I think it was like a free to play online game in the same universe. Was it Triad Wars?
yeah. Some bullshit no one
It
cares about.
may have been in like a beta stage for a few years, then they canceled it, and then they shut down the studio. I don't know what they're doing now, if they formed a new studio or what, but
Well,
there
there's a
definitely should have been a
difference.
Sleeping Dogs too.
There
Because
was
I
there's a
mean, we've seen
difference.
like sequels for like some of the shittiest games that have come out of recent years, and it's like when you have like genuinely like really good games that actually try to be innovative and fun, then you don't even get to see a sequel out of it. What makes it worse is that they want to make a sequel. You find out they want to make a sequel, or they were in the stages of making one, and then it gets canceled.
Well, I was gonna say there's a difference between a studio that wants to make a game because they think it's cool versus a studio that needs to make a live service game because live service games make money, and that
Mm-hmm.
difference is really
Yep.
what that's the key difference. A
Yeah.
game like fucking Sleeping Dogs or whatever, it could be a good, fun single player experience. People play it, they love the game, it sells well, but that's not going to make them money for the next 4 years. So they're willing to. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's really about what they're willing to risk on. They're willing to say, hey, if we can make an online game, like a triad game that plays like Sleeping Dogs, but we can have people buying DLC for the next 4 years. Let's do that because we'll make more money. So it
Mm-hmm.
really is the sad case scenario of the people in the studio. They form it because they want to make games, they want to have fun or whatever, they want to like make these interesting experiences, and then they become corporate to the point where they're like, all right, we could make $1 million making a solid good game, but let's see if we can attempt to make 4 times as much with a game that nobody wants that will try to shove down their throats. And that's the risk that they're willing to play, and the game that they're willing to the game and risk they're willing to take and play. And like it
Well,
shows.
from my understanding, it was Square Enix that didn't want them to make Sleeping Dogs 2, and in favor wanted them to do like the Triad Wars game.
Yeah. But you got to remember that Square Enix acquired them. Somebody sold. If they were like a company before Square Enix acquired them, that means that somebody said, "Hey, we're gonna sell out to this bigger company because it's gonna make us more money."
Yeah. Well, I
At
think
some
they
point,
acquired them after Activision dropped them because they were originally making True Crime Hong Kong. So
Oh
I guess
my god.
I guess at the time they probably figured like this is probably our best bet to make this game, being Sleeping Dogs. So
look,
I wish.
a small team of people can make a game. Like you have like Power World or whatever, and they make a game that makes is passion behind it. They all sacrifice, and the game's a success because they made the game that they wanted to make. Sure, they didn't get. I'm sure a lot of those guys didn't get paid until after release. I'm almost sure of it, but it might have been. It was worth it in the long run because it wasn't a corporate product, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to like the developers themselves, right? Like if you have the talent, it's like an artist, right? Like if an artist is amazing with painting or drawing or whatever, they can make their own comic, which might cost them time and their own money, but could be potentially long term profitable, and it could be the thing that they actually wanted to make, or they can work for Marvel and Disney and DC and draw a bunch of woke shit they don't want to draw because they're getting paid. So it really comes down to how much the individual is willing to sacrifice and suffer for their long term plans, right?
That's a good point. Melina Chun actually made a good point with Manhunt 3. Imagine Manhunt 3 having a woman lead brutally and gaming a bunch of men for a BS empowerment plot. It would be feminist woman's wet dream. Yeah, that's true. And
Oh my God.
seeing
And also
how
and also
Rockstar
you
is
have a-
now, so that's definitely that could be a possibility. You never know.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
pretty.
she
That would be
needs to have a face.
cancerous.
Yeah,
That'd
she
be
also needs to have a
cancerous.
face with that looks like a baboon's ass.
Yeah.
Here's an old saying. Here's an old saying. Everything woke turns to fucking shit.
Facts.
There you go.
Well, Melina's right, and like honestly, it's probably for the greater good that Manhunt's gone. Maybe when all this woke shit goes away, they can bring it back and then make an actual Manhunt sequel.
Unless
or whatever.
Rockstar can prove with GTA 6 and not doing any bullshit like modern day sensibilities.
Don't hold your breath.
Nonsense.
Don't hold your breath.
I was actually gonna say that, but you know, if they
I know.
somehow manage to do that to avoid any of that crap, then yeah, we can start like being I wouldn't say optimistic, but like really hopeful to see certain games come back or get another chance. But as of right now, they gotta show me and many others that they're not gonna do any of that. And you know, like you said, don't hold your breath. So that's exactly how I feel. Like I'd
Bro,
rather take I'll take a wait and see approach. But right now, I'm just already gonna assume the worst because that's usually what ends up happening. And they haven't had a great track record for several years now.
Well, they removed. Think about it this way: they removed the transsexuals from GTA 5 because they were deemed offensive. So
yeah.
And then look, you have the trailer. Look at the trailer, bro. Like if you just watch the trailer and you don't gaslight yourself, you'll realize that this is not going to be the game that people think it's going to be. There is going to be a bunch of feminist shit in there. I guarantee.
Jason's going to be a cuck or something.
Something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if she cucks him, or you had the choice to cuck him within the game or whatever.
Yeah,
and maybe vice versa.
He'll just go with it or something.
Yeah,
I know.
You know, the other funny thing is about that. So they're going to bend over backwards for guys cosplaying as women 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? But you can go and play as a guy and sock a woman in the face randomly in the street, but it's all good. But when it comes to like I said, a guy cosplaying as a woman, all of a sudden it's a problem, and they kowtow to it. That tells you that these people, whatever button those set of people push to let them make those changes, other people are going to look into that and they're going to say, you know what, this is what we have to do to get our agenda to make sure that this game gets censored the way we want to. And it just really shows that these people, they're hypocrites. They talk about all this female empowerment junk, but at the same time, they got characters doing things that would be send you to jail, and you won't have a good time in jail either. So,
Here's my message for that shit.
Shows how
here's my message for that shit. Hell no. We need common sense back, logic, and fuck their feelings and their emotions. Fuck all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of people just got to tell them like these people to fuck off. Like we're not playing ball for whatever delusional nonsense you're trying to.
Like the people who did Black Myth. So we don't want to. We don't want to do that.
Like
that. Tell them no. Honestly, that's why I'm very disappointed with Shift Up, because it seems like they bend the knee. They bent the knee to Soini. You know,
and now under their job listings, they want people who are involved with ESG.
Yeah.
Oh no, ESG and woke should be illegal forever. Get rid of that shit.
That goes to show you, man. Like again, like money corrupts, bro. If you have money offered to you, if Microsoft or Sony's throwing big bucks at these companies, they might feel a certain way and they'll do the mental gymnastics necessary to justify the BS. They'll say like, "Hey, well, it's just a costume. It's just a little piece of fabric. It's just one character. It's just like one gay section in the game. It's just whatever." But the real thing is they want to just milk that ESG. They want that money. They want the money that is gonna be given to them. Like basically, it's like preemptively getting the money because they might say, "Well, the game has to sell well to turn a profit, but we could get money now by just playing ball."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
True.
So
True that.
But speaking of ESG, women empowerment and whatnot, let's get to the first topic. That is Alan Wake 2 fails to profit. The game's been out for I think almost a year now, and I think a few months ago they announced that it's gonna have a physical copy of the game because it had launched digital only. And the physical copies are actually a deluxe edition of the game, so you're paying like I think $80 for it if you want, for whatever reason. And I think they have another edition, which I'm assuming includes additional shit in there, whatever it may be. So the game haven't yet. What am I trying? The game still has yet to make their budget back, which I heard it was around like 70 million or something like that. So keep in mind this game is Sweet Baby Inc. worked on. They race swaps Saga Anderson, and Alan Wake is pretty much he's kind of like a secondary character, where the main character really might as well be Saga Anderson. From what I understand, I didn't play the game, have no intention on playing it. There's a lot of like feminist subliminal messages in the game as well. And it's very cinematic. So it's one of those games that kind of like, I don't want to say a movie game, but it might as well be under that category. And the gameplay, from what I had seen of it, it reminds me like a knockoff of Resident Evil 2 remake, kind of like what the Silent Hill 2 remake is trying to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard it was a lot of people found it kind of disappointing, boring.
You don't say.
But game journalists and also fake gaming award shows prop the game up. You're having live performances and all that, but the game, all this fanfare for this game, this allegedly great, amazing game, but it fails to make its money and make enough money back.
Yeah, that's what I was actually about to say. That it's like the game, this amazing award-winning game that nobody wants to play or buy. Right? Make it make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they did with Control. Like people like that game like flew under the radar for a lot of people and was like quickly like forgotten about. But journalists were keeping it alive by saying like, "Oh, it's nominated for this. Oh, it won this amount of awards and all that." And it's like no one is even talking about that game. I'm sure a lot of people even forgot about that game.
Sweet Baby Inc. You mean the Kids of Death, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, another one bites the dust. So,
that game I give him -80.
For real.
My answer, because I don't like the game, is awful. The way you said about the gameplay, I say it's boring and lame. Hell no.
Well, the other thing is,
he wrote, "Money is meaningless at this point. These feminist / gay projects tank. It doesn't matter. Rockstar has enough money to sustain for centuries, and yet they still have to alter their games." Exactly.
Yeah,
I agree.
100%.
But the pandering is not needed. They're perfectly fine without it. But
it's not about money,
it's all
man.
about greed.
It's about not even about greed. It's about hubris. That's what it comes down to. It's hubris. It's like, hey, I want to push my agenda at all costs. It's like people like you look at millionaires like George Soros and shit, and billionaires. I mean, it's like they don't care about like the money or profit. They just care about the power that comes with influencing the world and influencing people's like life and decisions. You know,
Yeah, like
when after
power, control, and also
after you reach
you
a
know
certain amount of
keeping
money,
their agendas alive.
after you reach a certain amount of money, money doesn't do anything anymore because it's kind of like, all right, well, it's not about money now. It's about power. It's about influence. It's about control. It's about making it's about subjugating other people to your will. That's what it's about for those people. That's what these billionaires want. They want to subjugate other people to their wills because they say, hey, we have more money, you know, than you do. We're the ones with the status, so we have to control and guide the poor average little man in their day-to-day lives, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have so many people of these people that they claim they're self-made, and then meanwhile you find out that their parents gave them $1 million as a startup for their business and shit. And like, yeah, you're sure you're self-made aside from the $1 million investment, you know?
That's true.
Let me
yeah.
get this. Let me get this straight. George Soros, huh? That piece of shit snake, and his son Alex. Fuck them. Y'all can go
Yeah.
to hell for I give a fuck. Fucking bastards.
Well, the thing is
Yeah.
about this whole ESG and the money that they're shelling out. One of the things I kind of noticed was when I was thinking of when I was regularly making videos, I was just kind of thinking about the idea of these people controlling their language and everybody is censoring things and saying alternate words like he Minecraft himself and all these other things, and you know you all these different things are going on. And I think also they're using the money that they are promising people, not just it's like a behavior program where, okay, we will tell you how you're supposed to behave. But the other thing that just also kind of makes it somewhat concerning is the fact that, okay, so we had all the Me Too nonsense go on for a while and everybody was saying all this kind of stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself, is there a really like a group of main character energy people out there having blackmail on information on these people with a large amount of money? Because it doesn't make sense, because media, it can't, entertainment cannot be the only means of changing people's behavior. And it's just like, the other thing is, even though somebody can watch something and take in a message, are they going to carry that message with them? So they should supposed to know that. But it also is like, for example, one of the big groups that a lot of people are not talking about is the Human Rights Council, the organization with the equal sign. They're not mentioned about how much money they have and how much money they're putting in to push the alphabet agenda. And so that's the
Yeah.
other problem too, because we may say Soros, ESG, all this kind of stuff, but a lot of it is also small groups like, I believe what is Cabrutus and other people were, looking into the other things, and they were just talking about the government from Canada and all these small
Well,
groups of people
well,
getting this
well,
money. Yeah.
Octo. Here's the thing though. It's like it's trickle down of each other, right? So all right, let me just rephrase it this way. If you have a politician that wants to be elected, they need a voter base, right? If you, or like for example, or if you have a billionaire that wants to push an agenda, they need politicians to push the agendas on their behalves, right? That's why the system is corrupt, because a billionaire can pay a politician money, literally pay them money under the bus or whatever, under the table, so that they can push a policy, so that they can get elected, so that they can, push the agenda. So when you have like average, like things like media, you have to understand that there's like 15-year-old kids, 14-year-old kids. They just want to do the new thing. They just want to play the new game. They just want to be part of the
It crowd.
it crowd or whatever. They just want to, like, whatever reasons they may be. So these companies, these politicians, these billionaires, they're hijacking the human nature to want to be part of a community or of a social group. So
Right.
That's why they always
so
force it in everything.
yeah,
When you're
that's why they
seeing in
force in
media,
everything.
because it's so heavily marketed in a way where it's like you can't avoid it. It's like kids shows, movies, commercials, ads
Exactly.
on YouTube. It's
Exactly.
unavoidable when you
Yeah.
think about it, because like it's like everywhere, no matter what, if you're a kid, an adult, and an elder, it's like
It's everywhere.
they're trying to engrave it in people's mind via social engineering,
But
so
but
that
but
way you look at things and perceive things the way that they want you to.
exactly. So all right. So to that point, right? So that this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, because then they can say, all right, well, we want to depopulate, or we want to do whatever. So we're going to push the gay agenda by normalizing all this stuff from the media. Now you can say, well, look at these people. They're saying they don't want trans to become a thing or whatever. Now they're basically radicalizing the people that are consuming this media because they're conditioned to it. So they're saying like, hey, I don't want this to these people must be the bad guys because everything that I see says this is good. And that's how you get these people to vote a certain way, and therefore you get these agendas to pass. That's like the whole point of like what these rich people do. So again,
Mhm.
like these interest groups or whatever. So you could look at it like, how do they carry it with them? But that's how. So you infiltrate a school. When you go to school, it's like gay this, trans that, white people bad this, black people oppression this. They go watch TV. Everything on TV is oppression this, feminism that, trans this, gay that, or whatever. Then now you have a political election, and somebody's saying, "Hey, wait a second, let's not teach this in schools because whatever reasons that they may have." Now that same people that have been conditioned are going to say, well, the TV told me, my favorite superhero said,
Yep.
but my favorite video game said, but my favorite comic book said that you're the bad guy. So fuck you. I'm going to vote for these people. And that's really
Mhm.
what it comes down to. That's like the whole point of these agendas. That's like
Right.
the end game of it. And again, these billionaires, they don't really care about they don't care about like the trans stuff, the gay stuff, or whatever, like minorities, whatever. They
Mhm.
care about controlling you. They
Making
want to be
themselves
able,
look good.
they not just make themselves look good, but literally controlling you, controlling you. Because then they can, because if you look at these celebrities, I mean not these celebrities, these billionaires, what do they have? A lot of times, 9 times out of 10, they have traditional families, traditional values. So they don't even believe in it in
The
themselves.
complete opposite of what they're trying to tell everyone else.
Because remember, stability comes from balance. Male and female balance each other out. Male,
Mhm.
a two-parent household usually leads to a more stable upbringing. Obviously, there's families that go through strife or whatever, but it's the idea that we'll destabilize this for everyone else so that they're constantly caught in a barrel, right? Like in a crab, like
Mhm.
crabs in a barrel. They can't climb out of it because we stacked all the odds against them, right? Like, why do you think there's so much corporate BS that goes into like just wanting to make your own company or wanting to make your own
Mhm.
comic? Why do you think there's so much
They
red tape?
they
They're
want you to
trying
be
to,
dependent on them.
yeah, they want to keep you dependent on them, but they also want to gatekeep you. They want to
Yeah.
gatekeep everybody, get crabs in a barrel. You grew
That's
up with
that's
a
why
single,
that's why it's hard to build up your own business, because it's made that way. So that way they don't want no one catching on to what they're doing,
or
because
catching up to them,
yeah,
They
exactly.
want to centralize the power. So then you could say, all right, we did all that now. So good luck. Yeah, it's a free country, but now you grew up with a single mom, you grew up in a fucking inner city, you grew up with all this shit trying to brainwash you. Like,
Mhm.
good luck trying to do your thing. I'm not saying anyone to act like a victim. You should do, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what they want to do, because they
Yeah.
want you dependent on them and they want to be your overlord. So that's really what it comes down to, bro,
Right.
as far as I
And
see
the
it.
right. And the other thing is, here's two things. First of all, okay, so we got Godzilla minus oneers. That movie was praised for its special effects, but how much minimum amount of money was put into it. The other thing that makes it crazy is that a publisher and developer has to work together, right? So they have to convince the people with the money. Okay, so this game is $70 million. How can you convince me to give you $70 million for one, a video game? Not everybody plays video games. That's one. Anybody can go to a theater. Everybody can watch the movie in a theater. But the whole family is not going to be playing the video game. And it's going to be one game. So you have a household of 5 people and you have one person buying the game. But if you go to a movie, everybody's got to buy a ticket. So that's certainty that you're going to make more money out of that. But even though a game is much more expensive, that's just one person. Number two, how can you convince me to give you $70 million for a M-rated game, which a particular subject matter is not something like Call of Duty where everybody can interact, the stoner, the jock, the geek, the nerd, the whatever, they can all interact with each other. But with this game, it's a very unique demographic of people. That's the thing. That's the other thing that makes it kind of concerning with this game in particular, and it just seemed like it's another case of money laundering because where's the other 60 million? I can imagine it probably might be 10 million because the actors and some of the tech and all that kind of
Well,
stuff
well,
and marketing.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's actually overinflated because of bullshit.
well,
It's like
yeah,
Ho-
yeah, yeah,
it's like Hollywood. Like
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Hollywood's
Yeah, same
overinflated because
thing.
movies in Hollywood cost a lot of money because of unionized jobs and because of like super weird and bizarre like laws and regulations that force them to spend that much money. If they just had to make the movie based on resources alone without any like BS and middlemen and all this red tape, it would actually be much cheaper. So it's done that way by design. But I will say to your point though that gaming right now is the largest industry outside of porn from what I understand. I believe that from what I've the information I've gathered, video games are like the biggest uh entertainment money maker
industry. Right, right,
industry.
Mhm.
market.
Yeah,
Right, right.
outside of porn, which is the largest, but it's rarely talked about because people like obviously avoid that subject.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean,
Right.
it makes sense. You look at the how it's presented now. Like, there's so many celebrities latching on to whatever game, whatever award show or showcase, whatever it may be. It's like you're seeing it everywhere. So that makes sense as to why it's like one of the biggest or the second biggest one out there. And
Yup.
when you see the influence of Hollywood, where you're seeing them get involved in projects, and it shows. Like, I mean, look at people were even saying that Cyberpunk 2077, their budget, a lot of that also went to acquiring Keanu Reeves. And
Yup.
I just think a lot of their priorities are like in the wrong places because
yeah.
they're trying too hard to be like Hollywood. They're trying to make these games like movies. They're trying to bring on these Hollywood actors as if it's going to be like this big selling point of the game. When most people, at least they should, but most people, uh, they want to know if the game is good, if it looks fun, and a lot of these games are not very fun. They're kind of like
No,
pretty
boring.
pretty average for the most part.
Put
Yeah,
you to sleep.
yeah, put you to sleep. I mean, like, yeah, like, all right, you see the pores on the character's face, and then when they're talking, the animations look really good for the most part, but then they look fucking ugly on purpose. The designs are boring. The gameplay is boring. Like, there's not enough positives that where you would really be like, what, this game is really good, it's great, and it shows. I mean, what Alan Wake too, like, you would assume that you'll be able to make a profit by now, based on how so many people are trying to make the game out to be. So if that's the case, then if it's this great, amazing game, then why is it not doing what it should? Shouldn't they be saying like, yeah, we at least broke even? They didn't even break even, and that
Right,
and
right. And
and
that's
that,
the other
that
thing.
that should be very alarming.
Yeah.
which is a lot of words to
Yup.
say that the game's a failure. That's basically
Yeah,
them indirectly.
yeah.
They refuse to say the fact of the matter, which is that the game failed.
Yeah,
Let me.
yeah. And
Yup. I agree.
Yeah,
Hundred
they'll
percent. I
push the foot
agree.
around it, and they won't even like directly say it's failure.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of which, Octo Commander, we should do like an RPG game together, bro. It'll be really cool. We should do something like that.
RPG game.
um
Funny.
now the thing is, with like what I'm doing right now, I'm currently working on the sequel. Now, when it comes to the part where they say why people are negative about new games, I'm gonna put my point on that, but that is later on. Also, the other thing is, I remember the last time I was here, I forgot to mention there was this one part I forgot to mention that in the conversation concerning that Star Wars game. One of the things I just realized about these guys, you got Flintlock and you got this game, Star Wars. What's one of the two? What's one of the things that those two have in common other than but ugly women? I'm gonna let y'all guess.
Done some digging, T-Baby, and
Yup. I
Are you
agree.
involved with
No, no, no.
Scooby-Doo?
What do they have in common? I'm just quizzing you guys. What do they have in common?
What they have in common? Well, DEI, agendas, Sweet Baby Inc. involvement.
Beyond the female leads, you mean?
Okay, so there.
I mean, they're both generic. If you want to say that, they're both generic, like run of the mill games. Like they both don't seem to offer anything new.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, here we go. We got 2 games, but ugly women, lame gameplay, DEI filled
Mhm.
with small little animals. These are single women.
Oh yeah.
Anger
Little-
issues with
The
little
yeah.
animals.
Yep.
Yeah,
These are
that's true.
cat lady simulator people.
That's actually
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
actually a good
That's
point.
a good point.
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
Cat ladies. Oh God.
Every
You
You
every
mean the
game-
ones that? Oh hell no! You mean the cat ladies, the one that JD Vance hate? Oh fuck them! Those old lady cat ladies.
you know what it
Ugh.
was when you were going down the list? I'm like, yeah, that's. I mean, like, yeah, that's obvious. Once you said the little animals, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, cat ladies. You're right.
Yeah, the light bulb
Right.
went off. I'm like, oh yeah, he's right. That's
Yeah,
true. Yeah, that's
Octo
a good analogy.
Commander
That's a
is
good analogy
right.
because it's like, I mean, you can even see like the women that are working there. You know, they're fucking lonely cat women, and they're putting that shit in the game because you see it in other games too. I can't remember some of the other ones, but I know I've seen it in a couple other games where it's like always some type of little animal companion and shit.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's always like the same thing. You got the little animal companion, but then the game's always like some woke bullshit, lackluster game that usually ends up failing or barely breaking even. So
Yeah, I'm gonna give Octo Commander some respect, and he was right. And I knew it was cat ladies. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Get that fuck out of here! I don't want to date no woman with no cats. Ugh,
But look,
not
man,
my
like,
type.
you know, in the end of the day, bro, like all of this shit is just it's about hubris above all else. And again,
Yep.
like there's like,
Mhm.
like we were talking about before, there's a lot of red tape because they want to gatekeep. Like these people always talk about gatekeeping, but you don't like they don't realize that billionaires and millionaires are doing anything possible to gatekeep people out of the industry, out of making their
That's true.
out of being successful, you know.
Yup.
So it is what it is, man. And like Star Wars Outlaws and Flintlock and all those games, I mean, they do bad. They usually do bad. There was another one my friend was telling me about. It was like some anime game. It's about you have to like free spirits in the forest. You might know what game I'm talking about, Revenant. It's like you had to like
Three
purify
in the
spirits.
forest.
Like you had to purify them or something. It's the same deal, you know, like DI.
An anime game?
I don't know if it was an anime game. It had like a Pixar kind of look to it. I forgot what it's called, but
Is it with a girl? Little
you
girl
play as a girl, yeah, like a little girl looking character.
Kenna?
I think that's the
Kena?
one. Kenna, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And like
I didn't
again,
bother
like,
with that game because I'm sorry, like you say what you want. Once I see like a female character on there, then it's like I want to know who's making it and all that. Like if it doesn't look like it's made by an Eastern company, then I'm gonna just immediately assume the worst until I find out. And so, but
and
even
Octo
nowadays,
Commander,
yeah, you can have an Eastern game with a pretty looking female character, but then there's some feminist bullshit in there, like Resident Evil 3 remake.
yeah, or 4 remake even.
That too, yeah.
But Octo Commander, you definitely got to hit me up on that one, man. I'll do like some of the artwork, and we can make like some crazy RPG game or something.
Right. So right now, like I said, when we get to the part about the negative reaction for new games, I'm going to mention about like just a hint of what I have going on, but not like no show, just some going on. It just has.
It's okay. It's okay to plug your own work, man. Plug your work, bro. Plug it.
I was gonna
That's
say that
fine.
he can wait a little later on to plug his game. It's all good.
Yeah, you can plug,
Something
bro.
like that. Yeah,
Bro,
okay.
plug your game, dude. Plug your game. It's
Yeah.
fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyone
All
wants
right.
to plug whatever it is they're doing, you're more than welcome.
Unless it's woke, then fuck off.
Yeah.
The
No,
wokest
hell
thing you'll
no.
ever see.
No, Octo Commander, I'm gonna give you respect, man. You're awesome. You're
Like,
intelligent. You know what the hell is going on with this woke shit, and I'm just fucking fed up. We need some new game that is no woke allowed.
it's gonna be a struggle, but we're gonna have to keep um pushing the message out and
Mm-hmm.
figuring out this whole thing because
Yup.
these games are coming out can make great content for YouTube videos and whatnot. I'll give the wokies that you give us good
Mm-hmm.
material, but aside from that,
Yup.
it is still going to be one of those things they're going to keep pushing. I don't know when it's really going to end because there's some signs the Koreans, the Japanese, well, some of the Japanese, and the Chinese.
Russians too.
Yeah,
That
and
too, yeah.
they're doing
Chinese
they're doing good
companies too.
things. They're doing good things in terms of making legit diversity instead of this oppressive nonsense. But when it comes down to it, it's not gonna be easy because we're starting from ground zero, people.
Exactly, and
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
that's why I had mentioned what I said, because again, you have more people involved that are like-minded. It makes the process easier, instead of
Yeah.
having
True.
it's the best way to do things, because again, like, you know we don't have the same resources that a multi-million-dollar company does, right? So
Exactly.
so
Exactly.
like,
And
working with artists and people that are like-minded that are willing to do it is good, because you're going to overall
yeah.
increase the quality of your work and get it out to a larger audience, and if that artist has an audience, that's going to get them going as well. Like it's kind of like to create a counter industry, people on our side of things have to work together as well. We can't be like, we can't be so focused on like doing everything ourselves, because again, like, these companies aren't doing that. These multi-million-dollar companies, they're doing whatever they have the resources to blow on these projects.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
We got to band together.
exactly.
We need to rise up and unite together no matter what. We want to see sequel games like, oh, I don't know, Jack 4, Sly Cooper 5, Saints Row Prequel, Grand Theft Auto Tokyo, etc. Where they at? Nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's
Right,
true.
True.
Jabanchi?
Jabunchy.
Sorry, I'm autistic, okay?
It's
I
cool,
miss
man. It's cool.
It's all good.
Look,
It's
look, look,
called
look,
the
look.
fire. It's called the fire of rage, brother. Let it
Listen,
burn.
I know,
listen,
man.
listen. Say it with me once.
Jen
Pachi.
Pachi. Got
Jen
it.
Pachi. Good. Good,
Jen
good.
Pachi, listen, what do you think my ideas about prequel Saints Row and other Jack 4, Sly Cooper 5, and Grand Theft Auto Tokyo and Midnight Club 5 and the rest? What do you
Well,
think?
I think that they should do it. I don't think they will do it, but they definitely should, right?
Yeah, man. Can
They
you
definitely
imagine?
should.
Can you
I
imagine
mean,
play Grand Theft Auto in Tokyo? That'll be fucking lit.
yeah. But again, like, Rockstar is not interested in that right now. They're interested in it's clear that they're doing some they've been leaning this way for a while, because like, even with Red Dead Redemption 2, I don't know if you remember Sadie, but
Right.
Sadie had there was a lot of like
Oh
weird, like,
yeah.
woke shit involving that game as well, especially toward the latter half, like near the very end. And it was very, like, I would argue it was pretty on the nose, even though I do like that game overall. So they've been on this path for a while, but I think that they really should make a
Mm-hmm.
GTA in Tokyo or whatever. I just don't think they will. I don't think they're interested in that.
I know. I agree with
No,
you.
I agree.
And this is ridiculous. They should have made Sly Cooper 5, and where's Jack 4? We would have Jack 4 right now, but no, Naughty Dog's canceled that game too. Huh.
Naughty Dog is never gonna be the Naughty Dog of old again. You are never. I
No.
doubt you'll ever see Sly Cooper ever again. And if they do it, they're gonna make like a female fucking main character and all of that. Like, they're gonna do that. They did that with Crash
Oh
Bandicoot,
God, no.
and that's the
Real
direction that
quick,
they're headed.
I think the problem with
real quick.
a
Thanks for stopping by,
GTA,
Neozoic. I appreciate you stopping by, leaving your questions and comments. So
Yep. See you later, Neozoic. Thanks
thanks.
for tuning in.
Yeah.
okay.
You have
When it
yourself
comes
a
to
good day.
GTA in Japan, I think one of the problems is that the Rockstar was looking at Yakuza, and Yakuza made a lot of games. It's revolved around Japan, and it's not really the same. It doesn't have the amount of freedom of whatever, but in terms of having a GTA game in Japan, it's not redundant, but it will be borderline redundant, and it will be kind of hard to compete against Yakuza, because Yakuza is created by a Japanese team, and of course they're living in Japan, so they are like in the streets. So
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't think it will be redundant though, because
borderline.
because the gameplay is totally different. Like it's like I don't know if you remember, like years ago, like when I'm talking like over 10 years ago, they used to compare Yakuza to GTA, which was retarded because they're totally different games. One's a beat 'em up action game,
They
and
really are. Yeah.
it's borderline anime, and then you have like these like mini games, and like there's some dialogue. Like they're so different that I think outside of the theme being a Yakuza in Japan or like crime syndicates in Japan, I wouldn't say it would be redundant, because again they're totally different games. Yakuza, you don't get in cars, you don't drive, you don't use guns really. You don't the mission structure is different. It's not a beat 'em up game. The storytelling that Rockstar has with like Western style versus Japan's like very anime influenced style. Like I just like, I get what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree that it would be redundant. I think that it would actually be like, I think that it would be unique enough that they probably should do it, but they won't do it.
But
I
also
know.
the other problem is
I agree. Yeah.
you have to pay
Yup.
attention to the design of the streets, how they're designed, because this is supposed to be a simulation of Japan, and the thing is about the architects of Japan, they were thinking more of, okay, we have trains as the main form of distributing people from one place to the other, where they are not counting on highways and automobile transportation. So that means the other problem with a quote Grand Theft Auto game, repeat, Grand Theft Auto, is that you're not going to have too many automobiles. You're not
I don't think that's true either, bro. Because in Japan, a lot of people drive. It would just be different terrain. It would be like a different environment. Like the environment would be different, but it wouldn't be. There's a lot of people that drive cars in Japan, bro. Especially especially in Tokyo. That's a major city, and like in Japan, like people drive around. I think like if you're going more toward like the rural regions, I could understand that, but I like, because all right, like let's say you make a GTA in Japan. Like if you think about Sleeping Dogs was in China, and China has very different terrain than a lot of Western countries. So
Yeah,
and they made it
Venom
work.
Snack brings up a good point too about that.
Yup.
You drive in a different. You drive it in a different direction. The steering wheels on the opposite side of the cars. Like it's different. It's culturally like China, but it has that. It still has that vibe that like a GTA would have. Like what I mean. Like you steal cars. Grab your guns or whatever, do your mission. So
Yeah.
I think GTA in Japan would be amazing. It would be like it would actually be refreshing. It would be really refreshing because you'll have a totally new environment. You'll have like a different culture, and that could play up affecting the gameplay as well. Because Japan is much harder on crime than the Western countries are. Much harder on crime. So it would make the gameplay even more dynamic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yup,
But again,
exactly right. There you go. Exactly
real quick,
right.
What's up, Melina-chan? How you doing? I gotta bring Chris Freeze back in.
Hi.
Hi, Melina.
Yo,
Oh my God,
Pachi
man.
Pachi.
what's up? Welcome.
Man, that would have been crazy right now if that game came out. But no, Rockstar was in their hidden files. Somebody leaked that file from their headquarters of Rockstar. Shh.
Melina-chan, since you're here, before we move on to the next topic, I don't know if you played or know much of Alan Wake 2, but obviously it didn't make much of a profit. Well, what are your thoughts on that?
I thought the game was still I thought the game was still in the works. I didn't even know it came out. Because I thought it was so heavy on the I thought they were still making trailers, so I was like, I guess it, because I didn't get the data when the game was going to come out, so I never paid attention. So I thought it hasn't came out yet, but since it has, that's pretty sad. I'm familiar with Alan Wake 1, but I haven't seen it in years, so my memory's a bit foggy with it. But I remember I did enjoy it, and I could just tell from seeing Alan Wake 2 that I wouldn't enjoy it, so I never bothered. And I just love how it was so heavy on who was supposed to be Alan, and then I end up finding out that you're mainly playing the a female lead for majority of the game, and he has a minor role. And I don't like that, because what is the point of naming the game after Alan Wake and you don't even play as much of Alan Wake? That makes zero sense
Exactly.
whatsoever.
So you weren't hyped for Saga Anderson, you're saying? Didn't get you
No.
excited.
No, it didn't, especially since she was originally white. Like, why change her black?
Mhm.
And nothing against the actress, like, she's beautiful and everything like that, but the fact that she was already marketed as, or her character was originally a white woman, and then it was shown in the earliest trailers like years ago, and then you didn't see no more of her character, because that was when Sweet Baby Inc. came into into the fold and started to influence the game. And then they changed her character, and then
Mhm.
on top of that, not only did they change her character, I'm sorry, changed her ethnicity, but they also changed her character entirely to where she's a single mother and her whole character is being black. And it's just like, that's it. I thought you were supposed to be an FBI agent.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I actually
They
had
won the
saw
shallow contest. They won the
yeah,
contest. Who could do the most shallow race swap? Alan Wake 2 won.
I helped
Yeah.
yeah.
expose Sweet Baby Inc.'s Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement with Alan Wake 2 a year ago.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you gotta speak a little louder, bro.
I helped expose Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement for Alan Wake 2 a year ago, and applied that to IMDb, so more gamers will be like, huh, I knew something was fishy.
Well, it's good because
Exactly
more
right.
people know. The more people that know, the better. So
Yep.
whichever way, whether if they find it on YouTube, IMDb, whatever website, whether if it's a post online somewhere, as long as people know what's up, and then they can put the pieces together and determine, like, what's going on. Again, the better, because there's a lot of people that are trying to silence others for, like, saying the truth, for pointing out the obvious, because a lot of times it doesn't align with how they feel. Because I'm sure a lot of people probably looked at the game and was like, oh, they got a, I mean, pretty much, oh, I got a black lead now in the game. I feel represented somehow, in some way. The game speaks to me deeply, in some way. I'm gonna get it.
Negating the fact that the game's called Alan Wake and not Saga
Exactly.
Anderson.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Like how I'm autistic and I relate to characters who aren't even autistic.
I
yeah,
agree
exactly.
with
Because
him. I'm also autistic
you-
with Christian.
yeah, exactly. Like, neither one of you guys are like, oh, I hope this game has an autistic character, or if the game does have an autistic character, which I don't know if the game does, for all I know. But it's not like you guys could be like, you know what? I'm really excited for this game because it's an autistic character. It's silly, it's dumb. It's like if I was like excited for a game because it has a gay character, like, who gives a fuck? That's not going to
Yeah.
automatically make the game better or interesting. And a lot of times when they have these type of characters, it pretty much ruins the game, because it doesn't do anything, because they're so focused on the race of the character, the gender of the character, the sexual orientation of the character, whatever ideologies they want to cram in there. They're more focused on that than the actual game itself, whether or not if the game's going to be fun, good, whether if it works on launch, or even some games now they launch buggy, and then a year or so later it still runs like ass. So people generally people really want a good game, and the sales for a lot of these games speak to that.
Yup.
I would like to add on to that because when you focus on a character's color and like their background, it's still racist because the fact that like this saga character, she was race swapped, and then like her whole characterization, not her being a good FBI agent, is the fact that she's black and she's a black single mother, and that's it. Like there's nothing else to it, which is that adds to the stereotype or the
Hmm.
statistic of like black single mothers and stuff like that. So if anything, like black people or like or black women that may play this game should find this that alone as offensive,
Yeah.
because why can't she just be a black woman that's like an FBI agent, and really why couldn't she just stay white first and foremost?
Or
But if
just
you
be a
had to
badass.
just be a badass within your own right, you didn't have to give her a stigma of what everyone know that black women may be known for, which is racist, is being like a black single mother and this is that. And then on top of that, they made her um a single mother that I think from one of the trailers, like she left her husband. So it's an empowerment thing, and or
Hmm.
baby daddy, whatever. And it's just like, oh my god, this is I got secondhand embarrassment because
Yeah,
this is it's
Uh,
stupid and
it's
it's
cringy.
ridiculous.
It's cringy,
yeah.
It's very cringy.
and it's offensive.
But
I get that it's
to, to,
offensive. It
to
really
add to
is.
your point,
Um,
Melina, I seen a clip. It may have been from Heel versus Babyface when he had talked about it, like shortly after the game came out. There was
Hmm.
dialogue within the game with one of the other agents. It may have been like someone higher up within the police force or whatever, but he was like praising her, like this all this praise about like, oh, I know about you, you're this whatever, and it adds on to that fake empowerment of like, all right, well, it's gonna empower this character just because we're gonna tell you all her amazing feats without us even seeing or knowing of it. And then on top of that, we're gonna add some stereotypes to it where she's, a single black mother who left her husband.
Well, remember too, there's the other aspect of it of like, and I always come back to this. It's like if race swaps don't matter, then why did you change her? And if it does matter, then why did you change it? And what was
Exactly.
wrong with
um,
what was wrong with it?
Exactly.
What was wrong with it before? And if it does matter, why does she? Then why does it matter? So it's like whenever I always ask that question because whenever people like defend this shit, it just kind of exposes their racism. That's really what
Hmm.
their auto their racist view. Because again, like if it mattered to race swap her, it implies there was something wrong with her being white before. And
uh, I was trying to say, one of my least favorite examples of race bending is MJ in the MCU, because if you've read the comics, MJ is supposed to be a white redhead who is so beautiful. So why not have the MCU cast Bella Thorne instead of Zendaya?
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I mean,
That's true.
again, like there are
Yup.
plenty of I would have like if they were gonna do this, they should have at least made a new character that was a black woman. I think that would have been like better. But to race swap MJ, and then like I remember they made the excuse that she's not Mary Jane, she's Michelle Jones. You know what I mean? And like you can imagine how ridiculous that is. It's like yeah, but technically it's still MJ. You're playing word games, but it is what it is.
If
It's
that's
funny,
the case, like
Venom Snack.
if
I was actually
let
gonna bring up Forspoken with the main character having a sneaker collection. She also lived with a
mm,
cat. She had a cat, another animal.
that's true.
Cat lady.
How's her credits? First she's
Yup.
black, and now she's a single parent. How's her credits? Does she have
Well,
See,
I suppose.
if you're gonna keep the child thing, why couldn't they kept her Saga being white and have her be a single mother? Like, why does it have to just be a black thing? If it's still a stupid plot line, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
to play devil's advocate or even the field, why couldn't you keep Saga white and make her a single mother that left her husband, and her
Exactly.
whole
Hmm.
story evolves around getting a child? Like, what was the point of changing her skin tone in the first
Yeah,
place?
it shows you how the writers see black women. That's a show that shows you how they see black women. It's messed up. It basically like it shows their own racism. They make a black female character. They say, hey, let's make her a single mother. Or what they could have done was have her be a woman who's married with a loving husband and family. Why couldn't
Hmm.
they do that if they were going to race swap her? You
Yeah,
know?
why does everyone have to be divorced or broken up? Can we see a functional? Good example. I'm sorry I'm laughing because it's stupid to me. It's retarded
because
because
it's
I
dumb.
just keep
It's
seeing
dumb.
the same shit over and
Yeah.
over again.
Dude, Melina, like look at shows like Family Matters and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they did a
Great
great job
shows.
showing
Yes.
families that loved each other that were black, and that's a real thing. It's like
Values,
black families exist.
all that.
Like,
Yeah, like they
Yes.
exist. There's
Values,
wholesome families out
stability.
there. Bernie Mac.
Yeah, that too.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the crazy thing. These are the same people that want to convince you in a realistic story setting that a 100 pound woman can take on a 300-pound man. They're trying to give these positive views of minorities and special interest groups, but when it comes to black women, oh, we got to make sure that they can't maintain a family. What's up, people? Come on.
yeah, I
That's
mean,
not,
look
that's
at
not a positive. That is not
look
a positive.
at one point. At one point, regardless of how you feel about Bill Cosby or all the stuff that's come out, at one point he was considered America's dad, and he was
Mm-hmm.
a black man with his wife and a family, and that's a great role model. That's a
And
great.
they can't
I
stand
mean,
it.
I'm talking about the back then because obviously you have all these allegations. I'm talking about the show though,
Right.
like
Right.
and it's like they
Yeah.
can't stand it because it hurts their agenda. If you tell black people that hey, you can have a family and a nice, decently structured life, it kind of hurts the Democrats that are pushing the single mother and fucking dependency shit that they want to push. So it's
Yep.
kind of like comes full circle.
You think Fat Albert had a tracer? No, Bill Cosby did the whole thing with a roller, and it was excellent.
Oh my god.
I would also like to add another thing too. When it comes to going out for these roles or being accepted or called upon for these roles, like if I were nothing too much against the actress because to them it's just a service, it's just a job, they're just paying their bills and all that, which is understandable. But I do believe in not all money is good money, and they get the script, so they know what the character that they're going to be playing as or voicing as. And I this is a personal thing for me as a person, woman, black woman, all of that and above. If I were to be called up for a role where I'm playing as a generic black woman character, uh, and that's it, that's all it evolves around, I'm not accepting the role. I will take my business elsewhere because my value is much more than that. And I just feel like in today's day and age where it's apparent now, we're seeing a lot more of like pretty much Sweet Baby Inc. is the new EA, where every time they're
Yep.
whatever they touch is getting destroyed. So and then it's going so far as I've also saw that like with Alan Wake, like the news on that is that they try to keep Sweet Baby Inc. under wraps. Like they try to hit her like
Yeah, they try.
hit them like a
Yeah,
dirty little secret
they
because
try
they
to
know
hide it.
that yeah, they
Yep.
try to hide it because they knew if everybody knew that also would damage their sales. So then why did you still work with them if that's the case
Mm-hmm.
then? Because
Well,
if
it
you
comes
knew
down to
what
having
kind of
standards.
reputation that they build, exactly, it comes back to yes, having standards. So
Mm-hmm.
if you know your worth and your self value, then it will be beyond just the money. Like if you want to keep your
Exactly.
core values the same, your game and all that, and you don't want to influence by agendas and stuff like that because that's what's going to turn into. And then I mean, it's selling your soul. You don't welcome them into your spaces, you just leave them out. It's not like, I mean, I understand that their power is or their influence is to dox and use fear and fear tactics to fear monger everybody or
Mm-hmm.
else type of thing. But if you you stand firm in your beliefs, you have a good community, then it can't go wrong, honestly. I feel like, so it's
Well,
just like not all money is good money because look at what it's doing. Even if let's say their sales are okay, still you still have Sweet Baby Inc. attached to your title, and that's just a bad omen right there. I wouldn't want to work with anybody or purchase a game from someone
Well,
that had a company like Sweet Baby Inc. involved, you know?
some people don't realize. I mean, like, and it's what you're saying is absolutely true. And what people need to realize is Hollywood isn't exactly known for their fucking integrity. You know what I mean? These actors are not generally known for that, and it's a shame because more of these actors and actresses need to say no. I'm not going to play ball with your agenda. It's like you said, you're more than your race, you're more than your skin color, your gender, or whatever. It should be about merit, and you want to make something that's genuinely good. But unfortunately, a lot of these people that are like voice actors, face scans, they don't care. They just see a quick buck. They don't have that morality.
Well,
No,
I have
it's a
Exactly.
some
damn
good
shame.
news. Keanu Reeves and Nicolas Cage are against that mentality. For instance, they rejected their likeness and voice to be consented for AI.
Exactly, which is a good stand. And
Hmm.
also, Sylvester Stallone is against a lot of that shit as well. He actually talked about it.
Yeah.
That he's against the woke crap as well because
And
again,
Tulsa King.
yeah, because Melina makes a great point. It's like these people could say no. Whenever people defend them and say, hey, they just needed a paycheck or whatever. It's one thing that a programmer works for a company and they're contractually obligated. But at a certain point, it's like you're an actor, you're a celebrity, you get a script, you know what it's about, and you still decide to play ball with it. Then that's on you. You deserve to be criticized just as much.
Yep.
You could have said
Shows a lot
no.
about shows a lot about their character because not like they're like going to be missing out on a shit ton of roles if they don't take that. They're gonna have all these different offers from whatever company, whether if it's a game, movie, show, whatever it may be. And back to what Linchan had said about they try to sweep Remedy try to sweep Sweet Baby Inc. under the rug as far as like their affiliation with them. That in itself shows you that they know they're bad. They they
Yeah,
they, they know people don't
Mhm.
like them, but they still insist on working with them. I think there
yeah.
was another company, some indie game called Capes or whatever, where they try to make it seem like, yeah, we Sweet Baby Inc. gave us because they were credited in the credits of their game, and what happened was I think they have 8 employees. They're a small team, but the amount of people was from Sweet Baby Inc. that helped work on the game was 12 people. And then they're like, no, they didn't work on the game. They gave us ideas, but we didn't necessarily we didn't use them, which is complete bullshit. And you got more people from Sweet Baby Inc. working on your game than the actual developers themselves. That says a lot. A lot of these companies, I think, because they caught on to it because of the whole Cabrutus, Sweet Baby Inc. detected, which is now DEI detected. They're seeing that a lot of people don't want it. They don't like them, and they've been exposed for what they really are. They're not making these games any better. They're just making them worse. Like Rolls Royce had mentioned, well, the Kiss of Death, Sweet Baby Kiss of Death. You're seeing it all the time. All these games. We brought up Flintlock as well. Um, a lot of these consulting firms, they're bad business. Really, they're not worth the hassle. But the unfortunate thing is, a lot of these developers have the exact same mindset as these consulting firms. So when they bring
Well, they're
them on to
delusional.
when they bring them onto their projects, they're just making matters worse because you're adding on to their ideologies that they're gonna cram into the game.
It's just another focus group, bro. It's like Hollywood has so many focus groups, committees, or whatever, and it's just it's a money scheme. It really is a money scheme because in the end of the day, a lot of those people that end up working, their jobs are it's like useless jobs, right? It's kind of like when Elon got Twitter and he fired a shit ton of people. So many
Yep.
it's like there's so many useless jobs like unionized. There's also unionized jobs in like Hollywood and gaming or whatever, where like you have to hire this, you have to hire that in order to make the game, and like there's so much red tape. It's kind of like DEI is just another, and Sweet Baby Inc. is just another form of that. A
Yeah, or
useless
bridge.
committee or bridge, a useless committee of overpaid people that all you're effectively doing is injecting poison into your own creation. To quote Vince McMahon.
Yeah. But Spirit Paradox had mentioned in the comments that what the hell was it? A DEI lawsuit happening. It's about
Venom
the right
Snack.
to not hire white writers in Hollywood.
Yeah,
So
yeah, because that's what it is. If like, all right, DEI is supposed to be like to. I mean, the fake. This is the bullshit reason. They'll say it's to stop discrimination and hiring practices. But if you're hiring minorities over white people, then you're discriminating. It's still discrimination. You're just switching it to a
yeah,
different. You're
either
just
way.
You're just doing it,
Venom
and at least
Snack. Venom Snack just said need some more Gina Carano types. It means losing millions, but hey, Gina Carano, she's the real Angel Dust, not the Vivsy Pop character.
yeah, yeah. Like in the end of the day, man, there's all this DEI shit and all these people like pushing this stuff. Like they're the racist ones. Because at least you look, you could say like, oh, you don't see people of color in roles, but there's no like committee dedicated to making sure like a legalized named like community corporation or committee or whatever that literally exists to discriminate against them. You could say it happens, but there's no actual thing that you can point it to. Sweet Baby Inc. is literally a group dedicated to racism and sexism toward men and towards white people. So it's crazy. It's a crazy thing.
That's why I had said like, if you if you accept, um, I mean, okay, I understand. Like I know you like you had said, Japachi, about like the face models and voice actors and actresses don't really care about. But does it really matter at this point? Because everybody is so involved now for the sake of trying to win someone over on one particular side and whatnot. You know, they didn't stop Tara Strong, and she was one of my favorite voice actresses. Um, and that didn't stop her and a whole bunch of others from getting involved into politics and stuff like that. It's because now it's just all about integrity and character because everyone is a shield, everyone is a snake or a shapeshifter and stuff like that. And that's why I said, just for me personally, I would just prioritize integrity over being like shallow because like when Revenant said about the whole lawsuit thing, like if you take out a whole bunch of like if you take out like the white male or white developers out of the studios and then a whole bunch of for a whole bunch of black people, it's just like that just feeds into the stereotype, that just feeds into the idea um that what's already being said about how black people accepting like breadcrumbs. It's the same thing for like
Hand me
voice
downs,
acting and
hand
roles
me
and stuff.
downs. Yeah.
Like accepting hand me downs, like you're feeding into that. So that's why
Mhm.
I mentioned that because that point gets brought up and then you're literally proving these ignorant people right by yeah, black people really do like picking up breadcrumbs. They'll accept anything because anything to be seen as just as equal to the white man. And it's just like build your own goddamn space. That's all you have to do. You don't need to overpower and break down another group of people and replace them just to escalate like another. That doesn't get
To
anything. You're no
propagate, yeah, to
better
prop one up.
than back then, huh?
No, to prop, yeah, to
Which,
put somebody down to prop yourself up. You don't have to. You don't have to do
yes,
that. What you
that
said
is
is
not. That's not real inclusion.
I agree
I'm
with you
sorry.
Yep.
100%, and I wish more. No, I agree with you, but everything you said is spot on, and I wish more people thought like this. But unfortunately, they're so corrupt that what we're talking about is a dream. It's like a wet dream. Like really,
Yeah.
like they're so badly corrupt that people like me, Melina, Octo Commander, creators that that want to do their own thing. We have to become that alternative because we can't rely on Hollywood or the game industry to do it. You know.
Uh,
No.
Hmm.
this situation reminds me of the Larry Boy episode Lego My Ego, where the alchemist he sprays his flour on Larry Boy, and if Larry Boy puts down others to build himself up, they shrink.
Yeah, that's an allegory. It could be an allegory for that. Yeah, like
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just pointing out the similarity.
yeah, and
No, they
again, like
definitely are.
and again, like people just don't have it. It's just a sad thing that people are significantly lacking in integrity right now, and it shows. And like again, like there's like so many like people have some people have the crab in a barrel mentality.
Yeah, a
It's
lot of people do.
like you can't do better than me. And then you have
Hmm.
like the people like Melina said where like they don't have integrity. They should like not want to accept hand me downs. Like one of the worst ones, Melina, was Falcon. Falcon from like Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Hmm.
Like
I didn't like that.
to imply that the Falcon isn't good enough, but now he matters because he's Captain America is so fucked up. Like that is so
Yep.
like so horrible. Because I don't know if you know, Falcon was one of the first black superheroes.
Hmm.
So to go from the Falcon to say like, all right, the Falcon's not good enough. He has to be Captain America to matter. Like, why couldn't you just give him his own movie, give him his own stuff as the Falcon? Like again, it's like that hand me down mentality, and like it's a shame, but like ultimately, you can't rely on the industry to do what we want. We have to become the alternative industry because that's the only way that we can curate and make sure this shit doesn't infect. We can be a counter to the infection, a vaccine, if you will. Not to sound
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And the
that's
other
really
thing,
exactly
what.
right.
I think the decision for Captain America to be replaced by Falcon was more of a symbolic decision making when it comes to it, because you have Captain, of course, the name America, and it's almost like they're trying to, well, they are trying to push an agenda, and they're trying to um
create the optics that
eradicate the stereotype perception of what an American
the
is,
blonde white guy with blue hair or whatever,
right,
blue
and
eyes or whatever.
and then of
Yeah.
course they're going to change him in the comic into some Hydra agent, and it's kind of just like it's like, let's say all of a sudden they decided to do the same for Black Panther. If all of a sudden we have the thing with China having these debt programs in Africa, oh, why don't we just change Black Panther into the Chinese guy? You
Yeah.
know, yeah, that's exactly this. Pretty much the same thing, because it's kind of like they also pick Falcon because, oh, okay, you're gonna attack us because we picked a black man. So that's the other thing too, because they could have had somebody else replace Captain America, but of course they're gonna choose the black guy because it's
Well, they could have
a
had Winter Soldier do it because Winter Soldier did it first in the comics. But even then, like, because
Right.
Winter Soldier was him, and the Falcon thing failed in the comics too. In the comics, when they made him Captain America, it didn't do well. People really rejected it hard. So, it's a thing of like what you're saying, where they want
Like
the
Miles
optics,
Morales.
like Miles Morales. They want the optics to say like, oh well, look, Captain America is an American icon superhero. He represents America. Well, now he's black, so we're indirectly telling you that America is black now. This is like what's happening. Like,
or
this is the representation, the optics of it.
right, because you're gonna also see Falcon. You're not going to see Captain America. So pretty much it's also like a reference to like it's a way of saying death to America, because you're not going to call him Captain America. You're still gonna call him Falcon. And like Miles Morales is Miles Morales. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a like I said, it's a symbolic representation of how um modern Marvel feels about America and the
But they're
idea
communists.
right,
they're
and
the communists.
mhm,
They're
yeah,
communists. That's why they hate them what America stands for.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what it is. So
Yep.
they're communists, so
And
they're gonna insert all that into whatever it is they're creating.
right, and of
Yeah.
course they get that Chinese money too. So we don't have to
Yeah.
get started
That too.
with how they congratulated a borderline death camp over in one of those parts in China. They gave credit to, what was that place? It was one of those camps they had where the minorities were working in these labor camps, and of course they kowtowed to China, because also the other thing is, like what they did with the posters for Star Wars and the posters for Black Panther, they put a
Oh
mask
yeah,
on,
Yeah.
right? So
Which
it's
is
just
incredibly
switch-
racist.
they will
yeah.
do whatever. Yeah, they'll do whatever for
See,
these
and
knowledge.
that's the frustrating thing, because they're on top of being fucking communists and liars, they're not even consistent. They can't even hold their morals go out the way as soon as money's involved. Where it's like, all right, we're going to China, so let's cover Black Panther's face, let's cover Finn's face, because we can't have a black face, on a poster in China. And to me, if you had balls, you would say, well, if you don't like it, then you don't get our movie. Fuck off, because they might lose a couple mil, but hey, at least they stood for something and actually did do something that would legitimately have been a fight against racism, right? Because like But again, like it's not about being legit for those people. It's just about the optics, right? It's like it's easy to preach feminism, for example, in America and UK, but these people wouldn't dare go to fucking Palestine or to Saudi Arabia and do it. You know,
Well, that
once
it
once
reminds me of the Lightyear movie where, um, I forgot where it may have been the Middle East or China or maybe both, but they didn't want like the gay stuff in the movie, but so they chose not to have the movie be in those countries, which, you know, even though the movie is complete shit and is
it's woke
propaganda.
trash. At
Yeah,
least
it's
they
woke
stood to their
trash.
guns. At least they
Exactly.
stuck to
Yeah.
their guns. It's like these people, they
Yeah.
have no spine. They don't. It's not about, again. They don't care about minorities. They don't care about you know people that are like have different sexualities. They don't really care about those people. It's just it's all a game. It's a political game. It's propaganda. And again, you go to North Korea, China, Saudi Arabia, places where they have oppression going on, and these people won't do anything. They won't say
Mhm.
anything. They'll never dare go. It's like the people crying up and screaming
Walk
about
gamut, beauty.
they refuse to go and to those places and do anything that would actually matter. It's like preaching anti-slavery in America in 2024. It's like, great, we moved past that. There's not slavery has been abolished. Why don't you go to a place where it actually is a thing that's still a problem and try to fight there? But guess what, you might get shot by the people there. So
Yep. So they won't do it.
so they
They'll
won't do
just,
it. Yeah.
stay on the internet about what's going on in
Yeah.
America.
Exactly, and it's incredibly frustrating because they're liars, they're hypocrites. When people feel strongly about something, they're gonna do whatever it takes. It's like it's crazy to me. People cry about all this stuff, but they'll never go to North Korea. They'll never try to change things in Saudi Arabia because there's a
Mhm.
physical danger of violence or a danger of them losing money.
That's
And
why they
it's
call
pathetic.
social justice warriors.
Yeah, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic.
Yep. So let's move on to the next topic, which is Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster being censored. So we had talked about it. We had mentioned it before. Like, I think it was like an off topic or something. One of the NPCs, female, she is covered up mostly. What else was it? The psychopath Larry, who was Chinese, now is a white guy who looks like Review Tech USA.
Oof.
One of the boss people you fight in a boss battle. What's his name? Cliff. They removed dialogue where he mentioned communism in Vietnam, and what else was it? Oh yeah, so you don't get rewarded for taking erotic pictures of females and all that. So I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I think there was some dialogue from another character was changed. So a lot of these modern day changes from Capcom, which they've been implementing over the last several years. There was also the report that they were looking to hire non-Japanese people to the company and also to have non-Japanese women be in higher positions within Capcom. So, and then there was something a few months ago, not long after the whole Dragon's Dogma 2 controversy was going on, where they have this like localization strategy of like what they want to do with their games
What's
and
up, is
whatnot.
that? $200
So,
be remedy with what?
so there's been
Back
a
with
pattern with
Hold on, hold
their
on 1 second.
games.
Hold on 1 second. Rolls. When you're not speaking, do
Sorry.
you mind muting your mic just so nothing bleeds through, and just open it when you're ready to talk again.
Yeah,
Thanks.
my bad. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to
No,
do
it's
that.
No, you're
It's all
good. You're
good.
good. You're good. Just now it just makes it flow better. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the Dead Rising remake, what they're doing, I'm just fed up. I'm just tired of censorship. Capcom has now become woke. It's ridiculous now.
And it's sad because they still, for the most part, make quality games. Again, for the most part, but then they also sprinkle in some, modern day bullshit into it that, hampers the game. Because like with Dragon's Dogma 2, like, aside from obviously it has the microtransactions, which is bullshit. And when I say it's bullshit, I mean it shouldn't even be in the game to begin with. and the frame rate issues, all of that is valid and does hurt the game, especially the frame rate, because that's gonna hurt the performance of the game. But other than that, it looks like a pretty good game. I mean, I love the first game a lot. It's one of my favorite games, and they kind of like ruined any like interest I had in it. And then of course, you have the removal of body of sorry, of male and female. I mean, it doesn't have body type A and B, but still, there's no male and female selection. You just select from like
Same difference.
yeah, same thing. They
Same,
still compromise
same
with that.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, the game looks like there is quality to it. It may not be as good as the first one in certain respects, which I've heard people criticize the story and whatnot, and also the gameplay been watered down a bit. But you even look at Resident Evil. Like, the Resident Evil game is still pretty good, but then you still got bullshit in it where
Well,
it's completely
that's the scary thing.
unnecessary.
Yeah.
That's the scary
Yeah.
thing, though, because again, the game could be decent, and that's gonna fool people. People are gonna defend it because, like, they'll say, like, "Well, I like the gameplay or whatever," but then again, that's like, the game itself being good, it kind of helps mask and conceal their agenda. And even when people are aware of it, they'll come up with their shields to defend them because they can't accept that.
Or
Hey, the gameplay might
they're already
gameplay might
doing
be
it
good.
now.
Yeah, the gameplay might be good, but it has a bunch of fucking BS in it. So a lot of people can't separate the two. They can't say, hey, I could like one thing about the game and then think something else is BS. So it's like a lot of these people, they're just like, they're sheep who have to defend their purchase. And with Dead Rising, it's like, yeah, like the Dead Rising it might be fun, it might have those things in it, but okay, or like, again, it's like morals versus, like, immediate gratification. You'll play a game, you'll have fun playing the game, but what about the other things that you don't like? And if you're willing to bend your what you consider wrong or right just because you need to play a fucking to look at some code go across the screen for a few hours, it shows you have no integrity, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah, and
so it's kind of a sad
the
thing.
characters do look ugly.
Yeah.
They made Frank look older, which makes no sense, because even in Dead Rising 4, where it takes place several years after the first game, he looks younger than in this remaster, which makes no sense.
Yeah, but again, it's because, like, the game, like, it's like you said about Resident Evil. For Resident Evil is a great example. People, like, they'll know that shit is there and they'll defend it because, oh, they like the fucking game, or Resident Evil 4 is their favorite one. It's like, all right, cool. Capcom can still produce a quality game that's great and all, but, like, again, if you're gonna complain about one game shit like Saints Row, where it's clearly bad and it's easy for you to bash it because of its bullshit, but defend
The Last
another
of Us
one,
2.
or defend another one because it fucking tickles your jollies, whatever, and that's why you're gonna defend the woke shit in there, then those people, they have no ground to stand on. I can't take those people seriously, and there's a ton of YouTubers that are like that.
That's true,
Shit.
yeah. So
That is.
if anyone's interested, definitely pick up the original game on 360, PS3, PS4, Xbox One, PC as well. So
Never
you
played
know,
it. Never played it, but
especially in case they remove it from online stores, but you can still get a physical copy at least. So
yeah.
Mhm.
I think a lot of the censorship stuff is Capcom is trying to appease a certain group of people. They got the money and they said, you know what? Okay, so we want you to make some changes in the first game and whatever. We can't get rid of it. People still have the copy, so we're just going to give you the money. You make the remake and you do these little changes so you can make yourself look good. It's all about the optics, because the other thing is, I'm noticing what's going on right now. Of course, we got Nintendo with Mario and Universal. They are making a lot of money with that movie, and also they have in Universal Parks, right? So of course, there's going to be one in Florida, and there's going to be one in Illinois. I think Illinois is going to be based on Legend of Zelda, which is perfect, actually, because it does have a lot of trees there. I used to live there. But the thing is that but that's the thing, though. These video game companies didn't really care too much about, especially Japanese companies, didn't really care too much about what the West was saying about how they should make their games. But now they are trying to appease the overlords over in Hollywood, and you saw signs of it. Like, for example, or trying to get more in touch with the West is like the Mario game with rabbits, and that was kind of unusual because Shigeru isn't really the kind of guy that would collab with other people. And then of course the other thing is you have Street Fighter now. You have Street Fighter doing all this ESG stuff with the character designs and whatever. And I was just thinking about that. And of course, what's going to happen? They're going to make a new Street Fighter movie, and it's going to be a known movie company that's going to be producing this movie. So I think there's going to be more movies coming from Capcom's, stuff, because of course, we had Netflix with that stupid Resident Evil series, and then of course that was the first sign that Capcom is compromised, because Resident Evil is a Capcom IP. And the thing is that they are taking these steps to try and make themselves look good for Hollywood. And so right now, this is what we are pretty much seeing from these Japanese companies. They're trying to move into other markets than just video games.
Well,
So,
I'll
yeah.
say this with Capcom. Capcom was compromised long before that show, but that show was really like clear, because even if I'm not mistaken, 3 Remake came out before that show, right? So
3 Remake, yeah, because it
yeah,
usually would take longer to make a video game than a show. And of course, they would have communications and coordinate how they're going to plan and execute.
but I
things
mean like the
before
release date though. Like the
release.
release date, it was released before the show, as far as I remember.
Right,
Right?
right,
And
yeah.
and Capcom was already playing ball with that stuff for a while, because like even with like Street Fighter, like obviously there was a higher incentive to appeal to like Western sensibilities, because Street Fighter 6 went straight hip hop. I'm sure you know that. Like they went like very
Mhm.
like urban, very
Well,
hip hop or whatever.
Yeah.
Which
I
again,
think they were.
Where
I think they were trying to
before
go
it was
back
more
to Street
balanced.
Fighter 3. Actually, I think I didn't mind that, because I think they were trying to go back to like what was Street Fighter 3 was working with, because they actually
yeah,
had the actual rapper from Canada. I think it was Infinite.
yeah.
Infinite, yeah, and also the music.
Sure.
A lot of it was a lot of
Well,
hip
but
hop
Street
make.
Fighter 3, is an outlier though, because Street Fighter 3 was like more like jazz. It was like more like had a jazzy influence over hip hop. But like Street Fighter 6 has like fully embraced like Western hip hop culture. It's not like outside of like the soundtrack and the music. Street Fighter
Yeah,
3 Third Strike, if you play it and like you look at it, it was very much
I'm
still very
obsessed with
very
that.
Japanese and very anime. I love that game. But with Street Fighter 6, like even the aesthetic of the game, like the way the characters look, the design, the stages, the music, everything is like very like, again, not that anything is wrong with like hip hop per se, but it's just kind of a clear indicator that they're going heavy to appeal to the West. You get what I'm getting
Yeah,
at? Where almost
yeah.
every Street Fighter before that was based in more like Japanese metal, Japanese rock, like J rock kind of sounding music and whatnot. So it's kind of clear like that, hey, we're playing ball. And I think even the director of the game said that's what he wanted to do. So I think he even said it himself. So
Yeah,
again, like Capcom's been playing ball with this stuff for a while. And like, they're getting away with it because their games are still quality, which again is a sad thing, because people, they had, they kind of have that that thing in their mind where like they can't separate, like, hey, something could have shitty agendas shoved in it, but it could still be a fun game. It could still be a decent game. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that the game's
Yeah.
automatically
Yeah.
going to be bad. And if you can't differentiate the two, and if someone's going to make excuses because the game is good, that means that everyone's fucking doomed. The gaming industry is doomed, because all you have to do is, it's like Spider-Man Miles Morales. That game's
That's what
dog
we're
shit.
saying now.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
defend
but
it because they like the gameplay. So they'll
Yeah.
overlook all the bullshit.
Right, but the thing is,
I'm going
I think
to
the other,
rotate the panel real quick because Reborn's in the
Okay.
backstage. I'm gonna rotate Christian and Royce, and I'll bring you guys back when
Okay.
we get
oh,
to
you
the
got somebody
next
else.
topic.
You got somebody else. You can rotate me, because
You
if
sure?
we got
Yeah, you can rotate me. That's fine.
so now, like I said about the aesthetics with
Uh,
the Street Fighter
Tata, Christian and
six.
Royce. So.
Like I said, the first
Okay.
also first Street Fighter, the first Street Fighter. If you kind of actually notice it, you kind of notice that they were actually
No
doing a lot
Christian
of
left.
research with some of the graphics, in terms of the design for the streets in like the stateside stage. If you actually play the first one, if you see the actual graffiti, that was pretty
Hans
advanced
left.
for a Japanese game. Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, but
No
Japan
problem.
also had graffiti going on in Japan as well.
Yeah, well, but I mean,
That's
it's like
true.
like
Graffiti
like
everywhere.
in,
I will tell you that. Yo,
in Street Fighter 6,
graffiti
it's
everywhere.
heavy-handed. Because
yeah,
like
but the
it's
thing
one
is,
thing
Everywhere.
it's one
the
thing to like slightly hint at something and be like, all right, we're gonna add like a little bit of influence versus 6, where 6 is like 99% like straight up like urban
What's up, Melina Chan?
hip hop.
but here's
Yeah.
okay,
Hey.
but here's the other thing. Now, the other thing about Street Fighter 6, which is actually kind of interesting. Somebody made this video about what makes Street Fighter so different from all the other fighting games. Tekken 3 to Tekken 5, in terms of the aesthetics, they look similar. But when it comes down to Street Fighter 1, first one looks so much different from number 2. Number 2 looks so much different from 3. All the Street Fighters, one of the things they said, especially, and it is true, when I was a kid, I used to see a bunch of arcade machines, and they all coexist. Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, especially Street Fighter Alpha 3, and then you also had some of the Street Fighter 3 showing up, because that was the new kid on the block. But all three of them could coexist because they all had a different feel to it, and that's the thing. That's the thing that makes Street Fighter so genius, is the fact that each of them looks so much different. So if
I don't know if
Street
that's
Fighter,
true
Street
though.
Fighter has to do that.
Did you play Street Fighter 4? Did you play Street Fighter 4?
I'm not too familiar with it. I got back to more Street Fighter 5.
This is what I'll challenge you to do. If you look at Street Fighter, I'm not talking about the graphics, because obviously the graphics have improved, right? So we're not talking graphics, just design. Compare Street Fighter 2, like Street Fighters 2 to Street Fighter 5 are very consistent in terms of like background style and almost like their vibe, their like feel. It's actually consistent between 2 through 5, even within the Alpha series. It's 6 where they really like went like hard, like really hardcore, like with like the design philosophy of like making it a lot more urban. Because Street Fighter 1 and 2 are totally different. Street Fighter 1 has more of like a like Asian martial arts kind of thing going on, like with a lot of the stages, right? But when you go to 2, 3, 4, Alpha, whatever, they have a lot of consistency. Especially like with some of the stages that take place in China, some of the stages that take place in Japan, like Kyoto in Street Fighter 2 versus Kyoto, Makoto stage in Street Fighter Third Strike.
That's why I was saying before it was more
like,
balanced.
It was more balanced and it was consistent. With Street Fighter 6, it's like they just went like straight hip hop. It's kind of like with
everything's hip hop.
Not really, because
everything's
here's the
hip-hop.
thing about Street Fighter 3. If you actually pay attention to Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 3 had the same music composer for Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And of course, I'm sorry, Marvel vs. Capcom 2's soundtrack was an absolute disaster. I was traumatized by it when I first turned it on.
You didn't like the jazz?
Heck no, that was too jazzy. That was something that
But
I
Third Strike
would
is
put
jazz
in a
too.
stage. I would put that in a stage like somebody is like walking down the street and they, chatting with people and whatnot, or just a very chill vibe. But when it comes to me fighting Thanos and using all these different characters at high energy and everything, that was just too smooth. And actually, there was a little known fact that Capcom actually did some kind of release where they actually had rappers and hip hop music added to the updated version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because like I said, that stuff was just
which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one where you have like the announcer where he's like I almost had a heart attack back there or whatever, like that version?
No, Marvel vs. Capcom. Okay, so Street Fighter 3, right?
Because
it had the same composer as Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And when you had Marvel vs. Capcom 2, you had the like too jazzy, way too extremely jazzy. There was no drummer bass.
But Third Strike was like that too. Third Strike was like low.
But here's the thing: if you actually, like I said, if you actually,
I listened to it. I love the soundtrack. I listen to it all the time. I listen to both those soundtracks. They're both very jazzy.
What Tekken? What Tekken 8, homie?
Actually, if you actually listen to track that's not played too much, like the Judgment, like the Judgment song, there was a different version where it had a more drum and bass, and that's one of the things that a lot of games used to do early 2000s. They had a lot of bass where it's like that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
you know, Reborn, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Me.
Yeah, drum and bass. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But again, it's still kind of consistent though. Like again, even the look of the game. Like if you look at the game visually, it's like consistent. Like look at I'll give you a stage for example. Look at Ryu's stage in Street Fighter 3 Third Strike versus his stage in Street Fighter 2. Look at Dudley's stage and then compare it to Street Fighter 2 stages. It's consistent even with Alpha.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6 went like full, like again, it's not like a little bit of influence. They went full on Western style hip hop. It went full full Western style.
Not really.
Jumpachi, can I say something? Can I say something, Jumpachi?
And it's okay if we disagree on that. That's fine. But like in my opinion, like that's what they were doing.
Jumpachi, can I say this for a thing? Personally, in my opinion, I generally like only play Virtua Fighter. So my favorite type of maybe 3D game is Virtua Fighter. That's what I'm waiting for years, but we never got like the Virtua Fighter 6. But that's never gonna happen in future. Because for us fans brag about the series to return. But we got like, what is it? We got like
Bro, we need a Virtua Fighter 6 already.
That's
agree.
a fact.
Yeah.
We can agree there. Virtua Fighter 6 needs to come out.
They can drop the ball on that, for real.
I'm only interested in
Oh.
What happened to Reborn?
I don't know.
Lagged out.
Well, I mean,
This man lagged out.
Yeah.
Something happened.
Okay, so in terms of that, you can rotate me until we get to the why people are negative to new games, and if you want to drop somebody else in, you can, and I will I guess listen out for you guys bringing me back into the chat. So
oh yeah, for sure.
Okay,
right.
no
For sure.
problem.
We'll bring you back on. We'll bring you back.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. So Melina, I know you're a big fan of some Capcom games. So what are your thoughts on it? On Capcom?
The Dead Rising remaster?
With a Dead Rising remaster and like, you know, Capcom and what they're doing now and whatnot.
Yo,
With the
sorry about
censorship.
that, guys. It's just my phone, fucking up. I don't know what's wrong with it.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Anyway, Melina, what were you gonna say?
Well, as far as the Dead Rising remaster deluxe, why does I'm still trying to figure out why does it exist in the first place when you have the remaster. I mean, like, especially since I'm sorry I'm laughing because it's funny to me because it's so stupid.
It's the same answer. We all say same answer all the time.
It is because it's like the stuff that they changed that I ended up seeing the stuff that they changed and I couldn't help but laugh out loud because it's like, why? And then the remaster, I was like, hold up, didn't this game have a remaster already? And like years ago, and then I'm like, oh shit, yeah, it does. Why does this exist?
It actually
who
had
asked
like
for this?
it was more like a re-release. What they did with Dead Rising 2. I think they kind of cleaned up the visuals a bit because they did the same thing with when they brought over Resident Evil 5. I'm sorry, Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6 to PS4. And
they made them look better. They cleaned them up a little bit. And whatnot.
Guys,
yeah, it was basically the same thing.
Yeah, they cleaned him up all right because what's his name? He looked ugly. He looked like Mario that went through something. I was like, why is this man
Are we talking about Saddam Hussein?
Guys,
Saddam Hussein zombie?
Hold on. guys, let
Yeah.
me say something. Hold on. Here's my personal thing. This is why I cannot be trusted with remasters no more. Because if they're gonna go for that route, they want to like downgrade the whole shit. No, no, no. I'm not gonna play a game we came out remastered and they have to do this stupidity shit of towing down characters and downgrading female characters, bro. Like everything's gotta be blah 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 to appease these type of small, loud minority groups. But they don't even give a flying damn. They don't
They
care.
want to. They want to appeal to people who didn't care about the games until now,
Yeah,
Exactly.
basically.
And look
More or
what
and they're
less,
still
yeah.
not gonna buy it.
I'm Rev.
They're
That's why
censoring their own game for nothing, really.
yeah,
And
Rev.
real quick with Apollo Patriot, yeah, I agree because Dustborn, yeah, it's gonna flop hard.
Yeah,
Dustborn.
exactly, bro.
Dustborn has no chance in hell. I
And
can't believe
Concord,
that game got
yo,
funded.
Concord. Both of these games gonna flop, bro. How many times do we have to see
Facts.
these type of, you know, weak games and also weak design every single day? How many times, Melia Chan? How many times do we have to like see this type of game? And when it comes to majority, they say no. And no lie, we're not disrespecting the small group.
Well,
But I think many of majority people can type it. That's the thing. When it comes to these minority groups, they just want to press themselves into majority. But to
Hmm.
be honest, these type of groups aren't majority. They're just minority groups. I'm sorry. I'm damn
well,
so sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Melina, you were saying more, and Reborn kind of jumped in there. Was there anything else you were gonna say, or was
Yeah,
that
yeah,
just
It's okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just
Well,
dang, I forgot his name already. What Adam? Ain't that his name? My and I was just watching, and I was just been watching Dead Rising earlier the psycho bosses because that's my favorite part about
same,
Dead Rising is the bosses.
same?
Um, yeah, but with Adam, I'm like, why is he old? Why is he the oldest person? Because Rev said it earlier, and I was like, hell yeah! Like I was Dead Rising 4. Adam looks younger than this remaster
Oh,
deluxe.
you're
Like
talking about Frank, I think Frank West.
Frank, I said my
Yeah,
bad. Yeah. Why the fuck I said Adam? Excuse me. I meant Frank. Yes, Frank. My bad. Cause I was thinking because like along with the psycho boss, like everybody got generic ass names. So I don't know why Adam was in my head. But yeah, like Frank looks older than how he looks in Dead Rising 4. Like how that happened, and it's
Yeah,
just like everyone looks like a downgrade, and then they censor stuff. It's just like, of course they
well,
did,
see shit, bro.
and
Well,
this
it's
see
reminds
it's
me of the
shit.
just
Dead Space remake.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that's why you
basically.
don't see another
And you
sequel, bro.
and you know
Let's
what
go.
though? Frank taking pictures of women, like you take picture of them, like
Yeah,
the sexy pics or whatever. That kind of added to his charm because he was
yeah.
kind of like a
That's part of
smart
his
ass.
character.
He was like a smart ass wise guy. You ever hear him talk? He's like,
Yeah,
Hmm.
so like to me like that. I like when people say, "Oh, that has nothing to do with anything." Like that would 100% be what a guy like
Yeah,
that does because he was a sleaze. That was his whole thing. He
yeah,
was sleazy.
exactly. Hmm.
So
yeah. If I
you
were a
know,
dude
He
and
was
I
he
had a
was also
camera and I was a photographer, hell yeah, I'll be taking pictures of
but
women.
yeah.
Like, why not?
but
He was also a sleaze in the off the record
yeah.
DLC and also
Yeah.
even
Because
before.
he's a reporter. He takes photos that people don't want taken. He's like a like a paparazzi, like
Hmm.
sleazy. He's a sleazy guy. So
Yeah.
of course he would do it. Like again, like you're right on the money with that one, Melina. Like
But real
it
quick,
just makes no sense.
what Venom Snack had mentioned, that Darksiders remaster is actually really good. They could have,
Yeah,
more games just gotta do that. Like make a clean remaster that doesn't insert anything that's unnecessary and just all you gotta do
Time,
is
Rev.
simply remaster the game. It shouldn't be this hard or that difficult.
Yeah, and
that's why
stop.
Dead Rising, Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6. That's why you can ignore the remakes because the remasters are basically make them moot point. Why would I want to play a nerf version of Dead Rising just because it has better graphics when I could play the fun
That's it.
version
Apollo
of the
Patriot
game?
for the free.
Exactly.
And Apollo Patriot, he said he wants SOCOM U.S. Navy SEAls. Hell yeah, bro! I was a
But the
big
thing
fan
is,
of that
how
game.
how it's gonna go though, because the current situation we're in is in hot water, bro. Because they're gonna find some ways to just use this modern audience tactic. And to be honest, I just don't really want no modern audience tactic around any of those games, bro. When it came to
Yeah.
remastered, I just want a clean remastered so it can be good.
Dude, they should 100% remaster SOCOM US Navy. I love those games, man. I even
Yeah,
had like
Jinpachi.
I had a reputation online. I used to play it on PS2 online so much. I had like a reputation on that game for being a
Yeah.
freaking madman.
Jim,
So
hey,
I really
Jinpachi.
hope they bring that back.
Yeah, Jinpachi. But let's be honest. Even though Konami can be like a scumbag, but let's give them credit for one thing. Even though they do Mega Slug remastered, but they don't touch any of it, right? But the thing is, I don't like is the trigger warnings. That's the damn thing I don't like.
Yeah. Well, I was playing the Metal Gear collection. I bought it because I love those games, and like, yeah, all the content is there, but you know, there is a
Got that
trigger
trigger
warning.
warning. Yeah.
And I'm like, the fact that they're doing a remake and the remaster had trigger warnings, that tells me they keep saying it's gonna be a 1-to-1 recreation with like better graphics, more or less. But I don't buy it for a second. I know they're gonna censor a ton of the game, because if they see a problem with it in a remaster, why the hell would they not take the opportunity to change it from their viewpoint?
Yeah, that's the damn thing. And
That's
like
why
I said,
Metal Gear Delta I have very low expectations of.
you have very low expectation for it. But we have
Yeah, I
to
don't
see,
trust
bro.
either.
We have to see because
They
what is
keep
it?
saying that.
My whole
Oh, it's a 1-to-1 recreation of the original that you love and that you grew up with, and this and that. And then when the game comes out, is the complete opposite, and that goes against the
Yep, all the
definition
time.
of a remaster. A remaster is that you just take what is already there and you just make it look pretty. That's all you're doing. You're not tweaking anything. This and that. It is a 1-to-1 recreation. So stick to that definition. If it's
Exactly.
beyond that, if you tweak stuff, then it is a remake. So let's not. I wish they would stop trying to like change up the definition of this is a remaster. This is a 1-to-1 recreation.
I want to know,
Believe
bro.
us, we love the
How
fans. This that. No, the fuck you don't. Because if you did, then when the game comes out, you lie to us, and then when the game comes out and we play it, then you changed a whole bunch of stuff. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I know that's
yeah,
not
that's
ladylike, but it's
right,
infuriating.
Right.
girl.
It's
Yeah, no,
crap
it
and
is.
we're not. It's crap and we're not buying it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like they do it all the time. Try to sell us the same product, just the same sales pitch, just a different game, and then you see it. You even find out the dumb shit that they do before it even comes out, and then when it does come out, you find out that they changed more shit that was unnecessary, and it just makes it even worse. And you got a bunch of people like, oh well, ain't that bad? It's not that big of a deal. You should still give it a chance. Well, the gameplay is good. And all sort of like ways of trying to gaslight people and damage control and just
please,
Gaslighting.
someone
companies.
in the
Like
chat
no, like
this
they
time.
made a bad remaster, or even in other cases with remakes, they made a bad remake, and that's it. The original is superior because it doesn't have any unnecessary changes to it, because it was actually made with its purest form and with the right intentions.
Exactly, bro.
Where now it's like there's always some agenda tied to it, and they always try
Yeah,
to
which
word things differently so that
personally,
way
my
they don't get
opinion,
caught
don't
saying the
bother me.
loud part out. I'm sorry, saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's why they have to lie and they have to gaslight, like, oh, believe us, this is actually a
yo,
1-to-1.
can I tell you
No, it's
something?
not. Because
Yo,
we have to wait till we find out. We have to find out until it's too late when a lot of people already bought the game. And then we see these reviews and walkthroughs on YouTube that we find out that they end up tweaking some stuff.
yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Milicha.
Solo. That actually pissed me
no,
off
you
about
good.
Yeah.
the Ishin remake, because I was looking forward to
I
that,
was
and then like to
repping
find out
I got
they
something to say to you too.
try to add
No, not
additional
much
crap to
again.
it that's unnecessary. That was really annoying.
All right,
Yeah.
hey Rev, I'm Milicha. Let me tell you this too. The thing I will talk about, what is it? Like a Dragon, also Dead Space remake. The last one, Dead Space. But let's talk about Like a Dragon. The thing is, yeah, like a Dragon. Nobody did not ask this, and the first thing's off, bro. It ain't called Like a Dragon. It's called Yakuza. So they removed that name Yakuza because it's deadly problematic. Because what is it? We all damn know the Western media is.
Oh yeah,
Everything's
because
catered around the feeling,
the
bro.
ties to the
Always,
Yakuza, it has like a negative stigma, at least according to them. But Ryoga Gotogo actually means like a dragon, which is what it was called in the Japanese version of the game. So, technically it was always called like a dragon, but but outside Japan it was just called Yakuza, which they still could have kept, because once they rebranded like the whole series as like a dragon, that actually was kind of like the beginning of the end, because then that's when it seemed like they were trying to, go for like a global audience, where having these localization issues. They're censoring games, even like the recent one, like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, where it's like all wacky and zany, and there's like not a lot of serious
It
moments.
just got a lot
It doesn't
worse,
even
bro.
focus on the Yakuza, so it kind
It
of defeats
don't
the purpose
focus
of the
on
series. It's like they
Yakuza,
even said like,
bro.
oh, we want
No,
to
it
move
don't.
away from that, and
It
it's like,
don't,
why do you
bro.
even want to move away from what the series is known for? You're trying to like move away from the series identity, which makes no sense. It's as dumb as if Capcom, when they were trying to
And
go
it's,
away from
I'm sorry,
zombies
it's
with Resident
retarded as
Evil,
fuck.
and then it's like,
It's super
people
retarded
notice
as
it,
fuck, bro.
and then they have to go back and actually like repair the damage, and that's probably what they're gonna have to do with over at Sega, because
Yeah, but they want to
I-
make a movie to it too. Why you
yeah,
want to
that
make a
bullshit
movie?
on
Hey,
what was
gonna
it,
give
Amazon.
you
They even told the
every
people
single time.
don't play the games. We don't want you playing the games. Like, what?
It's just the same damn cycle, and that's and it's gone to the point. I cannot stand movie video game adaptation. How super and easy do you have to like? Don't what was it? You got to like respect the source material, but you don't want it. You gotta deviate from the source material.
Yeah,
Every
they
single
always got to
time the
deviate from
West
it
got
all the
so much
time, because
bullshit,
they
just like the
subvert
Fallout.
expectations and just
What
ruin
is it?
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
the
like
Fallout show,
what is it with the damn Dragon Ball Evolution and all that shit? And what is it with the I
Halo show
will
did that too.
yeah Halo show bullshit? And what next? What is it? Mad Max and also
Yeah,
what is
the
it?
recent one. Yeah,
You could do Dead Space remake with that bullshit. Silent Hill with that bullshit again.
that too. Yeah, Silent Hill 2's
Yeah,
the next one. Yeah,
Silent Hill 2 the movie, but it ain't no movie, bro. They gotta change new character's name, and they gonna like maybe deviate from the original game material, bro. And you don't know how, I'm sorry, you don't know how to like create a proper move for the game, and you rather pander to these type of lunatics. These type of mainstream media, they don't even fucking care about the damn ass franchise, bro. And to be honest, I
they care
respect.
about it once it becomes acceptable to like it.
Yeah, exactly. And once when I respect Henry Cavill through his hard work, through a damn Warhammer, and all that type of stuff. Look
Yeah,
how
he
you
actually cared about The
go.
Witcher, and then they got rid of him because of that too.
Yeah, and let me tip a Dead Space. Look what happened for the Dead Space remake. Even though I give them credit, they don't love the gameplay, but why want adding a lot of propagandas to the bullshit? But can you at least stay true to the original source material?
Yeah, they
And
can't. That's the
um,
issue. It's like, yeah, the
yeah,
gameplay is good and all. I'm sure that's gonna be the same case with the Dead Rising remaster, but
yeah,
everything else is like unnecessary, and
yeah. Just
it's gonna
take
hurt the
the
game.
rubbish
There's a lot of
out,
people
bro.
saying they're not gonna buy the game for those reasons that we were even talking about
Yeah, that,
with it, and
yeah,
it's like it's not worth it.
yeah.
So
It's just like what's it? A piss made type of style. How every Western companies need to do, trying their best to like think it's okay to like have these minority groups to just run a lot of things and also take care of themselves, have the power, but they just constantly ruin the whole damn thing, bro. They ruin the goddamn whole fuck tongue of thing, bro.
Which
And what is it?
they
And
want
I'm
the
glad
modern
that
audience.
and I'm glad that Dead Space 2 remake got cancelled because I genuinely, I'll tell you this, bro. I genuinely don't want to see a second remake of Dead Space 2, bro. Cause damn no, the original hold up to his damn day, bro. And look
Yeah,
how damn scary it is.
Does it?
they'll ruin
Yeah,
it.
it
They'll
holds
ruin
up
it.
well. Yeah,
The first game holds
But
up well. I was playing it on my Xbox. It still held up really
yeah,
good.
yeah,
holds up well.
it hold up what? I know it's a two.
A lot of
Two
these
got the
games
goddamn
hold up well. When you
scary.
think about a remaster, if it's a real remaster, like say Darksiders 1 or other games like that, all right, that's fine. But a remake, I don't think there needs to be, at least right now, there's no need for a remake of games that were on 360 and PS3,
Yeah,
because
bro.
most of them age well, unless it's a game that came
It
out
does
and
age
it
well,
did
bro.
and it the the controls are ass or whatever, and you're trying to remake it in order to kind of redeem itself. But if that's not the case, you're kind of like remaking games that were generally actually like really good, well received games. Then there's no need to do it right now. Like a Dead Space remake was not needed. Resident Evil 4 remake was not needed, even though that wasn't a
Thank you.
360 game.
They shouldn't be remaking
still.
anything beyond the PS2 era, to be honest. Because like I
Yeah,
was playing like
yeah.
Resident Evil 5, like a remaster is fine, but like a straight up remake is unnecessary.
No,
Because
no.
Resident Evil
I
5,
don't want to get to that
there's
bullshit.
Resident Evil
Sorry,
5, there's
you
no
can go.
point. There's no point in remaking that game. There's zero
Exactly.
reason to remake
Because
it.
let me say this.
I agree.
Like the bullshit. What is it? The mainstream media having so much of retarded meltdown, saying that I don't like Chris Hansen because he's too much a white guy. Oh, he's shooting a lot of black people. No, sure.
You said
The
Chris
bit-
Hansen, like the guy from Catch a Predator?
Yeah, like IGN. No.
You meant Chris Redfield. You meant Chris Redfield. I know.
Chris
But you said Chris Hansen, bro. What the fuck?
Sorry, bro. Sorry, but I'm just saying. IGN and also the mainstream media have the meltdown. Is Chris Redfield shooting up a zombie, bro.
They should call you Chris Hansen. Because I want you, and I'm going to get you.
Like,
Yeah.
it's
real
just
quick,
sad,
Power
bro.
Patriot,
It's
he's
sad.
correct. Assassin's
I
Creed Shadows,
don't like Chris
Dustborn,
Hansen.
Star Wars
But I
Outlaws,
don't
Call of
fuck with
Duty
that
Black
guy.
Ops 6, Witcher
That's
4
my
will
thing
flop.
for
Yeah,
my
because they're gonna have a bunch of agendas, propaganda. It's gonna be
but-
the same old thing over and over again.
To that point, though, I want to say that it kind of shows you that this isn't about money. It's about like other nefarious shit. Because at this point,
it's propaganda, bro.
It can't be denied that it's basically for an agenda and propaganda. Because you're losing money. You've consistently lost
Yeah,
money.
you making business shut down. You make the companies got themselves.
And you
Wait,
have financial
no,
advisors in your companies. They will
Yeah.
tell you like, "Hey,
And
stop
Jump
doing
Archie,
this shit because
right.
you're losing money."
Jump
So
Archie.
the fact that they keep doing it shows you that it shows you that it's an agenda. It's not about profit. It's not about what's best for the audience. It's really about some weird ass like social agenda. And Apollo
social
Patriot,
justice bullshit.
he mentioned Stalker 2. Yeah, Stalker 2 looks pretty cool, man. Like I hope that gets a console release. I'll get it if it's on PS5.
Hey,
it is, though.
Reverend Japachi, let me tell you last thing. And also, I want Melina Chan and also, what is it, Kristen Fates to listen to this. Why is it? Because I got a point too, right? When it came down to the damn Olympics and all that type of sports, right? We all damn know majority people don't want to watch no entertainment no more. Neither like with the sports and Olympics. Why? Because they're pushing the same bullshit once again. And it constantly driving people off and it constantly turning people away from the Olympics so much, homie.
Huh?
Am I right?
I don't understand.
No, yeah, you're right. They're driving people away because
The proper
they the propaganda when it's like you should be able to enjoy something for what it is, not if I'm watching something about the Olympics, I should see the Olympics. I shouldn't be seeing weirdos out there or biological men
trying their best to like get into the boxing ring.
Heather
and
Swanson, slugging it out with a actual female.
It's just
the same with entertainment.
Sad.
Like you want to watch a movie about something like, I don't know, you want to watch the Terminator, but then you're seeing a bunch of empowerment for women for some reason and crap like that.
You tune in for the Olympics and you watch domestic violence real time.
Exactly. With transgender men keeping competing with women's sports. And yells, let me say this. And guys, this is no lie. I need to say this. It ain't no joke and all that bullshit. It's confirmed. Let me say this. Maybe since around 2027, it's confirmed. J. Paul will be like transitioning, so he want to go to the Olympics and dress as a tranny, so he can compete in women competition. Now,
oh my god,
look,
it's gonna be big on full on worse.
There's an argument. There was an argument that the Iman, I don't remember what the name is. I feel like it was Iman or something like that.
Yeah.
That said that he had XXY chromosomes, which is a genetic deformity, and if you know anything about that condition, it's basically hermaphroditic. So even if you make the argument that this guy is a hermaphrodite, meaning that he has XXY chromosomes and that that gives him like maybe female genitalia versus but like physically is still a man, they should still be banned from fighting in women's sports because it's still an
Exactly.
advantage. It doesn't change the fact that these people should be barred from fighting natural born women, like straight on
Yeah.
XX chromosome women.
Oh
So
yeah.
there's no outcome of the argument. People try to do all kinds of gymnastics to defend it, and
Exactly, bro.
at the end of the day, XXY, XY, whatever. If you have a Y chromosome, you should not be boxing normal women.
Thank
Period.
you, Jim. But at least you understand. And even right now, what is it? When I watch like a video, and also what is it? When
And that's all. That's all to say. By the way, before sorry to interrupt you. But that's all to say that I don't even buy that BS. I think it's just a man, and that shit was bullshit. It's a man
yeah,
boxing women.
I agree.
yeah, and also what is it? Oh boy, here we go again. Western people going to meltdown. Cause what is it? When a guy saying I want to buy a woman, of course they could have an extreme meltdown. That's the thing I don't understand. Okay, if it's like working on gym party, it's the same thing. All right, if you say that if you don't like this type of certain woman, then they can spend time bashing on you. That's how these weirdos are obsessing this. But when it came down to them, they're okay to judge people and choose people. But when it came on to you twos, I
Honestly,
don't know.
man,
It's
this was a trickle down of something that was predicted in Metal Gear Solid 2. The internet being a cesspool and ideas propagating. Doesn't matter what's true. Doesn't matter what's false. You have like everyone has an opinion. Everybody has a 2 cents that they want to throw in there. Dumb causes get traction. All
yeah.
kinds of shit, and that's why you're ending up with like at this level where you have women boxing the Olympics. You have all this
Yeah, and also
defense of
you got the crazy mainstream media trying to like come after free speech too.
coming after free speech. Exactly, like all of this shit that's happening has been predicted like literally 23 years ago in Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's crazy how relevant that game is today
Mm,
because
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and guys, let me tell you this right now. We're killing mainstream media. They're allowing these type of feds to just arrest people that really want to like hold up nation flags. See like USA flags and maybe other country flag. They want to come after that too because they really wanted to just encourage and also they want to like slave into what is it? The only the pride flag. But what about the nation flag? What about the USA flag, bro?
Yes. It's 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 crazy how things are going on out here.
Okay.
But let's wrap up this topic. Let me see. Christian, are you there? You have any opinion on the
Yeah.
Dead? Oh, okay, cool. Um,
Go
what
on.
are your thoughts on the Dead Rising remaster?
Well, in the words of Lobo, this is crap.
It did not, definitely is. But thankfully, the original's still there. You know,
what
the
the
superior
frag?
one. Oh yeah, what the frag?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Lobo. What the
Yeah,
Oh,
frag?
Yeah, and
yeah,
I'm a diehard listener media fan, so it's not surprising that my YouTube channel is filled with obscure references.
yeah. You're right. So I think we're all in agreement. The Dead Rising remaster is a pass. Stick with the original.
Well, especially
Um,
because it's remastered. You could just play the regular game, which is gonna give
yeah,
you a better experience. Why bother with the
Yeah.
remake?
yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
And
So
Jimpachi, I can't wait for your episode of your animation, bro. Let's go.
Oh yeah, episode 2 is gonna be out. I gotta get some of the voice actors to record some lines though, but yeah, it's gonna be good.
Let's
I'll,
go, nigga. Let's go.
am I voicing the main character this time?
Yeah, yeah. I wanted him to
Okay.
be really, really sassy and gay, so I was like, we're Revenant. You're the
Oh,
guy for the job.
Augur for a
I
modern
was
day
thinking.
audience.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
Let me say this. I was thinking maybe he can maybe have like he can do like a clone version of Deadpool, but I don't know if Revenant can do a clone version of Deadpool. But don't try like retrace the Marvel character trying to create your own character and trying
I don't want anything to do with anything modern Marvel and DC do. So everything's gonna be 100% original.
Revenant needs to become a clone Deadpool, I would say. But he needs to create his own drawing.
I have a question.
Go on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out and wrap my head around this because like anytime like Sweet Baby Inc. and DEI is involved in video games and stuff like that, I'm trying to figure out like are they really like that influential? Are they really that powerful? Because it's just, and I say this because if you've managed to infiltrate
It's like a cult,
and change up and tweak a game like Dead Rising, where there's a whole bunch of unfiltered BS, especially with the psychos because of the because of the stereotypes and stuff like that, especially in 3. Like it's okay if you manage to touch a game like that. I don't know. Is it like are these people really that powerful? Are they gonna really dox your family and your loved ones and ruin your whole life and career? Are really people that scared, or they really have that amount of money? Which where is it coming from for them to sit here and infiltrate a game like Dead Rising and be able to tweak like I would say the best parts or like the South Parkish humor about it, right? The creative part of it, like you managed to strip that. It's like these people could do anything, and I can't stand for it. It bothers me.
It's a Hydra.
I
like
don't
a Hydra?
think Sweet Baby Inc. is involved with this game, but I think the issue comes down to who's in the studio that's allowing all this to happen.
You're dealing with a beast
we were
with
seeing
several
these
heads.
changes before these consulting firms even came about.
That's what I'm saying. It's it's a Hydra, headed Hydra. That's what it is. It's kind of like they reinforce each other. It's like you have Sweet Baby Inc., but they're just playing ball with DEI, and then DEI is basically a vehicle for these companies to get ESG money and whatnot. So they're all kind of like it's a Hydra with many heads, and you cut off one, another one grows to take its place. So the power
hey, anyone can hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, my way.
Yeah.
So I'm Marty Kusanagi. How are you doing? I've been a fan of your content for a little while, so not for a little while, for a few years.
Thanks.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here to speak my mind about remakes. Like this is like really so fucking ridiculous. Like who in the blue hell even asked for a second Resident Evil 1 remake when the first remake is already a classic, even superior than
it holds up beautifully. It holds up beautifully.
Yeah, like I can't believe it. Like when they announced, oh, hey, we're gonna remake Resident Evil 1 for anniversary. That means that they're disrespecting the.
It's called a corporate slave. It's called a corporate slave. That's what it is, man. Corporate slaves and their drive to have they're the modern audience that will buy anything. So they just want the flashy new thing. So remake the first one for no reason, just because they want a flashy new thing, rather than if they should remake it or not.
Yeah,
but
that doesn't go through their head whether or not should it be remade. It's just the fact that even the idea of it being remade just gets them excited because
it makes their underwear get slippery. It makes their underwear slippery.
Yeah, it's not even a faithful remake. Like when it comes to like Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, it should have happened like right after like the original Resident Evil 4 was released, because Resident Evil 4 did so well, the Resident Evil 1 remake did so well, it should have happened years ago. And if it happened, it could have been released at least on the OG Xbox, PS2, GameCube, or between that to PS3 and Xbox 360.
Well,
it could have been
their only modern remake that was good, in my opinion, was Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yeah, so
that was the only modern one that had any quality. The 3 remake.
Yeah,
was
terrible.
It's a terrible.
Yeah, man. When they. This is just me. Like when they released Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, I thought man, Capcom, you are like what, like 15 to almost 20 years late, man. And not to mention these characters, they look nothing like for example, like Leon, uh, especially Claire, Jill, Ada. They look nothing alike.
Don't get me started on Jill and Claire,
Yeah.
man. What they
They-
did to
they
Claire
butchered them.
was an abomination.
Yeah, but we're not going to go
Claire.
into further details about that.
Yeah,
And-
they warped those faces like
Man.
crazy, man.
It's like they got rid of the.
They made Claire look like a guppy. She looks like a goldfish now.
I know. It's
They
like
nerfed Jill. They botched her
Yeah, exactly.
alleged classic outfit and all that. It's like, and then they made her some feminist, like, have these feminist lines of dialogue and all that. And it's like, come on.
they
Then
even
they,
ruined.
then they made it worse
they-
before.
They even ruined what Ashley like. Oh, freaking Ashley from from this Netflix anime looks a lot better than Ashley from Resident Evil 4 remake. That's just me.
Well, they
And-
made her a feminist now. Now she's a strong woman.
Yeah.
She's not that helpless girl, that college girl that Leon needed to save, which made sense because she's a 19-year-old college girl. What the fuck were they thinking?
Yeah, man.
Well,
Like
but in the remake,
stupid.
Hello, Amelia-chan.
she doesn't even flirt with
in here.
she doesn't even flirt with Leon anymore. They removed all of it. She's a neutered version of Ashley and with feminist undertones. It's awful.
And speaking of Leon no longer looks like what? He no longer looks like Dante. Well, speaking of which, because Dante's basically Leon from a different universe. Because in the original Resident Evil 4 development, like there's supposed to be a main protagonist.
Sorry, keep it going.
There's supposed to be a main protagonist instead of Leon, but they like the story so much that they want to make it a different game, like nothing to do with Resident Evil. So that's why it ends up becoming Devil May Cry, and Dante was born, and that's why Dante and Leon, they used to look alike until fucking
they were
Resident
similar.
Evil 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then freaking Leon no longer looks like Dante. He ends up looking like fucking Luke Skywalker and shit. And
Yeah.
Well, they made him a
It's like-
blonde, man. In the original game, he had like dark brown hair.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they made him into a blondie.
Yeah. That's
And-
Like Justin Bieber.
yeah, dude was like stupid. And not to mention, like, ever since the remakes happened, or more specifically Resident Evil 7, they got rid of the Ghost in the Shell standalone complex anime SQ feeling. And for everyone any more fucking realistic bull crap, hyper realistic this and that.
To be fair, I do like Resident Evil 7's gameplay though, but I agree with you that they went, since that game they did go a more realistic route, and it hurt the games a lot. Like, I mean,
that's true.
look at Mr. X when he became the Super Tyrant. The Super Tyrant looks so tame compared to how he looked in the
Mini-chan.
original too.
You there?
Yeah, like they don't even, especially
That's-
fucking
Steve in profile
Nemesis. He
said
doesn't
that.
even look
That's them.
frightening anymore.
Remember
And-
who's that there?
And so far, nothing to do with Resident Evil. I mean, the only good remakes I know so far, other than Resident Evil 2002, was, of course, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. Even though it's not as good as like
Oh,
classic,
man,
I'd rather
I hate that
play
remake.
that.
I hate that fucking remake, bro. I agree with you generally, but I hate that remake, man. That remake's an abomination. They had Snake flipping and dodging bullets. Like, that game was that was a terrible remake. Oh my
Hey,
god.
you're good. You're good, dude. It's just I rather play that than play one of those so-called remakes these days.
You know what it
And,
is?
well,
It's like comparing shit to diarrhea. You're right. It's not diarrhea, but it's still shit, man. I can't. I get what you're trying to say.
What else? The fucking Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2. That was amazing remakes. And
No,
of
they
course,
were.
Of course, Near Replicant. Near Replicant is
That's
a
another good
remake,
one, too.
believe it or not. And I hate to say this, everyone's gonna get offended. Well, Persona 3 Reload, despite the fact there's some like inaccurate translations, but thank goodness there's a PC version of Persona 3 Reload just to mod that shit.
No.
Oh yeah, the trans dialogue that they claim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically,
What do-
yeah, that's probably.
What do you mean a straight man doesn't want to be come on to by a trans person? Who wouldn't like that? Being
Right.
sarcastic, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Hopefully, the translation they don't fuck it up with metaphor, refantasio.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
that. But
I was never a huge
I'm a wait
Persona
and see.
fan, to be honest. Being frank, I'm not a huge
And-
Persona.
I try to get into them.
And I was like, I love Parasite Eve, but there's some idiots out there who are seriously begging for a remake. Like, no, leave that shit
That's good.
alone, man.
That's
Leave it
gonna be
alone.
ruined too.
Leave it
And
alone.
Dino,
Leave
and
remake.
Dino Crisis. And Dino Crisis.
Yeah,
Both
yeah.
of those
And
games.
price as well. Yeah.
It's like,
At this
oh
point,
hey,
it's like,
Resident
why?
Evil 2 remake did well. We should have a Parasite Eve. People, don't you realize like Parasite Eve is it's not even a Resident Evil clone. It's basically Final Fantasy VII taking place in real life, but a much more horrifying, fucked up take.
Yeah,
Where-
it's like sci-fi fantasy,
Mhm.
really. more than anything.
Where
Yeah.
you're
Sounds
playing
neat,
as the female version of Cloud, and the main antagonist, the brunette opera singer is basically Sephiroth. And of course, there's Barrett. He's basically your police partner, NYPD, and the enemies you're going up against are basically just some innocent animals being turned into monsters because of the parasite, that freaking Parasite Eve or whatever.
Yeah,
The
the
antagonist turns them-
mitochondria.
Yeah.
Melina, what you were gonna say something? It sounded like you were talking, and then you like abruptly stopped.
Oh no, I'm good.
All right, cool. But
So-
yeah, man, I agree with that. Like they gotta just stop. Like don't remake these games because they're gonna ruin it. Like 10, 20 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, all for it. But like nowadays, you know what you're gonna get, and it's like they're incapable.
Go the same way.
It's like
And-
a
yeah.
drug addict. They're like they just can't make a game without injecting politics into it, especially not the remakes. I
And
will say though, I did like Resident Evil 2 remake, but it doesn't hold a candle to the original. The original is the
I mean,
gold standard.
I can buy Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake if I have a PC powerful enough to play and to play mods. I really don't care about.
Three remake is shit though. I don't like that. Like 3 remake is every remake. The only good remakes of Resident Evil are the first 2 in my opinion, 1 and 2, and then 2. Resident Evil 1 remake is the gold standard, and then the original 2 is like better than the remake of 2. Because
Yeah,
at least
exactly,
Clarendon looked like a fucking guppy, and at least Super Tyrant looked like a super tyrant. So
Exactly. And of course, like Resident Evil 3 remake, they ruined Brad Victor's death. Like they ruined his death. Like have they forgotten that his death in as a matter of fact, the Easter egg in
That's
Resident
for
Evil 2
Patriot.
show him up
Shout out for Paul Patriot. Sorry.
like he
But
showed up
continue.
as a zombie, and they decided to implement how he appeared as a zombie in Resident Evil 2.
yeah,
There you go,
because
there's
they
Resident Evil 3
happened at the
verse.
same time. 2 and 3 happens
Yeah.
at the same time. So by the time Leon gets there, he already got tentacles by Nemesis,
Mhm.
which is why he's in front of the police
Yeah,
station.
man.
And whatever,
Yeah.
it canonically makes sense. But again, like the current people doing the remakes, they just didn't give a shit and they just retconned it because they were too lazy to make it.
And then it
continuous.
looks so fucking silly and disrespectful. Like what the fuck is this, man? Like, isn't he supposed to get killed by Nemesis? And instead of like, oh, he sacrificed himself to ensure fucking from some random zombie, and then moments later he reappeared and attacked a fucking Raccoon City police. Like, the fuck?
Well, that's not even counting the fact that Nemesis was barely in his first form in the remake. He like the most fun parts of the original 3 is the Nemesis is pursuing your ass through the whole game, but in the remake he was not in his humanoid form for long at all. Like in the remake,
Yeah.
he
It
barely
was
did
it was like
anything.
on rails, like scripted.
He never jumped through the window in the police station. You never go to the
Mhm.
clock tower. He didn't have the cool ass shirtless form with the tentacles and stuff. Like the game is objectively worse than the original. The only thing you can
Yeah, it
argue is better is maybe the graphics, but again, like yes, the graphics are better, but the design isn't better. So
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
That's true.
That's why, like, Nemesis, he's no longer scary, and that's why. Yeah, sure. I'll play Resident Evil 3 on Steam just to have fun. I mean, if I want to be really serious about it, I'll just play the original story. The
Well, the
original
game
on
is
PS1.
like it goes back to what I was saying before. The game is fun, but it's a bad remake.
Yeah,
You can say the gameplay is fun and still say it's a dog shit remake, which it is. Both things are true.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's kind
yeah.
of
something a lot of
So
people have trouble doing. Like they can't just say, "Yeah, the gameplay's fun," but other than that, it's shit. They
look.
have to pretend everything about it is good, or
Exactly.
there's all these different redeeming qualities about it. When it's like, no, like there's barely any
that's why
positives.
I say,
to it.
yeah, stick with the originals if you want to seriously get into the story and characters.
Yeah.
Then stick with it. Stick with it. You know,
to be frank, the original Resident Evil 3 is more fun for me anyway. Like it's just overall just a funner game for me, to be frank. But you can have fun with look, Resident Evil 4 remake. I could play it right now. I'm sure like the gameplay will be fun. It'll be acceptable, but that doesn't mean that the game isn't woke dog shit, and it doesn't mean that it's a good remake. That game shouldn't have even been remade.
Yeah, exactly. I never even asked for
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 remake, and bad
It was
enough,
so unnecessary.
they're
Same-
remaking
same
Resident Evil
with,
5, man.
I'm even though I'm not a Resident Evil fan, but I'm a Silent Hill fan. I just really want maybe a good Silent Hill remake, but fortunately, it's not happened.
And thank goodness I managed to buy Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6 on the Xbox One on sale, just in case if freaking Capcom decided to take down these originals, because hey,
Yeah.
the remake's coming.
There's always that.
Hey, Revenant, Jinpachi. By the way, I want to say this. Thank you for bringing me on the stream. It's nice to do so.
No, you're welcome.
I want to say, yo, keep up the stream. Is great.
Thanks.
And
Appreciate it.
anyway,
And
Anyway.
speaking of
go on.
speaking of Final Fantasy VII, I gotta admit, I was really excited for Final Fantasy VII Remake to come out on the PS4 when they first announced on 2015, and I was hyped up, and then 2019 happened, and then when they showcased Tifa Lockhart, and I was like, yo, what the fuck they do to her, man? What they done to her? And that's why it's like, yeah, you know what, fuck that. I ain't playing the game, man.
To me, that's the
You're
lesser
smarter
of
than me
multiple
with that.
evils, though. That's the lesser of evils, though, because Tifa in the original, like, it's not even Tifa. Like that game, like botched the story. Like Resident Evil 7
really
above all else is a story-driven game, because RPG games are limited in their gameplay, and really that game had the original game had a phenomenal story and characters, and they totally sabotaged it in the remake and Rebirth as well.
It's
Hold
like
on, Reborn. You going?
All right,
Yeah,
I don't
Catch
get
you
this. This very
I want to
time,
thank
like
Jinpachi and Revenant
I don't
for buying me a stream. It's nice to, put me on, and thanks for talking about games. And also, if everyone want to join our next stream, we could discuss about it too. But I'll let y'all know it in my community post.
Well, we
And
appreciate
also-
you coming on, bro. We always appreciate
Yeah.
you on.
Yeah.
hey, it's nice
yeah.
meeting you.
Yeah. And also, y'all, I'll tell you this. Even though next week we gotta do our stream, but it's gonna be me hosting it. But it's gonna host around my time. So it's gonna be around 11, or it's gonna be around maybe around 11 o'clock, but it's gonna be around maybe around East. I don't know what time you guys will be at
Eastern will probably be around like 6 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, so it should be doable.
I'm sorry, I won't be joining in because I only joined in the stream just to say my own piece of remakes. I've been wanting to join on Revenant's stream for a long time, just say, just pull it out of my chest, man. Like, cause God, I fucking hate these so-called remakes these days. They make me sick to the stomach too.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
So-
if they keep up with it, I'm expecting for a video game
Yeah.
crash to happen.
So guys, so it's gonna be in my time if you want to see Revenant Jinpachi join my stream, because it's gonna be around my state, maybe around the UK. So I'll let you know the time, and also to be what time you can come and watch and join, so you can stay tuned and enjoy what we discuss. And yeah, that's it. You can give your opinions. I'm happy to share it with you.
All right, man. No problem. We'll be on there.
Sounds good.
Have a good one. All right. We'll catch you later.
Take it easy, Reborn.
Take it easy, bro.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Reborn.
guys. Yeah. Nice to
Team
meet
Reborn.
Martin. Nice. Yeah, also you too, Millie-chan. All right. Take it easy.
See you
boys.
later.
All right, peace.
Well, as I was saying, like it's like, dude, what the hell is the point if you split Final Fantasy VII into 3 games? I mean, the reason why they did that back then is because it's too big to fit in on one PS1 disc. It requires like 3 PS1 discs. And
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
for
but
Nintendo.
with the PS1, like it made sense because it
Yeah,
was still one game. You weren't. It wasn't like, all right, here's disc one, pay full price for it, then wait a few years for disc two. It's like everything was in one game.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's like
It was all in one
And-
game.
yeah,
Same
I
with
think they did the
with
same thing
Final
with,
Fantasy 4. I mean 7. Sorry, with 8 as well.
yeah, man.
or,
Like,
LA Noir on 360 had 2 discs. It wasn't, once you get to a certain part within the game, all right, you got to insert the second disc because what
Max
was in
Payne
the
as
game.
well. Max Payne.
Yeah,
3,
because
360.
it was a lot going on within one disc, so it couldn't contain the whole game, so they had to do that. With the 7 remake, they deliberately cut parts of the game to split into 3 and use the
To milk
excuse
the fan
of,
base because greed.
yeah, then the
yeah,
fan
it's
base
so
eats it up
fucking
and acts like,
stupid, man.
there's no way they could have done that when you got games like Red Dead Redemption 2 that says otherwise.
And even if it was one game on one disc, they still fucked up the story. So
They did,
Yeah,
and then
they're
that's
gonna
the
do
issue.
that.
It's like, we're gonna split into 3 games. All right, now you're changing the story. You would have been better off just having the game be faithful to the original source material. They want to do some dumb Kingdom Hearts bullshit that no one asked for. The only
But,
people
hey,
cheering that on or
I gotta
making
admit, though,
excuses are the Sims.
I gotta admit though, I actually like the combat systems under remake.
I liked it too. I
that's what I
actually
like.
thought remake had
But-
good combat. Like
But they should have kept the stories
like-
and characters faithful, especially
Yeah.
Tifa Lockhart, man. Like, come on, you don't need to desexualize her for the modern audience. I mean, they're not gonna
Yeah.
play that shit. Only us actual Final Fantasy fans are gonna play it.
to be fair, I didn't
Mhm.
really like the combat in the remake or rebirth, but that's more of a personal gripe there, like a subjective thing, which I'll admit.
Yeah,
But,
Yeah,
feel like,
I didn't
good.
play
I
Rebirth.
felt like it
but
could.
from
I
what
feel like it could have
know,
been way
it's more
better.
the same.
It could have been way better, honestly, man. I feel like they dropped the ball actually. I feel like that whole remake just dropped the ball.
It's like,
It is what it is.
yo, you have like what, almost 10 years. You got 10 years to do a remake, right? And then you guys screwed it up. Not
Yep.
to mention, you deliberately split it into 3, or who knows? It's not going to be 3 exactly because we already
They
know
said
that.
will be 3, but who knows? They may go back on their word because it's Square Enix.
Yeah.
So
They might do
Like-
4.
yeah, they may do
Like, not
7.
to mention, if they kept the original Final Fantasy 7 on Nintendo, it'll be like, holy shit, like multiple has N64 cartridge. And I'm glad that Squaresoft at the time jumped ship to PlayStation or Sony.
You know what they probably would have done if they would have ported it? They would have required the that Rumble pack or that extra pack that contained more memory. It's what they used for Donkey
Yeah.
Kong 64. They would have
Mhm.
probably necessitated that for Final Fantasy. But again, like, it's just that's a sign of modern times, and it really shows how far Square Enix or whatever you want to call them have fallen, where they thought that
Mhm.
was an acceptable business practice. And the fact that you have people defending it, the bode's even worse because it means that no matter how bad things get with gaming, these people are going to still keep funding the industry as it is, which is a damn shame.
That's the
And
problem.
that's why, that's why I'm. As for newer games, I'm have a great fear for Soul Calibur 7 when it comes out. I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes out, I was like,
yeah,
yo, bad enough we have like innocent people getting kidnapped by a cult and having been turned to lizard people through torture, mutilation, and horrible experiments. Yeah, they're gonna include the whole transgender bull crap, which doesn't even exist.
I
in the
hope they don't do
medieval
any of
era.
that shit. I hope they don't do any of it at all, because I know Soul Calibur 6 was it? They had 2B in it, or was it 5?
Yeah.
Or 6, and they didn't give a hell. They went all out. So, but seeing as
yeah.
Tekken
The
8
women
is
in
playing
6
ball,
look good too, and everything. And then if they do 7, then
we'll
who
see
knows,
because Tekken used to be good with that stuff too, and in
Mhm.
Tekken 8 they
fucking nerf the females and nerf the fan service and stuff. So we'll see
Yeah.
what happens with Soul Calibur 7, but hopefully they stay true to who they are. And
I
on
hope
top
exactly.
of
so.
that, I mean,
hope
I
they
mean,
do.
I don't know if you remember, but Tubi in Soul Calibur, she was even thicker than she was in Nier Automata. She had
Oh yeah,
fucking
I love.
Yeah.
her stockings
Yeah.
were like choking her thighs. You could see like the
Yeah.
meat folding over it. Like
Yeah,
I was
man.
like, God, it's like damn, like yeah. But
I mean, yo, if Soul Calibur 7 happened, they should bring back 2B, not just as a guest character, but promote her as a regular member of the roster.
put Eve from Stellar Blade in there. That's what they got to do.
Yeah, as a new guest character. And
Hell yeah,
and
do
better yet,
that.
let's add Nier himself into Soul Calibur 7 as well, man. I mean, come on, man, Smash, y'all did the same thing on what, like, Cloud and Sephiroth, and no offense, I didn't even ask for no one asked for Sephiroth for fucking Smash Ultimate, man.
The one
mean,
that
he
shocked
was-
me was Kazuya. That was the one that
Yeah.
really shocked me. I never thought Kazuya would appear in Smash Bros. I don't even know. He's not even a Nintendo. I don't think those. Oh no, there was one on the DS. It was Tekken Prime or whatever. So technically, there was a Nintendo Tekken game, but
I
that was a
mean,
reach.
yeah, I mean, they could
Wasn't
have
there gonna be one on the
included
Wii U?
Nina.
Oh yeah, there was one on Wii U and there was one on Game Boy
Tag
Advance.
2,
So,
right?
yeah, and it was one on Game
Yeah.
Boy Advance, which was like Tekken Advance or whatever. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That is a thing. So forget it. I take it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the case, why don't you include Kasumi Yoshizawa from Persona 5 Royal, so Joker would, pair up with her or go against her. But I'm not gonna go into full
That
details.
too, yeah.
So
Yep.
Revenant, what's the next subject so we can
Oh yeah.
wrap things up, 'cause
So
we,
yeah, been on for a while.
yeah, we've been on for a
So
while and
let me first bring back Octo Commander.
I'm just happy
Okay.
Melina's here. Her presence was missed in the last podcast.
Yeah, we last one we didn't have a real woman on, but
Man, thank you. I wish I was on. I had really wanted to debate. What was it, Martin? Yeah,
We had
Marty.
we had Mario on here.
Mario. Yes, I
Mario.
really wanted to debate
that.
him
I
so
called him
bad.
Martin. I called him
That
Martin.
whoever that. Oh yeah, I saw this. Stream. I don't know why that person showed up.
He's mentally ill.
That's
He
what I
can't-
was thinking, but
He
I was
constantly
expecting him to
watches.
show up again.
He was constantly watching Revenant, hawking his channel. Like that's how you hate watch somebody that hard, bro. Like honestly, like
I don't get it.
mentally unhinged people gonna be mentally unhinged.
Yeah.
What can you say?
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I subscribe to Revenant because, dude, this guy is one of the few coolest people on YouTube left.
Oh, thanks.
and-
I really appreciate that.
And not to mention, the guy was actually speaking. You were speaking the truth of what the fuck's going on in the game industry. Like, why these people keep going at it, and
Yeah.
yada yada yada. Especially fucking like Saints Row. Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
so retarded.
Yeah, we saw how that turned out.
So
Mhm.
what's the final subject, Revenant?
Yeah. So there was something I forgot the guy's name. Starts with an N. I think he was like some Call of Duty streamer, or he was, or still is. I don't know.
Ninja.
No, some other person. I never heard of until like he appeared on X and people were responding to it. He was basically saying that people are always so negative on new games and not giving them a
Excuse me.
chance, and they want them to are always wanting new games to fail. So
I think-
the topic is why people are negative to new games. So I'll let
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know who that person is, but that reminds me. That person. Oh my god, that person was like
let me
saying,
look it up now. Actually,
"Well, before I leave,
Mic check.
there's that certain person
good.
saying, hey, give it a chance on Silent Hill 2." Like, no thanks. I mean, whatever happened to like?
Oh, yeah,
games
Bloober Team.
speaking
Yeah, they
for
were saying
itself,
that.
man.
Yeah, Bloober Team. Give us a chance. We know we're not giving you what you want, but give us a chance anyway. We really need.
I
the
mean,
money.
back in the day, even before even before the 7th generation era, we used to let games speak for itself. And then
True.
what happened? Like, Well, at least during the seventh generation era, they still do that. But then starting around like in the eighth generation era, and because the internet is becoming a thing, like
We're in the
they just
crybaby era.
stopped. Yeah, they just stopped doing that, and now they want to. Hey, we want you want to give it a chance? Like, no, man, hell no, we're not gonna do that shit.
Welcome to the crybaby baby era, bro. No accountability. Do something bad and still expect a reward for it. You buying the game
Exactly.
as a reward for good development. If they're not doing what you want, why should you give it a chance? Fuck them.
Yeah,
That's my
I
mentality
was
to it.
like, someone asked me, "Hey, have you played Starfield?" I was like, "No, but I already played the original Yakuza 2 on the PS2. That's for sure." I was asking like that. That tells me
Yeah.
that yeah, I already
Rather
played
play
some
that
old
too.
games or some
Because
new
they're
games that
they're
are
better.
unaffected.
They're like superior because they actually were made with passion, not by a committee. They weren't trying to check off boxes or trying to
Yeah,
cater to an audience that doesn't exist. They never give a fuck about whatever they
Or
made.
or
The only time
hire
they actually
or her
care,
hire celebrities no one cares about.
yeah, and
exactly.
then the
And
only
just
time they care is once they include something that aligns with their ideology.
yeah,
And
Like,
even
and
then,
just
they
for
even
the
don't
then it's
buy the
fine.
record,
game. Even
Yeah,
then, that's not true because the games still sell poorly.
exactly. It's like exactly, man. And just for the record, I'm not buying a PS5 or a PS5 Pro. However, the final console I'll be buying is a Switch 2. That's it. And after that, that's when I'm going to save money and start building a PC. That's where I'm
Yeah.
going to do that.
PC is the way to go though, because remember, Nintendo is still giving you 360 games and charging you $70 for them. So never
yeah.
forget
hmm
that as well. Those games are
PC,
not technically up to par.
PC, you can mod things out and just find
Yeah.
ways. And then there's also a lot of good
Exactly,
indie
man.
games too. So a lot
And
of
what
options.
made me decide not to one reason why I decided to give up on PS5 and PS5 Pro is because yeah, they censored Stellar Blade, and the fact
Yeah.
that
Last second.
oh they're gonna be obsessed with hey AI upscaling this and that, but dude, AI upscaling looks like shit. Why don't you go with
Yo,
internal?
it's so bad. AI upscaling fucking sucks. If you know
Yeah,
details about it, it's not good.
yeah,
It
like
isn't
stick
good.
with internal upscaling. It looks seamlessly like 4K, man. Why
Yeah.
can't y'all do that?
Because they're lazy and AI is easier. That's why.
Yeah.
They're lazy.
So there we
But
have it. I said my piece.
for
So
sure, man.
thanks for allowing me in.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem. You know,
thanks for coming on, man. You're
yeah,
always
you're
welcome
welcome
to come on.
anytime.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
always
Later,
welcome.
Marty.
See you,
All right,
man.
I'll see you later, guys. See you later, Revenant,
take it
Melina,
easy, Marty.
Chipachi.
See you,
See you. It
bro.
was
Peace
nice
out.
meeting you.
You too. And stay safe and healthy, guys.
Same to you, man.
Thanks, you
You
too.
Appreciate
Same
it.
to you. Thank you.
So I know Octo Commander, based on the subject, the final subject, Octo Commander said he had some stuff he wanted to say. So why not let him go first on that one?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So I'm coming from a unique position from this. So I don't have a connection with any kind of market research group because video game companies, whatever, Nintendo, they always had a market research group where they gathered a bunch of people of a targeted demographic. Like, for example, like how the Nintendo control was designed, like it was based on most people that are going to play the game are kids, and you know how good it felt in your hand. And of course, those things were designed mostly around for children's hands, even though it wasn't the most comfortable with those edges.
Them
But
square ass controls.
right. But the thing was, it was the fact that they had research, from the actual, audience that are going to buy it. And of course, they need to get that data. And I was just reading, one of those statistic books and how they gather information in terms of who they're going to sell whatever product they're going to sell. And now these new companies are making these announcements and making association with groups like Sweet Baby Inc. that are not working with the targeted audience. And of course, a lot of people see this and they feel like they are attacked. They told, "Oh, we don't want the main, demographic buying this game and all this kind of stuff." and of course that's going to create a environment for people to be very upset because they're not interacting with the customer base and they're not, hearing them out. Now the thing is, I don't have that research data. When I was releasing my first game, the thing was, I was trying to listen to what, people were saying about games or whatever. And one of the things I was hearing that they wanted to do something different. So when I was starting, like the first part, if you ever played the first part of my game, you're going to notice that it's not a typical RPG. I get people like right into the action. I want people to get an understanding of the, controls, especially in combat, because when you're talking with somebody in the game, you just push, action button A or B or whatever, right? You're not doing a certain set of sequences to talk to someone. So I wanted it to be borderline like more video game-ish instead of the atypical RPG game where the character wakes up and is like a young man in his bedroom, and he's greeted by his mother and all that kind of stuff, right? Because I'm not coming from the RPG world. When you ask me about what type of games I play, I would tell you fighting games, shooters, strategy, those kind of games that I am more interested in. And like for example, one of the games I fear to play because I play from sunset to sunrise is Age of Empire. That game terrifies me.
I used to play that game on PC back in the day.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it's a fun game.
And it's just one of those kind of games that is so addictive, but that's the background I came from. So when it comes to the idea, like for example, now, when I was trying to figure out the graphics or whatever, I was starting off with an idea like, okay, I see the store. There's an asset store,
Hold
and
on,
they
hold on.
say,
Before you continue, where can people buy your game and what game
"Oh, it's
engine
on
do you
Steam.
use?
It's
It's on
Octavio
Steam.
Camacho on Steam." I hopefully can. I will tell you this other story I told Revenant, but it's going to be very interesting when I get to that point. So,
But also,
uh,
what game engine did you use?
it's just the RPG Maker MV.
Okay, cool, cool,
And
cool.
right, so the thing was, I'm not a coder. I just wanted, I saw it, I looked at it, I said, all right, let me just do this and that. I'm like, okay, I can work with this because I wanted to work more on the creative side, like the enemies, the characters, the story, and stuff like that. So like I said, I was going to the asset store and I never heard the term asset flip. Because if I heard the term asset flip, I would not spend a dime on the store. I had no idea this was a thing. And of course, somebody is like, oh, it's an asset flip. I'm just like, I never heard this term before. And I can draw. But the thing was, I didn't really understand the particular parts of applying the graphics into the game because you can't just put any old picture. It has to be a
Oh,
specific.
it has to be a specific size, a specific
Hmm.
sprite. Yeah, yeah,
Right,
for sure.
dimension, everything. File, save, file everything, and even the movement sequence has to make sure that it doesn't look like the character's going up and down. So much
Yeah,
things that very very particular. So
yeah,
there's
yeah.
a lot of.
I do a little bit of game coding myself, like especially lately. So I know exactly what you're talking about. It's much more complicated than people realize.
Oh man, that stuff is nightmarish because I did a minimum amount of coding in terms of certain things, but the thing is that when it comes down to it, it's the reason why I mentioned about the graphics is the fact that it was the idea of communication between the publisher, the developer, and the customer base because it is so hard because there's so many points of interest. It's not a controlled environment. I'm not having about like where I live, I don't have enough people my age to talk to me about what's what and what to do about, like how to, like what do people are looking for, right? So it's kind of borderline chaotic. But the problem with these modern video game companies, they know that they are alienating their customer base and they are paying the consequences for those actions, and they're crying about, oh, my bigotry and racism. I'm sorry, pal, but if you openly made a declaration of war against your targeted demographic, they're going to show you that heat. They're going to let you know. And the other thing is, now here's the thing that I told Revenant. So when I had my game out, there is a company that shows up and sends me an email. I'm not going to name names, but this is an actual company
Oh, I
that
remember that now.
yeah, you knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that
So
shit was crazy.
yes.
They try to sue you. They sent you a lawsuit.
Oh
No,
no, no,
we'll
no.
tell you.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Wait for this one. So they send me an email. This is usually what happens when you post a game on Steam and you pretty much know what you're doing to make sure that you are legitimate and all that kind of stuff. So one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to get emails from people. And this email came from like I said, a legit company. But the thing was, they are all the way in Eastern Europe and they port games from Steam or mobile games. But the problem is their games. I watched a video. I did some research on these people before I did any negotiation with or say anything to these people. They can port your game, but the problem is they don't have control support. So that means if you're going to make a game that is created from the PC, optimized and designed for the PC, they are not going to go through the trouble of trying to get into the code to let the system know that this is letter, you push X, you push square and circle, right? They're not going to help you with that.
Yeah.
So these games that they port these games based on, like, for example, if they ported my game on the Switch, this what's going to happen. I can guarantee you they're going to put the game with touch base function like a cell phone game. So that means you're going to be playing the game and you're going to be pushing X and all these kind of buttons. But the thing is, they're not going to do that for you. They're not going to, like I said, they're not going to do any control support. So and that's the other little thing that's going to happen if anybody's interested in making an indie game. That's one of the things I didn't even expect was going to happen.
Yeah.
And so in terms of any port to any consoles like PC, I mean not PS5,
Yeah.
Switch, it's not going to be happening anytime soon. I need to
No.
have
Yeah, and it
yeah.
costs. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, like you need to do certain things to the code in order for them to run properly, and then the console manufacturer themselves, like Sony or Microsoft, they charge you a certain fee. Then you have to
Mhm.
optimize for console. Then you have like you said before, the controller support. And again, there are companies that do it privately, but you got to pay them a lot of money. Then you got to give them access to the code, which is kind of dubious because they can do whatever they want with it. Like, so
R-
yeah,
Right, right. And the other thing is you don't know if they're going to actually change things because I have some things that would trigger a ESG to have a stroke, I just have things in there that just don't fly with these people. And so right now, me personally, I'm currently working on the sequel. I'm doing, my own stuff with the graphics or whatever, because if I knew the stuff that I know now, it would have been much longer for me to release this first game. But at the same time, I like I said, I would have a better understanding. But like I said, I think a lot of the problem with a lot of the negativity is it's also partly like a culture thing where it's become a little bit too cool to rag on somebody. Now, even though there is a lot of negativity with these big games companies, I notice also there's a lot of these indie games that are coming out that not too many people know about. You have to look it up, and all these side scroller 2D kind of games, but they're new, but barely anybody's complaining about them. So in a way, there is a lot of negativity going around with these popular games, but at the same time, there's a lot of indie games out there that people are not mentioning about and are not really complaining about. So in terms of this whole thing of, oh, there's so much negativity. It's kind of it's a half and half for me based on what I'm seeing. And also when it comes to like, yeah, what I'm doing right now, I'm not going to say anything about it, but it is going to be physical. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be something physical. I'm not going to say too much. I need to, talk with some people and whatnot. But um in terms of making a game and putting it out, negativity and complaint is the inevitable. It's just one of those
Yeah,
things that
it's
it
part of
co-
creativity. Somebody's
it's
gonna
yeah.
Yeah,
somebody's gonna criticize you, bro. Like, and again,
exactly.
it's like what you said about the indie games is that the reason why the criticism seems to be disproportionate is because a lot of people, like you said, don't even know these games exist. But the second that they blow up, then you get the criticisms, you get the pros and cons, you get the people that love it. Um, but yeah, you're right there. Like, and it's a thing that just happens across not just the game design or like or the game industry, but also like anything you do, like animation, writing, comic book, art, uh, movies, anything you do, people are gonna have an opinion on, and sometimes it's irrational, sometimes it's constructive, but it's just the name of the game, sadly.
Right,
No, you're right.
right.
Real quick, what's up, White Chuvaro? No problem, because we can always have you on next time. So anyway,
Oh, yeah, yeah. So when it comes down to it, like I said, it comes with the territory. People are going to just, like I said, it's a cool thing. People want to complain, and certain people just want to complain for the fun of it, and they don't, just say what the other person says, or they probably just want you to go with the flow because, um there's a lot of also mentally trapped people because you got a
Oh yeah,
demographic of people that we want something different, but at the same time,
crabs in a barrel, bro.
um, kind of like that, but also it's more like very traditionalist. Like they okay, these people make these terms like Metrovania and stuff like that, but
Souls
one of the
like.
mhm, yeah, go on.
No, I was just saying terms like Souls like, Metroidvania.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right, but here's one other thing that people need to think about is if you're gonna say, I want this game to be something similar to what I'm used to playing, like Metroid or Castlevania. Have you ever thought to yourself, Castlevania and Metroid were made by people that didn't know this was going to work? Final Fantasy, the title, is even based off that idea. They didn't
that's
know this
true. Yeah.
was going to work.
Yeah, like you don't
And
know until it works. Like yeah, exactly. Like same with Arkham. The
Mhm.
Arkham combat blew up and everyone started copying them. It's like,
Mhm.
you gotta people have to be creative and innovate before it becomes a cornerstone of game of whatever industry it is, whether it be gaming or whatever else it might be. Somebody
right,
had to experiment and figure out that hey, this is a formula that works. So you're right that people can be very overly critical of something that breaks the traditional norms.
Mhm.
That could
right, and
also be like the art style. People might bash an art style, but then 5 years later, everyone's copying it. You know?
right, and the other
Yeah.
thing that's kind of concerning. I'm gonna try and make this last point is the fact that I don't like the idea also that if somebody just started something, they're not a trained professional, they never done anything like this, then the idea of attacking somebody isn't worth it, warranted. Now, if it's like something done by a professional and you had that expectation that they are supposed to be able to bring a good product because they already made something, then that's kind of okay to be a little bit more aggressive. But I never done this before. This is, like I said, I'm not a trained professional. It's not my first time. I'm just a fan that was just tired of this ESG madness, woke nonsense being forced, and I just said, you know what, I could make my own statements. Like the thing that really turned things around was looking at people's theories on Metal Gear Solid 5. And I said, you know what? There are certain things I wish they did. And even like for example, Metal Gear Rising. At first, when I heard spoiler, So when we meet Armstrong, right? You played it? Played Ryzen?
I played all those games. I love Metal Gear Rising is one of my favorite games of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I love the whole
Right.
series. Metal Gear is one of my favorite series of all time.
Right. So when I heard Armstrong said that he was like in the Navy, I was like, is this the guy that was on the radio with the SEAL team, 10 guys that were attacked? Because I thought that would have been a good idea if he was like the commander for the SEAL team, because he has those kind of, he's academic. He probably could have went to Annapolis and been an officer. And I thought he was that guy on the radio that was talking with the team. But they could have took advantage of that. That's what I personally thought. But he just said, oh, he was in the Navy. What did he do in the Navy? Just sweep boats and stuff. So that's the thing. I just felt like, what, instead of me screaming at the wall, can I just said, let me just go for it and just put my own stuff out there. So yeah.
Yeah, man.
So
And
there
again,
you go.
like when it comes to being creative, you have to remember that people they don't they don't know like the
Hello?
person Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do I sound clear?
No, you're a little muffled.
Hold on. Do I sound better now?
Yes.
All right. So I was saying that what people don't understand is that they don't know, like as creatives, they don't know who the person behind the games are. They just know like, is it entertaining or not, right? Like they might like eventually learn like, oh, like Todd McFarlane made Spawn or whatever people made. Kojima directed Metal Gear. Eventually the name catches traction, but they don't realize that hey, an indie developer like yourself, you might be a one-man army. You're making the game yourself, so I feel like people need to kind of like also subvert a little bit of their expectations and understand that hey, this is a beginning project made by one person, or like early on, like it's still in a very early phase. So I feel like a lot of games, especially indie games, they get a lot more criticism than they deserve because remember that like people forget that hey, this was like a one man job made with no budget. It's not like a multi-million dollar company like they're used to, which is why I say in other videos me and Revenant do that we have to support indie. But at the same time, you have to like, all right, this game might not have the same graphics as something that's on PS5. It might look a little outdated, but give it a chance. It has the stuff you want. It's fun. It doesn't have agenda fueled shit in it. And if the game is successful, then they could bring more people on and make the AAA quality that you want without the
In the
agenda.
sequel.
But if people are unwilling to do that, then they're doomed to eat whatever fodder that the mainstream industry puts out because you want ultra realistic graphics, ultra like uh
Fluid animations.
fluid animations and stuff, yeah, and you're not realizing like hey, this is this company's first game. Like first off, there's no agenda in it, and if the game is fun, then all right, the game's fun. Let them get better, and then they'll make a better sequel. But
Exactly.
a lot of people don't invest. They don't have that kind of like foresight. That's why I say it's a bit of crabs in a barrel because everybody wants an answer to the industry, but nobody wants to say, hey, let me support the little guy so that he can become the industry eventually, and you will get the games that you want. So I think that that's also a thing that's worth mentioning in regards to like what you were saying about being an indie developer and your first game and how people like they have all these things these terms that they're on like Metroidvania, Souls, like it's like again, look at Minecraft was a random ass indie game and ended up becoming one of the highest selling
Most
games of all time.
yeah.
So
Insanely popular,
yeah.
profitable.
And what was similar to Minecraft? A lot of people would say this is fucking stupid. I don't want to play as this block dude. Like it's whatever, it's ass. But hey, but I'm sure that early on it might have gotten criticisms for that, but it ended up becoming a big hit in the industry. So
Yep.
there's that aspect as well.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's true. But as far as what the guy was saying, like on the stream, the streamer, whatever his name was, with people not supporting. Sorry about that. People not what's his name? Oh yeah, not supporting these games, and it's usually obviously he's referring to new games and AAA games and whatnot. And to quickly sidetrack back to what Octo Commander and Jinpachi was saying, where like people should give like indie games like more of a chance, and also give people some credit, like Aquaman, like he made the game on his own. He's working on the next one, so it's like you know let's see how things progress and where he takes things from here, which can be exciting. It could be just as exciting as if someone's waiting for a new game from whatever well-known company.
Right. Also,
But with this
I
streamer guy, again, I can't remember his name. I actually tried to look for it, but I couldn't find it. Was
hmm Right, and I forgot to mention. Okay, so Jimpachi, I remember you were mentioned about doing a collab and with RPG. Now the thing is, right now when it comes to to me when um right now I can never like actually worked with somebody right now, so I have to figure out the ways of communication, get an understanding of like where I'm coming from, because I don't want
Yeah,
to say one thing and all of a sudden we
bro,
get Mega
bro.
Man. Mega Man from the 90s. You remember the cover? Remember okay, this is a good
Oh
example.
yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking
Those
about. Like
Mega
yeah,
Man covers, right, right. So the thing was, the actual artist, he said, okay, I was told about a description of the character. They had no pictures, so he pretty much had to kind of imagine what was going on. So when it comes to that, I have to, there's some things I have to get off my shoulder, like, the graphic novel, the sequel, and this other side thing. But when things get to be like more comfortable, I mean, I will get to a point where we, talk about like what's
bro,
going on in mine,
bro.
because yeah.
No rush, no rush. Look, here's my thing. I'm just putting the idea out there. So
Oh
there's no
yeah, yeah,
rush,
yeah.
man. Whatever, I have my own projects I'm working on too, but it's just more or less saying like, hey, one day we can open the door for that. Keep the doors open for it. So don't feel like any pressure or like I'm not trying to like what's the word? I'm not trying to like say, oh, we got to do something now. It's putting the idea out there that in the future we can collab. So don't worry about it, man. No
Right,
stress. Whenever you're
right.
ready, and if you want to do it, man, just putting it out there.
Right, right. Because when it comes to like the particular art style from a artist, I ask myself, okay, how would they, shine? Because I kind of noticed that you can do this look that looks like the Batman, you know, cartoons from the 90s. So I said, um it probably might be the idea, but just giving an idea of what I'm could work with is like probably like a detective noir kind of thing going on, and because you can actually get people to see the character, whatever situation or whatever setting they're in, because backgrounds help, the immersion for the viewer in terms of understanding, where the character is and the emotion and feeling. So when it comes to someone like you, I can see you doing, we can, work on something like a noir kind
Well,
of
you know what I'll
detective
do.
story from the 30s or something.
You know
So
what I'll do. I'll send you a link to my Instagram so you can see because I can do all kinds of different styles. I use that style for Augur specifically because I wanted it to have that look, but I'm pretty like versatile. I can do like multiple styles. I can do like anime style. I can do like pretty much different things. So I'll send you a link to like some of my other art so you can check it out. But again, like no rush anyway, because I am working on my own projects. But at some point, we should definitely do it. But I'll show you like it doesn't have to be that style. I have other styles as well. Other variants.
right, right. And yeah, but aside from that, when it comes to like anybody making any kind of story or whatever, I would just tell them, put something out. You don't have much time in this life of yours. You got, if if you're Buddhist or whatever, not a jab or anything, but if you have one life to live, I believe in, And if you don't do something right now, it might be too late. Also, if it doesn't look the way or feel the way you wanted to, and you felt like you wanted more time to think about it, don't worry about it. If there's something that you wanted to actually do, and you perfected or you believe you perfected your art style and storytelling, then use that as, put out a remaster.
Well,
No,
there's never a
remake, a
perfect
remake.
time.
Yeah,
There's never a perfect time, bro. So it's best to just do things while you want to do them and put stuff out there, like you said, because if you wait for the perfect moment, it may never come.
right, right. And there's a lot of people out there that hesitate too much about, oh my gosh, should I put this out? I don't know. Just put it out there. And like I said, when you feel you want to release the version that you want, just do a remake, and just let the world know that this is director's cut stuff I wanted to put in, and and whatever, but I didn't have time or whatever. Everybody does it. It's so like I said, you don't have too much time in this life of yours, so don't um don't be too patient to the point of being lazy. There's a difference between lazy and patience.
Well, also, you learn as you go. As you do something, you get better at it and you come up with better techniques that make things flow better. It makes it easier to, it makes the process become easier and of higher quality because you're doing it more. So there's also that factor too. You learn as you go.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. So, um, nobody has any other things they have in mind, because thing about the whole thing of negativity and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, we were still talking about that.
Hmm.
But
So,
I was gonna add that a lot of people, the a lot of people being negative on a lot of these like new games that are coming out are usually done for a reason, justifiable reasons. I mean, we all talk about it like almost all the time on these streams alone. Never mind like videos, comment sections, whatever it may be, where a lot of times these companies, they're putting out games that are unfinished, they're uninspired, they have agendas built within the games. The developers there, they're usually filled with activists. A lot of the older developers are usually not there anymore. They were forced out, or they're either indoctrinated with the woke virus, which is been infesting not only gaming but in other forms of entertainment like movies, comics, TV shows, and all that. And that's why people usually call it out for what it is. And again, most of these games have these agendas that are being put in play. Always something that no one asks for. A lot of unnecessary changes. They try to treat people like they're idiots, whether if it's through censorship or they're trying to dumb down whatever game it may be. And people again, like people call them out on their bullshit and state as to why the game is not good. And a lot of times, even people, they'll even be fair. They'll say like, there's aspects of this game that's not good or it doesn't look good, because people can talk about games that haven't came out yet and point out flaws or even point out things that are worth praising. But not only do people point out the negatives, they'll point out the positives. They'll be fair about it. But a lot of times people won't sugarcoat it or try to go out of their way to get in the good graces of whatever company is making whichever game, because a lot of people know that these companies are greedy. They have the wrong intentions in mind. And people just want really fun games that have no agendas, no political narratives, None of that. No ideologies. They just want something that people can get invested in. They can get lost in. They can get immersed in. They want true escapism. And when you're not giving that, which is a vast amount of the AAA industry, then they're gonna fail, and people are gonna, yeah, they're not gonna feel sorry if a studio gets shut down for making dumb decisions or putting out terrible games. A lot of times that's what happens. I mean, you saw with Volition, like one mistake after the other, and
Consequences of their own actions.
exactly, yeah. So people can make it seem like, oh, we're being heartless. Like, no, we want good games. We know. Once upon a time they were able to do it. They're not doing it now. Mortal Kombat 1. Fans like real like diehard fans like Jinpachi or Molina Chan or whoever, they see what's happening. Like, you know what? I'm not going to buy the game. I'm not going to get burnt by this company again. I'm not going to support them. And if they failed, then they failed. But they knew what they could have done, and they chose not to. And that's what people usually end up pointing out, that they have all the resources and talent in the world to put out great games, but they refuse to do so because they're more interested in other shit that is not going to make the games any better. It's not going to bring new people in. It's just going to drive more people away. That's what we're seeing, all these layoffs and whatnot, year after year. You're seeing all these people getting laid off. I think we even mentioned it, or touch on it earlier, that Ubisoft is already laying a few people off, and more is probably to come after Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out. So
Treasure Edison is right. He's like Black Myth Wukong it's escapism. Yeah, that's what people want. Escapism.
yeah, it is. Yeah,
And
and
how do
and,
you
you
feel-
see the journalists complaining about it because they're trying to take away that escapism. He's right.
He also said, "How do you feel about the Chinese gaming industry?" I think that they're a good alternative, especially because a lot of them aren't playing ball with the woke shit. But you have to be careful because it is China after all, and China's government has a heavy hand in every corporation and industry within their country. So a lot of that data is
That's true.
collected by China. So you got to be careful with them.
Yeah,
Well,
like
because it's still basically a pseudo communist China. So, and
yeah, like
they are integrating into all these companies. So whatever company you support, you're also supporting their government. Which is
yeah, it
messed
reminds
up.
me of what was it, Zenless Zone Zero? Cool game, but I actually think it's actually pretty good. But then you think about it. All right, is China are they watching me now? Are they gonna try to
Yeah, and
take
it's a
my
live
information?
service, so they're
Yeah,
gonna
so
collect your data.
yeah, so you gotta think about that. So, but a lot of like, it just seems like right now, like
At least it ain't
Russia,
woke though. At least it ain't woke.
yeah, at least, yeah, Russia, excuse me, Russia, Korea, and China, they're actually doing what Japan used to do, and also they're doing what the West used to do as well.
South Korea, I would argue, is the safest bet because they're not, because at least they're not so political. Well, like
Yeah,
with Russia and China, even though there's a lot of good stuff, I still support Russian games and some Chinese games, but you got to be careful with them just because of like the political involvement within the companies.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
all.
Pod, you can fix your mic a bit. You sound a little low.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah, a lot clearer.
Okay, it might just be I'm not speaking as clearly into the mic. That's why.
Okay.
But you mentioned China. It's kind of interesting that you actually mentioned China because there's rumors going around that there's a silent coup against Xi because some people were saying, oh, he had a stroke, and then of course he has a cult of personality. He's very vain about his appearance and how people perceive him, especially he likes to see himself. He likes to see himself in public places, but they're saying that there's some pictures of him being removed from the public, and also the fact that she has become like an emperor, and
He thinks he's a god.
right, yeah,
Literally.
and he's
Winnie the
just
Pooh.
right, and he's kind of pushing his bounds, and of course his Silk Route program, trying to connect to Africa and extract resources. But of course he has to go through the other countries before he reaches to Africa. So, like the different Middle Eastern countries, they're selling up ports and everything. But at the same time, the problem with that is China is putting these African countries into debt, but at the same time, these countries, they're incapable of repaying the debt, and also um, the Chinese people are feeling the sting and they're feeling abandoned, and especially how they reacted with the virus. So of course, a lot of people, and of course, he's going to purge a lot of people from the military, and of course, those people don't take things like that too well. So he made a lot of enemies. But when it comes to like China, they say that if China wants to get back into good graces with everybody, especially America, they're gonna have to change things. So right now, in terms of China, they might be more relaxed later on, because he's not gonna live forever as well. So, and he's an alcoholic, so that helps too. I mean, that's
Well,
bad for his health. I mean,
yeah,
let's
yeah,
be sensible here.
yeah,
Anyway, so
yeah.
yeah.
Like Treasure Edison says Chinese games look so appealing, like I thought they were conservative. Yeah, like the games are like a lot of them are like really really cool looking. And like I like Revenant
Hmm.
mentioned, Zenless Zone Zero is a really fun game. It's not, I wouldn't say so much that the games are not of quality. Again, it's just kind of like you just got to be a little careful because of China's involvement and the Chinese government's involvement with
Yeah.
their corporate with the corporations and businesses that are owned that are ran from China, because the government has a heavy hand in all of them. It's like a suit. It's like they're very like they're basically like a pseudo communist regime, but they have a lot. They have some like inklings of capitalism in there, which allows them to make money. That's why China's that's why they're doing so well financially right now, because it's not like previous communist governments where they were more restrictive. With China, they're saying, hey, you can do what you want, but we're gonna have our tentacles and everything. And that's basically why they're doing much better now economically, one of the reasons why. um but yeah, so Melina Chan, do you want to give your thoughts on why people are so critical of new games and whatnot?
Um, uh, I I believe that a lot of people are opening up their eyes to the same thing that's been happening over and over again. I guess I guess it's not taking as long. Like there's a lot that has been going on in this year alone. I know this has been happening um over like what, about a decade. It just became more prominent in, I say, like the past like what, 4, 5 years. And it's good to see a lot of people are opening up their eyes to the agendas and the wokeness and all of that. That's just like polluting and poisoning like the gaming industry. And taking the power, everyone's taking their power back by the only way that we can is just through our pockets, just, I mean, well, our pockets. And hold on, let me rephrase that. That was terrible. Um,
Go
Basically,
ahead.
we're getting it where it hurts. We're hurting their pockets because that's the only way for them to learn. Because speaking about it didn't do anything. Um, and now the only way that they'll listen is by just not purchasing these games. And I will push people to be highly critical, because then you're applying boundaries, you're applying standards moving forward, and that's the only way that they're going to learn and do better. And then, as well as, if it didn't directly hurt this company yet, they need to learn from their brother or sister company or competition, learn from them and their mistakes so they don't do it, because you already got companies that are aware of what companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and all that are doing, and how they're pretty much poisoning and ruining everything they touch. So it should clue everybody in to not work with these people, no matter how much money they may give to support, or how much they threaten to give out your family's address. You still shouldn't just give in and conform because of that. Like, just stand firm in your beliefs as the consumer and as the developers. So, because that's the only way to revise, since gaming is dying. You know, the gaming industry is dying. So, and I'm very grateful for it that it is dying, because everything needs to die in order to live or to be rebirthed. So,
Yep.
not to get all spiritual, but this is a reset basically. It gives
Agreed.
the opportunity for new up and coming artists, like creatives that want to show and share their ideas with the world, like you and Octo. So just listening to you both was very inspiring, and Revenant too was very inspiring. Um, because there needs to be more people like us to bring back gaming, bring back like an entertainment, because it's just it's it's not the same anymore, and it just breaks my heart, because I remember I used to be a kid and I used to play all these games as a kid, and the graphics weren't great and all that. I mean, at the time they were. Being as a kid, they were, but as now I'm older, then it's different. But I'll still play the hell out of them. It doesn't matter to me. I'm a nostalgia whore, so I don't have to
Same.
play a AAA game with the most updated graphics that it gets mistaken for real life. Like, I don't have to, because what good is all of that and the game isn't good? Or
It's
even
boring.
if it's just, if it's
Mhm.
boring, you know, even if you make the excuse or bring up the point of, oh, but the gameplay is great, it's fun, still it's not just about the gameplay, because that is, I find, a tactic for them, because if they're able to put in their little politics and stuff like that into the story, into the characters and all that, but they make up for it by the game being good, then you're sold. And it's like, no, you should look at everything. It all
Yep.
matters, because
Yep.
the gameplay, which I understand, that is the purpose of games, is for us to interact and play and escape. But it is, if you just solely pay attention to that, you're still feeding their pockets. They're still gaining money, because you're going with the excuse of, or the point of, oh, but the gameplay is great. So it's
Mhm.
just like, just having standards is very important. Having your integrity, and as a up and coming creator, a creative, don't fall yourself short. You know, it is a lot of work. It is going to take a lot of work, blood, sweat, and tears, but it's all worth it in the end, because it's not only just because of how the tides have turned with the gaming industry. It does get more of a motive, but if you already have these ideas and you want to share with the world, because you really enjoy it, and you're a creative, you don't want to just keep it locked up and tucked away, you know. So just go out there, like Revenant, Jinpachi, and Octo said, just go out there, just do it. There is no perfect time. And I will know all about that. So it's just do it. Just do it, and you just get better, like Jinpachi said, as you go along. Because I don't say practice makes you perfect, because you can't achieve perfect. You can't achieve perfection. That is unattainable. You just get better. That's what I say. Practice makes you better. It doesn't make you perfect. So, you know, it's just, I mean, and then on top of that, like, being highly critical is what also makes you better, because there was a point in time where these developers listen to the fans. That's what make the sequels better, and how they end up having a great series. And then when they stopped listening, and they listen to a whole bunch of people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't even play, they're not even in the community anyways, that's when they had their downfalls. So it's, we know what's best. I'm not going to sit here and support something that is not for me, and that doesn't support me either. That's not going to listen to me as a diehard fan and appreciate my constructive criticism and my hard-earned money that I'm paying for a $80 game. No, I don't think so, and nobody should. Just because, oh, it's pretty graphics, or oh, because it's the latest game, so what? It doesn't matter. I'm not selling my soul. Nobody else should. Be highly critical. be
And
critical
a
because
bad man gotta learn his lessons and things. You know, a bad
what
man
was
gotta
that?
learn. Oh, you ever heard? Remember in GTA 4 what Little Jacob said? A bad man gotta learn his lesson and ting. That's basically
Yes,
like these companies. Does bad man gotta learn their lesson? Not
Yep.
make
they
money and
do.
fail.
They do. Like the only people I feel sorry for in this situation is the ones that are unfortunately stuck being in these companies and they aren't a part of the whole agenda thing that actually do love and care about these games. Those are the people that I only care about or that have actually lost their job. Those are only people that I care for, that I feel sorry for, that have my heart and my sympathies because it sucked. And I just, because I know I have spoke about it before, that I'm just very grateful that, because I always wanted to work for NetherRealm Studios, that or Naughty Dog, because those are my two favorite companies because they produced my favorite games. And I'm just glad that I didn't get that far because I just look at now if I did and with
How
how
times have
NetherRealm has
changed.
turned into. Hmm?
Said how times have changed.
How times, yes, how times have changed. I would have been so miserable. I would have been so upset. Either I would have likely stayed there because I got to pay my bills. I have a
Yep.
livelihood to obtain,
That's why
or
the
I would have lost
programmers
my
are the ones
job
that
or
suffer.
quit.
That's why
Huh?
the programmers are the ones that really suffer because the
Yeah.
programmers are just guys that fucking are coding the game. A lot of them didn't sign up to do this shit, but they got to feed their families and whatnot.
Yes. And it
Yeah.
hurts. It sucks and it hurts
I
so
yeah.
bad, but you know,
Definitely feel for those people that really like
yeah.
can't really do much. I mean, they
Mhm.
leave, then it's like, all right, then what are they gonna do? You know,
Couldn't
Yeah.
say
they
anything
kind of
better
like they kind of like
myself.
just stuck there,
That's why
unfortunately.
I wish that a lot of those programmers and artists would band together and start new companies and or like
Mhm.
make games together. You know,
Yeah.
but I know it's a lot easier said than done. But that would be a good
Hmm.
solution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's a
No, it
lot
would
of
be.
work and
It
Hmm.
is,
funding.
it is. But I mean, like I look at it like
You know, you're a programmer. You might have to take a hit and do it. Like I'll look at it this way. Let's say I'm working on like The Last of Us 2, and I'm a programmer, and I come home and I have like my personal time. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices, right? Because like that
Hmm.
person could program their own game. It might take a while, but if they're doing it in their free time, they can still work their job and say, all right, well, I have to work this job to feed my family, but I'm going to use it also to fund my own game. Use the money to like, put into invest in my own project and try to do that so I don't have to rely on those companies.
Yeah.
But it knows
If
again,
they
I know
can't
it.
get the job done right, you gotta do it yourself.
Yeah, and again, I know it's a lot easier said
Yep.
than done, but if you have the skill set, especially if you already have the skill set, then you might. I
Hmm.
mean, couldn't hurt to try.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
So,
Revenant, yeah, you gave your thoughts
um,
already on it. I think you
who
did,
me?
right? Yeah, did you give
Yeah,
your thoughts yet?
yeah, I did. Were you listening?
No, well, listen, man. No, I was listening. I was listening. I just wanted to, I thought you might have had more. That's why I asked.
No, I pretty much said my piece.
Um, all right, so then I guess like I'll wrap it up then, because like for me, I basically agree with what all three of you said, and I think that there's a thing of toxic positivity, and just because something is new, I don't have to pretend to like it or be nice about it, because if it's terrible, if it's ass, if it's not good, I'm not gonna just turn off my opinion to appease a crowd or to like not receive criticism back, or not get or have them try to or let people think worry me. It's like these companies are doing dumb shit with these games. It hasn't been going well. They keep blaming the fans, and it shows that it's working. That people not supporting it is working. So to me, it kind of like it seems like it's working out, for us versus them. Because the fact that every time these movies or games fail, they keep blaming the toxic white males or like the toxic whatever, blah blah blah. It shows me that it's
The
hurting their ass.
grifters or the
The
pundits.
grifters, and it's like, dude, if these people were just grifters and pundits or whatever, then you wouldn't be losing this much money because that'll be such a small
Mm,
population of your fan base that your game should still be successful. If people really wanted
that's
this
true.
stuff, this modern audience you built the game for should be buying the game. If they're not buying it, it means that they don't want it. So you could try. These companies can try to gaslight us as much as they want, but they deserve every flack, every bit of flack that they get, and the criticism that they're receiving. So in the end of the day, like I look at it like you have your fan base, you know what they are, you're playing goofy games and you got goofy prizes, and you have to either change for the better or don't. But the people who buy these products, they're not your friend. Just like these companies aren't our friend, we're not their friend. And they are not entitled to our money if they're not going to make a product that's worth a damn.
Exactly.
So that's how I look
Right.
at it. You know, and they love to point out like, oh, people like it's all toxic white males, it's all whatever. And then meanwhile, you know, you got people in this stream alone who break that stereotype. So, you know, their narrative is falling on its face,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they're living in the real world where people like Melina Chan and Octo Commander exist, where they don't give a fuck about this political this social, you know, identity politics narratives they're trying to push in games. They just want good quality, and I think most people just want good quality.
Yeah, especially if we're paying soon to be probably in the next couple of years, $90, $100.
I will never pay that much for a game.
Man.
I guess
Mm.
gaming's
right.
over for me then,
Yeah.
because I would never pay that much. I'll
Yeah,
be more
yeah.
likely. I'll be
I'll,
playing the
I'll,
backlog.
I'll be exclusively retro. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
will
backlog.
sooner pay a part to repair an old console so that I can still play games on it than pay $100 for games. They could kiss my ass with all of that. They can,
Right.
you know, not to be. I know I got a crazy mouth, but they could fucking blow me if they think I'm paying that much.
Mhm.
Yes,
Well, they think that because everybody's gonna pay for Final Fantasy VII 3 times, and that's gonna be about
Yeah,
100 and
right.
something.
Listen,
So
I've ranted.
Over.
I've ranted
Yeah.
on that. Belina, like, don't even open that can of worms, because I have like 3 videos with Revenant alone ranting about that. Not to mention the minutes and hours that I poured into streams talking about that. Like they're selling you one game 3 times, $70 each, and these
Yeah.
people are like licking it up. Like, oh my god.
You add into the
Oh,
fact they got
man.
like two they got a deluxe and a collector's edition for each one. So imagine the people buying the deluxe or collector's edition of both games, let alone 3.
Yeah, well, they could collect these nuts,
Jeez.
because I would never pay for that
right.
game.
Man, they're idiots. I'm sorry. I mean, I love Final Fantasy the 7. That's my favorite one, and I rather experience the PS1 version than the remake, especially since like you're gonna censor Tifa's titties. Like, are you serious?
Mhm.
Like, that's not worth me getting the game
Yeah, it's
3
not.
times. No, I'm good.
That's like, and the sad part is that alone is a deal breaker, but that's not even
Yeah,
the
that's a
worst
deal
part of
breaker.
it. That's a deal breaker, and it's only 10% of what's wrong with those remakes. So that goes to show you that,
Yeah.
like, yeah, they can
They really screwed her
kiss
up.
my ass with all that. Yeah, they screwed the pooch.
And how in good
Mhm.
conscience can anybody look at a DLC and think, well, I don't mind paying $70 for a DLC, even though I paid $70 for the game itself, or these free to play games? And it's kind of just like, that's a risk, right? Because this is in a way, it's not really art, but at the same time, it's still subjective in terms of the experience. And then you have these companies have the galls to do this. How?
So they
A
never learn.
skin and just some cosmetics and probably some other features like a jet, and it's like $70. Like,
See, at
how?
least at least Chinese companies and Korean companies, at least they're giving you like skin bodysuits and titties for your money. As far
Like,
as skins,
seriously.
at least look, you got a free to play game. At least you're getting like some hot ass women or whatever. At least with those games, but like with more, like, and they're not necessarily woke. They're greedy. There are greedy cash-ins, but at least they're not like woke garbage. They're both bad, but I think that the woke shit is far worse.
Definitely.
It's crazy.
But again, yeah,
Yeah.
like a thing about a free to play game is that anytime I don't know why people haven't realized when it comes to free to play games that they're not like they're like they're gonna be filled to the brim of microtransactions, because that game is a multi-million-dollar investment. They're gonna want that money back. But again, at least with the case with the First Descendant, you're getting like some pretty sexy outfits and whatnot. So there are better and worse ways to go about it.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I'll pick that poison.
Yeah.
Because
Same
I
here.
mean, if you're doing all that, I mean, at this point, and this streamer, whatever his name is, talking about some, oh, we should support modern games. Man, get out of here because it's like, if I do that, I'll be scamming myself. I'll be an idiot.
real.
So if
Mhm.
you're paying $70 for a remake that is a supposed remake that is a downgrade of the original, I mean, you just scammed yourself. Okay, the first one,
Yep.
and I guess like with Final Fantasy VII, I'll give you a break because you didn't know. Okay, but with the second one,
Yeah, that,
no one
that
should have
was me
bought that
right there.
game. No,
Oh,
no
you
one
didn't
should have
know?
bought that.
Yeah,
Your
I didn't.
ass
Yeah,
better call somebody.
yeah, I had to call it in pocket like I got scammed out here because they told me one thing, and then once that portal opened up, oh my god. Anyway,
I
and
warned
then
you,
the
bro. I
second,
did warn
I
you,
know,
though.
I know, I know. I was being delusional in my own right. I was like, who knows? That maybe it won't be like that. Who knows? We'll see. And then you play it and the credits roll, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm like, how they gonna salvage this with the next one? And then you find out. I mean, I
Plot
didn't get
twist,
the
they
second
didn't.
one.
Plot
Yeah,
twist, they didn't.
exactly.
They
Yeah.
did it.
Yeah.
It's okay, Revenant. Don't. You're not the only one. That's how I felt with M1K. I was like, oh, they doing something different. Even though I said that I wouldn't buy another Mortal Kombat title because they disappointed me with the previous X and 11, and 9 a little bit too. But I was like, you know what? Because they're doing something different. I'm like, I don't know. The trailers, they really sold it. I was like, I'll give it a chance.
They
And
baited you
then
with Melina.
huh?
They baited you with Melina being more central to the story. They baited you.
Man, and poorly too, because it don't even feel right. Because I feel like a lot of it was stripped from Katana, and it's like, no, I want, if you're gonna make her the center of the story, do it like in her own way. Don't sit here and take what should have been Katana's moments. I don't like that because that's essentially what the whole like, we're gonna get rid of like the male developers and bring in a whole bunch of minorities. It's kind of like a parallel of that. I'm like, it doesn't really prove, or it doesn't really do anything besides
Melina.
just strip another character, put them
Yeah.
in the shadows. It's just like, I don't like that.
Melina, don't
I want my
worry.
character to stand on her own.
Don't worry. We'll make our own skin suit gory fighting game with like skin suit women that are like Melina, but not Melina. But
Yes.
kind of Melina, but not legally. They're not Melina. We'll make that game. All right. I'll let you design. I'll let you
Yeah.
design all the female characers.
Please do, because these developers don't know how to dress, and it bothers the shit out of me. They don't know their colors, and they don't know how to dress. They have no sense of style.
I trust you. I trust that you'll do you'll do justice. You'll do justice,
Yes.
especially with the skin suits. I feel like you'll do justice to the female characters. So
Yes, that's
we'll
my
do,
expertise.
we'll do it. We'll do. I'll let you know when I got it figured out. We out doing it. But
Okay.
but yeah. So that was basically everything, right? You want to like close things off, Revenant? I don't think there's much more really.
No, we talked about everything and
Yeah.
additional
So
stuff as well.
yeah. So we can close
Did
things
we
out.
go? Did we go through 5 hours?
Well, we're almost at 5 hours. We're like
Okay.
Yeah.
30
The
minutes
streak-
less. Hey,
The streak keeps on going.
but the streak is over because it's below
Make
5
stuff up.
hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Make
Well,
stuff up to the half an hour gets to 5 hours. Just
yeah.
Just start reading the Bible in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
I picked up a shoe. Now, real story. I picked up an old shoe doing some cleaning. And all of a sudden, I see this centipede. At first, I was thinking, "Oh, that's a big roach," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, it's still going. That's a centipede." But of course, so yeah.
So yeah, well, let's wrap things up. So who wants to do the outro first?
Before we wrap up, Melina left.
Uh-oh.
No, and stuff.
She may
be
come back.
Yeah, I was gonna actually thank her that she came in, that she actually showed up because her presence was missed last time.
Oh, she's back. She's backstage.
Yeah, Melina, I'm glad you came back because
My bad.
I'm glad you came back for this week's podcast because we missed you last week.
Oh,
We
thank you.
missed
I
you. You know,
appreciate it.
you're
I
always
hate that I
welcome.
missed it. I hate I did. I
We,
was so
we,
busy. The one time I was busy, I wished I was here because I would have loved to get up in Martin's ass.
we had an
We
imposter
missed
last
you.
week.
We missed you,
Well,
man. And
not the other week, but we
yeah,
had an imposter.
Mario jumped out of that warp tube and he wanted smoke. So, but
Yes. Is he blocked?
I
He
think
might.
he might have been blocked or he got like hidden from the channel because he started like trolling about how he was gonna report the channel and shit like that.
And
So
saying a bunch of other stuff. I didn't
Oh,
see it
poor
in the
baby.
chat, but I was told. So I was like, all right, let
yeah,
me just get this weirdo out of here, out of my hair for
yeah.
good, because can't trust these people. They just act psychotic, and I mean, the person was. I mean, he was pretty much just stalking the channel, obviously not agreeing with what we were saying, and
For
then
months. It's okay to not agree,
yeah,
but like the dude's hate
Spam.
watching. Then you let him,
yeah,
you let him on, and he has nothing to say except like stupid ass shit. So it's like, I'm like,
pretty
bro,
much.
Yeah, he didn't even say anything relevant to the topics
say. I'm
after
like,
all that.
yeah, it's like say, all right. That's
Yeah,
why at the end I was like, bro, say what you got to say, because I knew like he's just his whole argument is you're a bigot, you're a phobe. I'm like, all right,
pretty
cool, get
much.
the fuck out of
Yeah,
here. You got nothing to
yeah,
say. Return to Scrubland.
yeah.
But
Yeah. I hate that I
anyway,
missed it. Mm.
well, it's
Who
all
knows?
good.
There might
Next,
be another one in a few months.
yeah, you never know. You know how these
Yes, I
people
want
are.
some real challengers. I want real debates.
That's right. Yeah.
Then afterward, you could tell him to go home and be a family man.
Right.
Or like Bayman from Dead
Oh
Alive.
yeah,
Well, no, he didn't say that. Someone else said
Brutality.
that, but I know Bayman was like,
I'm sorry.
"Go home."
go home. Yeah,
Yeah.
Bayman even applies. He's like, don't stand behind me. I wouldn't want to trust that dude behind me either.
Real.
But
Brutality.
don't stand behind me.
Jim
But
Pocket
anyway,
wins.
but all right, guys. So we'll close things out. It was a good podcast, and everybody could do their outro. So Octo, you want to do yours first?
Okay, so CEO of Octomind and the creator of Octavio Camacho video game and graphic novel. I usually stream and probably make a video YouTube one more time. And I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you, Revenant and Japachi, for inviting me again.
For sure, man.
And
Of course.
also a shout out to Ryan and for the compliment. And aside from that, everybody, see you later, Revenant, Japachi, and Melina Chan, and you all have a good weekend. And that's my outro.
For sure. Before you go,
Yeah. We're having you on again.
before
I
you
ain't
go,
running.
what's your YouTube channel name?
It's Octo Commander. There's not too much going on right now. I'm not really working on that too much. I'm just focused on the graphic novel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Just wanted to get it out there in case anyone wanted to subscribe to you or anything like that.
Right. It's not going to be too much on there, so I'm going to be busy.
Gotcha. Copy.
Yeah. Aside from that, thank you all, and I'm just going to step out.
Sure
Not
thing,
step
bro.
out right away. I'm just going to hear everybody out. So see y'all later.
See ya.
See
Melina,
ya.
Miss Melina herself. Melina Chan. Miss
Yeah.
Melina. You can give your outro now.
Well, before I do that, could someone send me a link of Octo's channel because I can't find it.
For
You
sure.
can just type in Octo Commander, or maybe
Yeah.
he can put in the chat. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Put it in
Yeah,
the
I
chat.
did. A whole bunch of Splatoon stuff popped up.
Yeah, I'm just like that's a crazy thing too, because it was originally that was my PS name, Octo, and then I just said, you know what, let me go and upgrade, and then all of a sudden I started to play Splatoon, and then I see Octo, and I'm like, oh shit, right up against a cartoon character. So when it comes,
Don't feel too bad. Jimpachi, when his
I'll
channel
send the
was
link.
first started, when you search on his channel for his channel, you see some Korean steakhouse or something.
Japanese steakhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Japanese steak.
right.
Because he was
Oh my
like, I remember
God.
like a year or so ago. I think it had to have been over a year. He's like, oh yeah, just look up. I said, oh, I didn't see your recent video, whatever, the Batman, a Batman video. It's like, oh, just search up Jinpachi. I'm like, I did. I just be seeing this fucking Japanese restaurant making lobster stuff.
Yeah. And also,
That's crazy.
wasn't it a final boss in one of the Tekken games, Jinpachi?
Jinpachi is the final
Yeah,
boss of
Jin.
Tekken
Yeah,
5 with an
Jin.
I, not an E. But yeah,
Yeah.
that.
Mm.
But now if you search it up, because I surpassed the other channel, now my stuff comes up usually. So thankfully, there's still some steakhouse videos, but not as many. All right, Miss Melina Chan.
Yes, my sickly ass. Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Melina Chan, and um, I'm just now getting my YouTube together. So I'll be posting some content very soon and getting my own indie stuff together. As far as like, I guess you could say game slash novel. Kind of wanted to be both, but together. And I'm about to be back active on my socials. So if you wish to,
Nice.
you can follow me on YouTube, at Twitter X, Instagram. I'm gonna put all my stuff in and link it together to make it easier. If anyone wishes to, you don't have to, but I really do love and appreciate the support. As far as like my content will be like art and video games. So and I'll give some commentary if I'm not too concentrated in the game. And I appreciate Revenant and Jinpachi and everyone else, Octo, Y2, Neo, um, Reborn, everyone for being such wonderful peoples and inviting me onto your channel. It's always been great and lovely as always. So thank you so much for giving me a voice.
No
Yeah, no
problem.
problem. It's great having you on again. So
Yup.
Bye.
You're
We'll miss
welcome.
you.
as
All
always.
right. But
Bye.
so yeah. But yeah. So I'm Jinpachi. You know,
You
I
are?
am create. Well, allegedly, I have. I'm the creator of Augur. It's an animated series. I have a graphic novels that's in the work as well. I do a lot of like gameplay, streaming, Arkham stuff. I also upload my animations to my channel, so check them out if you don't want to miss those. Um, yeah, that's me. And if you're interested, check it out. If not, it's fine too. Thanks for everybody who tuned in. And everybody who joined on the panel: Octo Commander, Melina, Reborn, Christian Frades. Um, who was the other guy that was here? Martin. Is that his
Hell
name?
no. What the
No, who was
hell?
it?
Marty.
Marty. Yeah,
There you go,
Marty.
Marty. Yeah, Marty.
Marty. Yeah, he was pretty cool. So thanks for
Yeah.
everyone who comes on and who watches and who comments. If I'm missing anybody, Neozoic was great as well. So if I'm missing anybody, we appreciate you and
Rolls
thanks for
Royce.
tuning in. Rolls Royce. Yeah, we appreciate you and thanks for coming on. And yeah,
Nice.
everybody can check me out, and if not, that's fine too. But it's all appreciated.
Cool. So yeah, obviously you know who I am, Ribbon and Ribbon. Appreciate everyone commenting. Again, appreciate you guys taking time out of your day, out of your Saturday to check us out, hear what we had to say. Appreciate Jinpachi being a good co-host as usual. Melina Chan, Octo Commander, Reborn, 6H19, Christian Frades, Rolls Royce, Marty. I think the last name was Kazukage. I could be wrong, but so if I am, I apologize. Who else was on here? I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. So, and in case I forgot anyone, apologize, but appreciate you guys for everyone who joined the panel. And yeah. So, oh, he must have left, or his phone died or something. Anyway, so I'm gonna try to get a video out by Monday about Dead Rising remaster. So I'll have more additional thoughts on the game and try to point out a few things. Oh, he's back. So yeah, I'm gonna try to have that video out by Monday, Tuesday the latest, but I want to get it out. And yeah, so stay tuned for that. But appreciate you all for checking it out, checking out the stream. Anyway, I think I'm just talking in circles now.
All right.
So we're gonna head out. So you all take it easy.
All right.
You do
And
the
we'll see
same.
you. next Saturday, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. So, peace.
See ya.
Bye bye. Sayonara.
Adios.